Hello everyone, my name is Vinod Krishnan, Head of Middle East and North Africa for Amazon Web Services. Thank you for joining us today and welcome to the very first AWS Conclave brought to you in collaboration with Reddington. We have organized this event with the objective of supporting the small and medium enterprises. With more than 20 million small and medium enterprises across the Middle East and North Africa, the SMEs are a significant contributor to the economy and a key pillar of growth and employment. We are hugely committed to helping the small and medium businesses and empower you to build reliable, scalable, and highly innovative applications and solutions on the AWS cloud. Delivered by AWS partners, today's sessions are aimed at helping you make the best out of what AWS has to offer and fully leverage the breadth and depth of our services. Understanding the different solutions that AWS has to offer can enable your business to expand, accelerate time to market of new applications, and reduce IT costs. You can achieve real customer insights and business intelligence, automate various IT processes and business operations so that you could ultimately free up precious resources to focus on what matters most to your business, which is to differentiate your business and delight your customers. Millions of active customers across 190 countries use AWS, including tens of thousands of customers in the Middle East and North Africa region. Many of these customers are small and medium enterprises who are using AWS to innovate in ways that were not possible in the past. Let's take an example of Mastro Pizza. A homegrown success in the Saudi Arabian pizza delivery market, Mastro's mission is to give its customers the highest quality food possible. Mastro Pizza worked with AWS to develop and implement machine learning algorithms to make sure that every pizza that leaves its oven is baked to perfection. Together, AWS and Mastro developed an innovative solution to improve the quality control process across the pizza maker's branches. Along with helping Mastro improve pizza quality, AWS also improved customer experience by keeping Mastro's e-commerce website highly available and ensuring that its delivery drivers are connected all the time. Thanks to AWS, Mastro's small IT team is able to focus on core development tasks rather than on maintenance because AWS keeps all of the services that Mastro needs running seamlessly. Another example is Omnix, a wholesaler of digital products headquartered in Dubai, operating multiple e-commerce websites. One of their sites, very popular with gamers, is cdkeys.com, where Omnix resells gaming keys and top-ups to popular gaming titles across various platforms. Providing a trustworthy, reliable, and fast purchasing experience is a key priority for Omnix. After noticing a spike in fraud attempts on the website, Omnix decided to test Amazon Fraud Detector, a managed AI service from AWS. In a matter of few hours, Omnix was able to train a machine learning model based on historical transaction information and deploy the solution and integrate the model into their existing fraud detection systems. With Amazon Fraud Detector, Omnix managed to automate checkout fulfillment on more than 90% of the transactions that would have been previously flagged for manual review by a human agent. Our commitment to supporting SMBs in the Middle East builds on a continued investment in the region. We have been growing our teams across our offices in Bahrain, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia in order to get closer to you, our customers. Also to support customers is our excellent network of AWS partners. Our partners build innovative solutions and services on AWS. Please make sure you get in touch with them. They can help you grow and scale your business. They're uniquely positioned to help you accelerate your journey to the cloud and take full advantage of all that AWS has to offer. Our current infrastructure also continues to grow to help customers realize the full potential of the AWS cloud. The AWS data center region in Bahrain has been up and running since 2019, enabling customers to host and run applications close to where their end users are and improve the user experience for their consumers. We already have 3 Direct Connect and Amazon CloudFront Edge locations in the Middle East region. We are very excited by a recent announcement to launch a new AWS Middle East region in the United Arab Emirates to be available in the first half of 2022. This will give our customers more choice and flexibility with local access to the most advanced cloud technologies from AWS. Thank you again for being here with us today. I hope you enjoy the sessions and benefit from the information shared by our partners. I and the rest of the AWS team are here to support you as well, not just now, but beyond this event as well. So please don't hesitate to reach out to us. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome to the 2021 Middle East and North Africa Conclaves event. My name is Elena Rudenko, and I'm honored to be here with you today. My team and I are helping hundreds of thousands of small and medium businesses to accelerate their journey to the cloud and to better serve their customers. Small and medium businesses today are adopting new working models and shifting to flexible IT platforms. This enables them to respond faster to their customer needs and to proactively improve products and services while reducing costs and freeing up resources for critical projects. COVID-19 both accelerated and expanded cloud adoption plans in the SMB space. The majority of SMBs will have adopted at least some public cloud infrastructure within the next 12 months. Amazon Web Services empowers millions of businesses around the world to create value and drive innovation through low cost. Globally, Amazon is the #1 primary provider for small and medium businesses. AWS has been named as the leader in the Magic Quadrant for Cloud Infrastructure and Platform Services for the 10th consecutive time by Gartner, and was placed highest in ability to execute and furthest in completeness of vision. Let's look into what are the key characteristics of small and medium businesses in Middle East and North Africa today, and see how AWS can best support their needs. First of all, SMBs in MENA are customer obsessed. They focus on the value and experience that they provide to their customers. What does it mean to be customer obsessed? We, as a company, can very well resonate with this statement. Here at Amazon, our mission is to be the Earth's most customer-centric company. Just notice, it's not limited by line of business, geography, or technology. We want to be the best service to our customers in any area, from selling books to providing cloud. Amazon listens to the customers, and to date, more than 200 services saw light and are available on the platform to satisfy a wide variety of customer needs. AWS lowered prices more than 80 times as our own efficiency continues to grow in true spirit of customer obsession. Secondly, SMBs, and specifically SMBs in MENA, are innovative. Again, we can relate as a company. The most important question that drives innovation for us is, what is the right thing to do for the customer? How can we work backwards from the customer and take two-way door decisions to make their lives easier? The whole AWS solution stack is designed with ease and innovation in mind, and we continue to listen to you, to request and design new features. The third dimension is that SMBs use data strategically to enhance customer relationships and to make better decisions. The cloud has made it easier to collect, store, analyze, and share data cost effectively. The goal is the right data at the right time for the right people so that the right decisions can be made. A solution like Amazon QuickSight is a great example of a new data-driven experience. It is scalable, serverless, embeddable, machine learning-powered business intelligence service built for the cloud. QuickSight lets you easily create and publish interactive BI dashboards that include machine learning-powered insights. You can then access QuickSight dashboards from any device and seamlessly embed them into your applications, portals, or websites. The fourth dimension is that SMBs empower employees to work from home and to engage the customers via multiple channels, whichever is most comfortable for the customer. Almost overnight, remote productivity has become incredibly important. Remote work capabilities should be secure, scale up and down with your business together, and most importantly, shouldn't require unnecessary on-prem equipment that will become obsolete soon. So let's look into some of the many AWS solutions that help to address this business requirement. Many SMBs do not have contact centers, and the phones are only available at the office. Thus, there may be issues with customers trying to reach the companies, and they would only make so many attempts. We worked backwards from this customer need and designed a contact center that could be deployed in minutes. Amazon Connect lets you quickly create contact flows to meet your needs, integrate with other customer services, and it only requires a USB headset to start using. Communication and collaboration are another area key to remote productivity. Amazon Chime is a modern team collaboration and communication service that makes it very easy for you to communicate with people inside and outside of your organization using voice, video, and chat. Let's also spend a moment talking about cloud desktop, applications, and content collaboration that play an important role in remote productivity. Amazon Workspaces helps you eliminate many administrative tasks associated with managing your desktop lifecycle, including provisioning, deploying, maintaining, and recycling desktop. To secure with no user data stored on local devices. You can securely share documents in Amazon WorkDocs and see how the document has evolved and who contributed to different versions. Amazon WorkDocs allows you to control who can access, comment, download, or even print your files. You can specify in which region you want to store your document to meet data residency requirements. This is the tip of the iceberg for making sure that you remain productive in remote environments. Let's go into the fifth dimension, which is critical for SMBs, and that is the fact that they need to be securely built on a foundation that should scale together with their business. It is crucial that your modern business has secure and elastic technology in the core, and that it's easy to use. Amazon Lightsail is the easiest way to get started with AWS with simple management interface. Lightsail includes everything you need to launch a project quickly: a virtual machine, assisted back storage, data transfer, DNS management, and a static IP for low monthly cost. You can have websites for your business or applications like CRM, ERP, or even customer applications. Moving them to cloud gives you benefits of performance, scalability, and security, while minimizing the capital expenditure on extensive hardware. Think of Lightsail as an easy version of AWS. Takes all the complex configurations of network, security, and infrastructure management, and it provides you with a simple, easy-to-use interface. As you can see, we have the full stack of solutions for small and medium businesses and ready to support you on the cloud journey that should ultimately lead to you serving your customers better and achieving new efficiencies. So how can we do that best? How can we support you best on this journey? First of all, zero investment is needed to start with AWS, either with self-service, Contact Us button on AWS website, or a free cloud assessment and proof of concept that you have access to within this event. First steps are easy. I would like to specifically focus on the availability of fantastic partners in Middle East and North Africa that can help you on this journey alongside AWS. AWS consulting partners are professional consulting or managed services firms that help customers of all types and sizes to accelerate their journey, whereas AWS technology partners provide hardware or connectivity services on AWS. These technology partners include original equipment manufacturers, the OEMs, semiconductor manufacturers, or network carriers. MENA partner network is robust and can address multiple business needs. Partners, such as AdFox, for example, know everything about cloud security patterns. ForteCloud is expert in moving SAP workloads to AWS. Zero and One partner will lead you onto the hybrid cloud journey. Citrus Consulting knows everything about AI ML. And SnapTech partner can introduce modern e-commerce solutions for your business. These are just a few examples of tens of partners you know the market and well-placed to support you. We remain committed to the region, and we will continue to enable the backbone of Middle East and North Africa economy with small and medium businesses. We'll do it the best way we can together with our partners. Please enjoy the event and remember that we're just one click away. Thank you.
I am Thomas Blood. I lead the digital innovation team for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And I'm thrilled to be here to share some of the things I've learned over the years about innovation, about being a day one company. And I'm especially thrilled to be in this audience with you all. Ahlan wa sahlan bikum, sharaftu anna, and I'm thrilled to be here. So let me dive right in. I have been a customer as well as a leader in Amazon Web Services. And what I want to share with you are some insights around this idea that we're all in the business of innovation. All of you are innovators. All of you have created something for your customers that's innovative, something that's really important for your customers to have. So this idea of innovation pulses through all of us. And important it is also to have this idea around what's my purpose? Where am I trying to go? What is the vision of my business? What are we trying to accomplish together for our customers? And it's articulating that vision that sometimes gets a little tricky. I talk to lots of customers who don't always understand or really connect the dots between what they do in their daily life, their day-to-day operations, and what the purpose of the company is, what they're trying to accomplish. So for Amazon, it's quite big, but also very simple. We want to be Earth's most customer-centric company. So that's bold, it's vast, it's a huge ambition. It's the entire planet, but it's also very precise. It's about the customer. And we're not talking about the customer sort of in the general sense. We're talking really about individual customers in their day-to-day life. What are they trying to do? What do they love doing? What are they frustrated with? How can we help them have a more successful day-to-day experience? And by listening to customers, by really paying attention to the kinds of things that they care about, we as a business have picked out the things where we can add value, where we can contribute in a meaningful way, whether that's around the grocery business or electronics or robotics or the Amazon Go experience where you go into a store, you take things off the shelf and you walk out. We call it the just walk out technology. The idea is taking the friction out of all those experiences. Rather than staying in line in the store, I can just take what I need. The store captures what I have purchased, and I don't have to deal with the checkout process, standing in line, waiting for something, for people in front of me to move forward. Delightful experience. So this is about finding the thing that customers need or want, and then building it for them. And I think this is what you all do anyway in your day-to-day operation as well. So we have a couple of core principles. One of them is this idea around customer obsession. The second one is around having a pioneering spirit. A spirit that says, I can do this, I can solve the problem, and I'm just going to roll up my sleeves and take care of it. And then, of course, a focus on the long term. We know that really big, not even really big, important work sometimes takes a little longer than we wish it would, and so we're willing to invest that time to make it happen. It's about starting with the customer and working backwards. That's what we call it. We call it the working backwards method. And I'll talk more about that in a little while. But I just want to impress upon you how important we take it that we start everything from the customer perspective and try to solve things from their point of view backwards. What's interesting about this is when we successfully solve these customer problems, it doesn't take long for that to become the new normal. Just think back in your own experience when you think about the kinds of applications you're using, your mobile devices, your home electronics, whatever it is, they become the new normal. And that actually is powerful because it means that we have an opportunity to look for other things to delight customers with. So we're always looking for the next thing that we can solve, that we can improve, that we can simplify on behalf of our customers. When you do that consistently, like Amazon has been, and I want to take a pause here and remind everyone, Amazon started as a bookstore in 1994, and it was literally a couple of rooms in a basement with doors used as table surfaces on legs that were screwed on. So it was a very scrappy, very frugal kind of operation. And we've kept that scrappiness, we've kept that frugality on purpose. So that spirit of being a startup or a small business infuses everything we do even though we're really, really big today. And it's that idea that we pay attention to the customers, we build the businesses as they emerge, and over time, we've become, of course, very, very successful. So how do we do this? How do we organize? And there are essentially 4 pillars that we think of. So the first one is culture, the second is mechanisms, the third is architecture, and the fourth is organization. How do we structure our teams? How do we work together? And I'll cover each one of these in short. Let's double click on culture. Culture, we think of as the operating system of the business. This is, typically culture emerges over time. We evolve into our culture. We have lots of written and unwritten rules. And it's the unwritten rules that sometimes are tricky to navigate. They're difficult to navigate. And so what Amazon did many years ago, is to articulate what are those unwritten rules? What are those cultural norms that define who we are? Because we wanted to make sure that we capture the essence of our business, the same way as you have, your own essence of your business in your particular country or region or place of work. And we want to make sure that we maintain that, right? It's important to us and it's important to you. So we picked out 10 originally, what we call leadership principles, that have since evolved into 14 leadership principles. And what's interesting about these, there's many things that are interesting, but one in particular is it starts with customer obsession on the one hand, and it ends with deliver results, right? Start with the customer and then deliver results for that customer. And in between are 12 more leadership principles that really articulate how we do that day to day. They're in contrast with each other. If you look at bias for action, it's about speed of execution versus diving deep, which means taking time to really analyze the details. There's a contradiction there, and that's on purpose, because we'll pick the right leadership principle for the right context. And when there is a tension, when we have something we have to do both, we will find a way to innovate to do both, right? This drives us forward. Each one of these leadership principles encapsulates a body of knowledge that we all share, we all know. Anyone on Amazon can share this and articulate this. So what I really like about these leadership principles is they're lived every day. We hire against them, we promote against them, we use them for decision making, we use them all the time. We use them in conversation with each other to articulate, to ask questions of each other. Did you really think about, ownership when you said this thing or when you prepared this plan? And it helps us be very consistent across all the places and all the regions we work in. So this is really at the heart of how we work. This is what makes us what we call a day one company. A day one company is focused on always having that innovative spirit, always as if this was the first day that we're in business. We're really trying to win the loyalty and the love and the admiration of our customers. And frankly, we want our customers to become our long-term partners. And we do this by living these principles every day. One of these is invent and simplify. The idea here is that we want to solve problems very quickly. We don't, we see a problem, we're going to find a way to innovate our way out of it. And we also accept that we might be misunderstood as we do this. For instance, when we look at the Kindle, the first Kindle, has buttons on it, it has ports on it, it has scroll bars. It's kind of funky looking, a little unusual. And it was our first, hardware book. It was an ebook. Ebooks existed, but it was the first one that we designed and brought to market. But the important part is that we had a North Star. We had a clear articulation of what we're trying to accomplish. What we really wanted to do is make sure that anybody that has such a device can download a book in 60 seconds or less. That was the revolutionary idea. That was the big idea. And we built that. And we took care of it in such a way that it was invisible to the customer, completely transparent. And then over time, of course, we listened to the customer again. We wound up building a much more elegant and more beautiful and ultimately more effective book, which is the new Kindle. The other example I want to talk about here is bias for action. Bias for action is about execution, about getting things done really quickly, about time to market. We all have great ideas, but can we execute against those and bring them into life? How do we do that? And a lot of times, in many places I've worked, many of the companies I've worked in over the last 25 years or so as an IT leader and a business leader, we spend a lot of time thinking and arguing and researching, maybe hiring a consultant, and it took all this time just to understand the problem. Today, what we do is we want to move as quickly as possible, no matter what. And so we have this idea of a one-way door versus a two-way door mental model. A one-way door is one you walk through, you cannot come back. Two-way door, of course, you can turn around and come back. Most decisions we find are like two-way doors. We can try something, we go through the door, we come back. A one-way door would be something like a very, very large investment. If we wanted to buy a new building or a fulfillment center at our scale, right, or if you're buying new equipment, you can't undo that. So you really have to think about it and make a very deliberate and very maybe long duration kind of decision process. But most decisions are two-way doors. So we can try something, we can experiment, and if it doesn't work, we can come back. We can change things, we can try again. And that allows us to go really, really fast. We wish, obviously we all wish we had perfect understanding of the things we're trying to solve. But at Amazon, we say, if we have 70% of the information we wish we had, that's good enough. And that's good enough because we have this idea that we can course correct. We can change our direction. We can pivot. We can do it, react to the market, react to the new information. And the reason we can course correct and move so fast has to do with our architecture. Our architecture evolved as our leadership principles evolved from before having a very rigid maybe structure. We had a monolithic application. It was very large. And we realized that it would take us forever to innovate on this very large monolithic application. So we broke it into tiny pieces called microservices. And each one of these microservices is small enough that we can iterate it very, very quickly in a matter of hours or days, versus a monolith, a huge application where things are interconnected in ways we don't even remember how they all connect to each other, could take months to iterate on. But if you have a small thing, looking up a customer or demonstrating a new product on a website, something like that, and you encapsulate that in a simple, small surface, we can accelerate. We can work very quickly. And importantly, if each one of these dots is an endpoint, each one of these is a service, we can iterate and develop all of them in parallel. So it's very important that what can you simplify and can we shrink things down in a way that makes it easier to work with. We also rely on a self-service culture where we provide the tooling and the data so that people can make decisions and move very quickly. We think of this as democratizing access to technology. So for instance, most companies can't really afford having a whole lot of business analysts, business intelligence, data analysts, machine learning experts, because they're really expensive and these are hard skills to come by. These are mathematicians. You can't really, it's hard to leverage those in an effective way. And these data scientists, when they're in a business, for instance, they spend a lot of time doing things that are quite routine and mundane, and they take a lot of time. So how can we simplify that? Let's provide tools that allows the really, the deep thinkers, the really expensive resources, the machine learning experts to go faster and focus on the business value. Well, we can also empower others who are not mathematicians and not machine learning experts with tooling that allows them to build applications with very sophisticated machine learning and artificial intelligence, for instance. And that's possible. That used to be a barrier to entry for companies, but you all can do that. You can leverage these services without having to be an expert. And if you need the expertise, well, then you can have tools that support those experts as well. The third one I want to talk about is mechanisms. So mechanisms are our answer to this idea that good intentions don't work. We all have good intentions. We want to do more. We want to work harder. We want to pay more attention. But the good intentions always fade over time. They disappear because other important things come up and we forget about our good intentions. Other things take the forefront of our thinking. So we take that energy, this power that's in the good intention, and wrap it into a process. And we call them mechanisms because they're more than a process. They're a way to turn input metrics into output metrics. We put a tool in the middle, typically a tool. We observe the tool. We make sure it's working properly. And then we also make sure that everyone in the business is using that mechanism, that tool, to do this effectively. Our core mechanism that I'm going to talk about today is this working backwards mechanism. And so working backwards, again, is about identifying an opportunity with a customer to say, okay, how can I make the life of my customer in whatever they're doing, and it has to be very precise, how can I make that thing easier or better or more delightful or more fun? And to do that, we write a press release and a frequently asked questions document. So we start with that customer, really try to understand and dig in. Who is that customer? What are they trying to accomplish? And then we imagine how we would solve that pain point or that hurdle or that obstacle and turn that into a beautiful thing. And we write a press release as if it already existed. We pretend it's already real. The press release is 1 page long, that's no more than that. It's very simply written so that everyone can understand what we're trying to do here. We articulate the problem, we describe the solution, we put in an imagined customer quote. We imagine what will that customer say and feel about this experience. And that document, then, we add to it the frequently asked questions portion. And the frequently asked questions is about digging into what will that customer ask us. We imagine, again, into the future, what will they ask? What do they need to know? How much does it cost? Where can I buy it? Where can I get support? How can I extend it? Those kinds of things. And then we have an internal FAQ where we answer the questions we must answer. These are the questions about, what are the dependencies? How will we market it? Who needs to be involved? How we measure success? All of that's captured in our internal FAQ. And then we add a visual portion. We bring it to life. These are simple drawings. Sometimes it could be a whiteboard, sketch. Over time we might improve it. But in the beginning, when we first get started, it's very simple just to bring it to life in our own mind's eye. That's it. We don't write requirements documents. We don't write long plans. This is the thing that we use to build everything, including Amazon Web Services also started out as such a document. Again, important to really understand who is that customer specifically, a person doing a very specific thing. What's the context? What are they trying to solve? What's their experience like? We really understand something very narrowly defined so we can articulate very clearly what that opportunity is, what the problem is that we're trying to solve. So I described these three documents. And importantly, when we write these documents, it turns out we're a writing culture. We have abandoned, I'm using PowerPoint today. We use PowerPoint for training and for purposes as such as today. But internally, when we make decisions, we don't use PowerPoint ever because PowerPoint could be, it could be presented by someone with great charisma, someone who's in the room who's really good at speaking and talking and presenting ideas without having to really dig into the details. So we've abandoned this and we use Word documents or we just write documents. And in those documents, they're never more than 6 pages. So a PRFAQ is 1 page with the FAQ attached, which could be many pages. Or we have a narrative, which is a 6-page document. And in that, we articulate very clearly, in simple language again, what we're trying to do. We have to use data and anecdotes and enrich that document as much as possible. And then we sit down in the meeting together. We read the document. We don't speak for 30 minutes in these meetings. It's a very, very strange experience. But we're just sitting together, reading the document, making notes, and then we have a very strong and robust conversation about what we just read. And the purpose of the meeting, there's 2 purposes really. One is to make a decision. But if the document isn't good enough, the other purpose is that everyone in the room is really working together to make that document stronger. We make it stronger by asking really hard questions. We're not hiding anything. We're really digging into the details. Do we really understand what we're trying to solve? Do we have data? Do we have evidence? Do we have anecdotal, stories from customers that articulate what we're trying to do? And importantly, this is a collaborative effort. So we're writing it together as a team. These documents become really, really rich and powerful. And then finally, we use how we organize, how we work together as a way to accelerate all of this. So it starts with hiring builders and pioneers. I touched on this in the very beginning. Here it is important that we're saying we want to bring people into our business who will roll up their sleeves. Of course, that's what we want. But we look for people who are also somewhat fearless. They have courage to try new things. If they see something that's wrong, they fix it. If they see a problem, they fix it. They have ownership over what they're doing. And we want them to be motivated and self-motivated without a boss having to tell them every day what to do precisely, but rather to say, you are empowered to build and solve problems. Go do that. So who are builders? Everyone in the company is a builder. You know, when you say builder, traditionally people think, well, that's a software developer or a database administrator. They are builders. But so is someone in finance. So is someone in HR. So is someone in a training team. It doesn't matter. They're all builders because they're all empowered to solve the problems on behalf of customers and each other's problems, right? We're trying to make things go faster and more easily, move more easily. So we're trying to remove friction from everything we do. That allows us to go fast. That allows us to deliver great results for our customers. We have this notion of 2 pizza teams. So 2 pizza teams are basically, we call them 2 pizza teams because it's the size of a team you could feed with, importantly, an American pizza. I live in Europe, and in Europe, this would be a 2-person team, not a 8-person team. We're talking about 8 to 10 people. They have ownership over what they do. They own, something that can be understood, their domain, the problem space they're working in, and they develop the solutions. And they have decision-making authority within the thing that they're working on. We want to remove the delays that it takes to ask permission from the boss and the boss's boss and so on, just by treating every one of these teams almost as if they were their own mini startup. They have ownership, which means they have responsibility. If something breaks, they have to fix it. But they have autonomy, and they can make decisions up to a point. Well, we'll put in guardrails to make sure that we're not, violating any legal requirements or security requirements. But within those guardrails, they have great freedom to solve problems as they see fit, in the interest of helping customers and in the interest of doing it quickly. Another part of this is that we want everyone in the business, everyone in the company, every last employee to experiment. So what does that mean, experiment? We think of it as science. In science, we have a hypothesis, and then we prove or disprove that hypothesis. We build experiments to prove something or to disprove something. We do the same thing with our business hypotheses. So everything we do starts as an experiment. When we write one of these press releases or a narrative, we have to explain how will we test it? How will we prove our assumptions? Then we build those tests, and they can be small, right? They could be with a small group of people or a small segment. We try it, we figure out what we can learn, and then we move on. But very, very important when we do that is that sometimes it goes wrong. In fact, most experiments fail. It's like science, right? Most things don't quite work out the way we think, and so we have to rethink it. This leads us to really encourage people to lean in making mistakes. It's okay to make mistakes. We encourage it. So this is a letter to the shareholder from 2015 that Jeff Bezos writes. He writes these every year. They're great, and they're all online, so you can read them, and they have really nice gems of insight and information in them. But this one is important because it's about making mistakes, about saying, I'm going to experiment with something, and it could go horribly wrong, and I'm going to learn something as a consequence. I think of it as if you're learning a language, and I suspect all of you speak multiple languages. When you learn that other language, we all make mistakes. The people we speak with chuckle and laugh maybe, because maybe we said something awkward or embarrassing, but it's always good-natured. The people around us then come back to us and they say, this is how you actually say that the right way, and we learn. So this is about learning, right? So when we experiment, when we try something and it fails, that's okay, as long as we learn from it, and as long as we move then in the right direction towards a better solution. To summarize this is all about this idea that we try lots and lots of experiments. Everyone in the company is encouraged to try things. Everyone, you all know what could be done better. Everyone in your company knows something that could be done better. Okay, so build an experiment and try to make it better. Do something small, simple, or not simple, but do something to experiment and try it out. And then if it doesn't work, learn whatever the lesson is. That's what we do. We learn whatever the lesson is, and then we pivot, we try it again, and over again. And over time, we have a couple of really good victories, a couple of really good successes that finance all the other experiments. Maybe we have 80 or 90% of the things we try don't work out. It's okay, because again, it's about learning as fast and as quickly as we can on behalf of our customers. So it's all about removing the friction from the system. What can we simplify? What can we make easier for each other, for our customers, for our partners, for the people we work with, the stakeholders? Whenever there's a bump in the road, an obstacle or hurdle, we try to figure out a way to get rid of it. In fact, we think of time delays, things that slow us down. We think of them as a defect, like a bug in the system, and we have to remove it. So same with innovation, right? We have to enable, and this is what we do, we enable everyone in the company to be an innovator. We give them the tooling, we give them the self-service, we have this democratization of access to tools and services, and we empower them, and then we get out of the way. And the result of that is magical. When we do this in Amazon, every day, amazing things come to the market that solve real problems in the world. And it happens because we have this way of thinking and this way of removing obstacles from everyone's lives. This is the competitive advantage, the ability to act, to react to the market, to be agile, to be nimble. And so a day one company is one that encompasses all of those things. We're always looking, how can we solve problems today? A day two company is one that is stuck in the past and cannot move and is stuck with her tradition. And there's lots and lots of examples of very large companies in the last 100 years that have not been able to be nimble and agile. And those companies, sadly, are no longer with us, right? They have disappeared. So for us, it's important to be agile, to be able to help our customers constantly, and to have this competitive edge by being quick. And this is true, doesn't matter what size company it is, this is true for all of you as well. How can you move quickly to help your customers? And when you help your customers, you help your business. I'll stop here. I have a couple of books that I would like to recommend to you. These are books that some of my colleagues, former enterprise strategists, and the digital innovation team have found very useful. So I offer them to you as another place to look for inspiration and thoughts. And with that, I thank you so much for your attention. I wish I could be with you in person. Inshallah, I will return to the Middle East and we can do this together. But this time I had to be far, far away in Europe. So I bid you farewell. I hope to see you soon. And with that, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thanks.
Hi, and welcome to the 2021 Middle East and North Africa Conclaves event. My name is Ahmed Mazloum, and I'm honored and it's a pleasure for me to be here with you. Today, we are joined by two special guests. Let me introduce Wael Al-Arraj, who's the DevOps and Data Manager at BSpin Middle East and North Africa. Hello, Wael, and thank you for being with us.
Marhaba. Hi, Ahmed. Hi, Ibrahim. My name is Wael Al-Arraj. I'm a head of DevOps and Data in BSpin Global. I'm a technology geek for like 16 years, started my career in telecom, and I joined BSpin Global in 2016. Since then, has been a heavy user and consultant for the cloud. I hold 6 AWS certifications and other industry leader certifications.
Thanks a lot, Wael. It's a pleasure to have you with us today. And now I would like to introduce Ibrahim Abdulmati, the head of e-commerce at Ibrahim Qureshi Perfumes. Hi, Ibrahim, and thank you for being with us and joining us today.
Hi, Ahmed. Hi, Wael. Thank you. For the last 7 years, I have been an e-commerce manager at Ibrahim Qureshi Perfume, Cheffinity Cosmetics, and a service store, building and leading e-commerce and digital marketing team to increase the online and offline sales. I have 12 years experience in digital marketing and e-commerce. I have built more than 30 e-commerce websites in the last 5 years from A to Z. Currently, I'm working in Ibrahim Al-Qurashi as a head of e-commerce since 2017.
Thanks a lot, Ibrahim. We really appreciate your time with us. And I would like to ask, if you don't mind, can you tell us more about your business and what are your future aspirations?
Regarding my business, Ibrahim Al-Qurashi company in Saudi Arabia since 60 years ago until now. We have more than 60 branches in the GCC, and we are planning to expand into European and American market very soon. Ibrahim Al-Qurashi started building the e-commerce website 10 years ago, and every day we have new updates because we are trying as much as we can to be updated through mobile application or through the website, to be up to date with all new features in the e-commerce world.
Super. Thanks a lot, Ibrahim, for sharing. Those are insightful information that we can reflect on and understand how the business is working, so the flow of the conversation and our audience understands how we go about this. Well, how does that align with your team's technical skills and the current market needs that you see, based on what you have heard from Ibrahim?
First of all, Csvm Global specialized in retail workloads on AWS. We've been supporting retailers in the Middle East and proud ourselves as being a partner of choice for the two programs. Today, with e-commerce websites becoming a primary channel, retailers' requirement for the cloud, DevOps, big data, security is increasing massively. And they are looking for a trusted MSP that can support them in this journey. And here where Csvm Global comes into the picture.
Ibrahim, before going to AWS, can you tell us more about the challenges you were facing and what motivated you to solve them?
Okay. Usually, we build our ads campaign with a high budget. So most of our advertising campaign are through celebrities and artists on Snapchat and other social media. So we don't have control to stop this kind of campaigns if we start. So a lot of users on Snapchat see our videos ads and then swipe up to redirect them to our website. That's why sometimes 10,000 visitors hit our website all at once at the same time, which can temporarily overload server. And then we're getting a server errors like 504 bad gateway or 502. And as you know, if you have e-commerce website and your e-commerce fell down due to huge traffic, you will lose a lot of sales in addition what was paid for advertising campaign.
So, well, after what you've heard from Ibrahim, how did BSpin handle Ibrahim Al-Qurashi's challenges?
Yeah, using AWS well-architected framework and AWS native security services, we could enhance the security of the website, end-to-end security. And then when the scaling comes to handle the demand of the high traffic, especially during promotion days. On top of that, we migrated the environment into an amazing AWS Aurora, which provided more and more in terms of performance. After all of that, we look into the DevOps area as a customer need to accelerate their offering by pushing a new version while ensuring the site stability. And from cost management perspective, Csvm Global onboarded Ibrahim Al-Qurashi on Ops Now. It's in-house solution for cost management and optimization. As Csvm Global is a certified AWS partner, we are managing also their bills and payment.
Super. Thanks a lot for sharing really helpful insights. Ibrahim, how did AWS integrate into your business? And how did the business benefit, if you can share any metric with us?
Okay, Ahmed. Ibrahim Al-Qurashi understood the urgency of enhancing the performance of their platform to meet business expectations and goals, to ensure a steady flow of content deployment, a dramatic improvement in the DevOps CI/CD process is now put in place using AWS Code Pipe and AWS Code Deploy. So with all these new advances, Bispin worked on increasing security level and encrypted infrastructure from approximately 70% on AWS Security Hub to 95% using Amazon Detective, Amazon Guard Duty, and AWS System Manager. A migration of their DNS from another provider to Amazon Route 53 was performed and network restrictions were put in place. With help of Bispin Global's team, Ibrahim Al-Qurashi has improved their availability and storage using Amazon Elastic File System EFS and optimized auto-scaling by AWS Autoscale. Succeeding in all these solutions provided, Ibrahim Al-Qurashi is now able to focus on the core aspect of their business and not worry about the maintenance of their infrastructure moving forward.
Super. Thanks a lot for sharing, Ibrahim. So, well, based on what I heard from Ibrahim, scalability was an important factor of going to the cloud in order to meet the high demand that the traffic that comes from the traffic part. So, can you tell us more about the implementation process and post-implementation phase?
Yeah, we started with onboarding to the MSP, a lot of discovery sessions, gap analysis, roadmap, following AWS well-architected framework. Then the first stage was security tuning, micro-segmentation, compliance validation, traffic overview, end-to-end encryption, auditing, all of those stuff. And on top of that, we added Datadog for infrastructure, APM, and log monitoring. Then we turned into the auto-scaling, and this is where previously they had a problem, like with more and more promotions, the site was not stable and not accepting more and more connections. So we worked a lot with the team, with the Ibrahim Al-Qurashi team, to build a clean golden image where all of the security stuff are uploaded. There is no credentials related to user data on the system. We built the auto-scaling group. On top of that, Ibrahim Al-Qurashi team wanted a good tool to deploy massively into their, deploy small chunks into the website instead of having a huge of new changes to be deployed. But the old way of deployment has a lot of issues. The deployment time was so long, it caused a lot of downtime. And here where we migrated the deployment process from another third-party tool into AWS native DevOps tools and services. The last but not least was migrating into the awesome AWS Aurora, which provided more and more performance enhancement that could save the site stability and provide more insights into what is going on in the database.
So, Ibrahim, as a closing remark, what would you like to share of key takeaways after leveraging AWS so that others can benefit from them?
Yes, Ahmed. Actually, with Bispin Global, we made a lot of changes in current environment, but I can mention 3 points, the most important in this project. The first one, the cost optimization. We reduced the cost of Amazon, of AWS, maybe more than 50% within 2 months. Second, we make the deployment more easier. Before we were using Jenkins, and we moved from Jenkins to code pipeline. Before the deployment, it's take more than 15 minutes. Now it's take less than 2 minutes. Third, we are able to handle more traffic on our e-commerce, because as you know, if your e-commerce website falls down due to huge traffic, you will lose a lot of sales. In addition, what you bid for advertisement campaign.
Thanks a lot for sharing, Ibrahim. So, well, on a final note, what would you like to say to other businesses facing the same challenges similar to this project?
I would like to say that choosing AWS as your cloud provider and having a trusted and experienced cloud MSP will accelerate your market reach. And that will also provide you with the confidence that your infrastructure of your digital transformation serves your growth and also the customer requirements.
Super. And I would like to thank you, Wael and Ibrahim, for taking the time to participate in the Conclave's panel discussion and sharing your thoughts with us. For our audience listening to us now, thank you for joining, and please stay tuned for our breakout sessions that will be filled with information and insights to help your business grow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to AWS Conclave Middle East and North Africa. I want to thank you for taking this time and investing it with us, and I hope that you find the time spent extremely useful. If we think about the last 1.5 years, the world has experienced a truly black swan event, something we never imagined that we will experience in our lifetime, where every activity that we are used to had come to a grinding halt. And during this period, if you come to think of it, there were two thoughts which were top of the mind of every customer. One was, how to optimize the cost. Every customer was thinking one way or the other, how to make the best of the technologies to help reduce cost. And the second one was how to navigate to a scenario and ensure continuity of their businesses. Now, under the backdrop of such a huge crisis, we have seen companies that had invested in good digital technologies already could seamlessly navigate and ensure business continuity in the new scenario. The others who were not as ready could also navigate to this new reality thanks to the platform and the technologies available on demand. Now, we all know AWS has invested for years together now on creating a world-class platform with the broadest set of tools to help customers go through this digital journey. And along with AWS, Redington and the partner ecosystem today are also investing in making sure that we can accelerate our customers' journey into the cloud, be it cloud advisory, to application migration, to application refactoring to make them cloud native, be it data science, analytics, AI, ML, creating a database, data warehouse, or a data lake on the cloud, adopting all the next stage technology, and so on and so forth. We are there to help our customers and partner with them in this digital journey. Not only are we helping our customers to adopt this platform as best as it can be and making sure that they make the best of the platform, use all the tools and ammunitions effectively that has been provided by AWS. We are also helping them manage this infrastructure on the cloud post adoption in the form of managed services. Redington has also invested in a platform that can actually help customers optimize cloud usage and constant monitoring. We help in securing the infrastructure on the cloud along with our partner ecosystem. I think you will get to hear a lot more in a lot more detail in the rest of the conclave. I want to thank you again for making this time to invest with us, and I hope that you will make the best use of the conclave. And beyond that, we are just email, a phone call away. We are committed to helping our customers make the best use of this brilliant platform and help them fast track their journey into the digital world. Thank you once again. Welcome to the conclave and hope you have a great day.
Welcome to our next session for the day. My name is Anand Prem and I'm the Business Development Manager for Trackmycloud at Redington. Redington Gulf is one of the largest enterprise technology distributors in the Middle East and Africa. We've been helping organizations with their IT requirements for over 2 decades. At Redington Value, over the past year, we've transacted with over 2,650 partners across 70 enterprise technology brands. We are the primary AWS distributor in the region, helping grow the channel ecosystem and create additional value for our end customers. Currently, we are servicing AWS partners and customers in the Persian Gulf, Egypt, and Levant. We have 15 AWS team members to help our partners and customers in these regions, over 90 AWS partners, over 480 AWS customers, and a year-on-year growth of 235%. Now, Redington helps AWS partners and subsequently their customers with localized in-country billing, along with consulting and other services related to AWS. Now, as we've run our cloud practice, we've realized that we can help our partners and customers even more by introducing critical tools to help organizations run their cloud infrastructure even better. Introducing Trackmycloud. This is Redington's cloud management platform that we've introduced for AWS partners and customers. To dive deeper into this, I'm going to hand it over to Dhruv, our head partner manager for Trackmycloud.
Hello all. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you AWS team for including us in the event. We are Trackmycloud, Redington Gulf's intelligent cloud management platform. My name is Dhruv. I'm a head partner manager for Trackmycloud team. In this session, we would brief you on the importance of having cloud management platform from the partner perspective as well as from the end customer perspective. We will split this session in 2 major parts. Firstly, we would brief you about Trackmycloud, its important benefits, and how it helps in keeping good governance and generating more ROI. In the latter part, we will deep dive into product demonstration and will try to give you the look and feel of the platform. The moment you start your cloud journey, having the control over your cloud infrastructure becomes critical. As the cloud workload scales up, having a single solution which can help you to manage, govern your cloud infrastructure is the need of an hour. And that is why we have come up with the Trackmycloud platform to help you in the same regards. As the cloud infrastructure scales up, the cloud bill also increases significantly. Now, most of this increased cost is due to the fact that major chunk of the increased cost is due to the wastage resources lying unnoticed in the infrastructure. It is estimated that up to 30% of the cloud spending goes into wastage resources, and it is difficult to keep continuous track of the same wastage resources as well. So, having a CMP helps you keep continuous monitoring or alerting on the amount of wastages into your infrastructure. The conventional tools offered by OEMs are not that capable as it comes with certain challenges. The major one is being lack of granularity. Technical teams need to have a track of the resources if those resources are getting utilized optimally or not. Also, the finance and other non-IT teams must route through IT teams to get certain reports and accesses. Security and other governance reports need to be generated from IT team only. All these challenges can be overcome by Trackmycloud cloud management platform. Now, the most important question, why Trackmycloud? So, out of many reasons, we will cite 3 major ones. Firstly, you can directly add 20% to your bottom line. We can confidently say so because we know that there will be multiple areas where you remove wastages and can cut down your cloud spending through our cost optimization module. Secondly, we can help you improving your engineering team's efficiency as much as by 30%. This is because most of the mundane and repetitive tasks such as switching on-off on workloads, taking backups, cleaning up dead workloads, tagging, etc. are done by IT teams, and this can be automated through our automation module as well. This helps in eliminating the factor of human error as well, right? And last and important, We help bringing teams together. That is our main agenda. We have separate modules suitable for different teams like IT, finance, security, sales, etc. And on top of that, we can have CXO level customized dashboards as well. IT teams can have required granularity on infra. Finance team can set up and govern the multiple cost centers. CXO can automatically receive decision-making reports. It is evident that the FinOps, or as it is widely called cost optimization, is obviously the major contributing factor in the top cloud initiatives taken by any organization. So, in a nutshell, what is Trackmycloud? It is an intelligent, fully automated SaaS-based cloud management platform which gives you 360-degree visibility on a granular level. It also gives you intelligent and actionable recommendation in the likes of cost optimization, security, tagging, and alerting. Trackmycloud helps you manage, optimize, secure, automate the cloud infrastructure. Along with that, the CMP gives you the multi-team involvement based on the functions as well. Let's talk about the functionalities of the platform. We have 6 modules in the Trackmycloud platform. We start with the cloud visibility module, which gives you 360-degree overview of your cloud cost. It also offers a real-time asset management section called inventory. Second and most widely used module is cost optimization. We have our own 4-step framework to save on your cloud cost. Third, we have cost allocation section where you can set up your own tagging configuration. You can have automated tagging, and most importantly, it's a two-way integration module with your infra and with the Trackmycloud platform. Next, we have automation module, so all the repetitive tasks can be automated and the IT team's efficiency can be increased from here. And here, the scope of human error also gets eliminated. We also have dedicated module to monitor the security and health of your infrastructure. We have more than 1,000 checkpoints, and we consider the likes of GDPR, HIPAA, ISO 27001, Trusted Advisor, CSA, etc. to make sure your infra is compliant according to those compliances. And lastly, we have dedicated governance and reporting section where you can set up a custom health or budget alerts. You can schedule or automate automated reports, and here you will be able to create a custom dashboards as well. This is the homepage of Trackmycloud portal. We have 3 major insights here. This will give you the eagle's eye view of your cloud consumption. You will have a service-wise breakup of the cost, time series breakup, and then region-wise breakup of the cost incurred over the period of this particular time. And you can select any date range from here, and you can select a particular day for which you want to analyze the data for. Right. We have an advanced set of filters where you can segregate this data based on filtering criteria such as account IDs, regions, services, and importantly, you can select any tagging configuration that you have set up. For example, any environment or any department tags that you want to analyze the data for. You can get an hourly or daily level of granularity from here. Right. So this is just a homepage. If at any moment, if you feel that particular insight is useful for you, you can download those reports in Excel, CSV, and PDF format. Right? All those reports and all those widgets are downloadable in these 3 formats. Right. Now, coming to cloud visibility section. Right. So, cloud visibility has 4 major modules: cost monitoring, utilization, inventory, and topology. Cost monitoring deals with the granularity of the cost that has been consumed for different services that offered by AWS. So for example, suppose you want to analyze the data for ST or EBS or EC2, you just have to go into that particular services and you will get a granularity of the cost consumed by those particular services, right? The granularity that I was talking about is you can have an instance ID level of detailed cost breakup, right? Which instance ID or which resource ID has consumed what cost and what is the corresponding utilization for that particular resource ID, right? Coming back to multi-cloud multi-account page, this will basically give you the detailed breakup of all those account IDs that has been attached into your infrastructure, right? Then we have a cost center overview, which basically give you the tagged and untagged distribution of the cost, right? This will help you to track down how much of your particular service is untagged and how much of that particular service is tagged, right? This will also help you to get a chargeback reports as well. Right. And lastly but not the least, we have a data transfer page which will give you the detailed breakup of outbound and inbound cost incurred by a particular resource ID. So this is the cost monitoring section. Then we have a utilization section which will help you to track down the CPU, memory, or network utilization of those particular resources. right? You can track down minimum, maximum or average utilization, and you can set up those kind of alerts as well from here, right? And this is for EC2. You can have those kind of utilization reports for RDS, Elasticcache and DynamoDB as well, right? Then we have an inventory section which will basically deal with the real-time analysis of your infrastructure. So this entire section gives you the real-time snapshot of your infrastructure, how much of the resources are running, how much resources are in stop stage, whether any RIs are retired. All those real-time information can be gathered from this particular section, right? So this was the cloud visibility section. Now let's jump to cost optimization section. Now cost optimization section, we have segregated this optimization into 4 steps. We will start with the wastage tracker. Now wastage tracker will have the detailed analysis of all those resources which are either unattached or unassociated, or which are having low consumption. Like, so for example, low disk utilization, low CPU utilization, or the resources which are not at all attached to any other resources, that will get down in this particular section, and corresponding savings will be shown here, right? If you give us a contributor access, you can directly delete those resources or unattached resources from this Trackmycloud portal as well, right? But provided you give us a right access for that, right? Then once we remove all those wastages, we will move to the right sizing part. After removing all the wastages into your infrastructure, right sizing gives you upgrade and downgrade recommendation by analyzing historical uses on the parameters of CPU, memory, network and IOPS utilization, right? This can also be customized based on your use cases, right? And you can get recommendation based on average utilization, peak utilization and all those kind of stuff, right? If you click on any recommendation, you will see a multiple options available there. So it's up to you how much of savings that you want to do, and then which are the recommendation that you actually want to implement into your infrastructure. Then after right sizing, you can come back to long-term savings. Long-term recommendations allow you to explore all the different permutation and combination that AWS offers. RI recommendations are given by analyzing at least 1 month of your on-demand uses, right? You can change that time period from here for how many months of data that you want to analyze and give this console to, right? And accordingly this recommendation will change, right? So once you purchase this RIs, you also need to make sure that those RIs are getting utilized properly, right? So RI utilization will give you whether those purchased RIs are getting utilized properly or not, right? And we also have other kind of recommendations like savings plan or compute savings plan. Now this tag management section consists of the 3 major parts. Overview. Here you can set up your own tagging configuration. For example, suppose you want to make sure that your department or environment tag is applied across all your EC2 instances, right? And you want to get notified the moment anyone launches in EC2 instance and does not follow that particular tagging configuration, right? So you can set up that kind of tagging configuration, and here you can track down whether that particular tagging configuration is getting followed or not, right? So here you can get that kind of alerting, and from here itself you can add, update or delete those kind of tags, right? You can automate that tagging process as well if you want. Security and health. Now this section consists of the modules where we make sure that your infrastructure is compliant according to these many global compliances that are there, right? So the overview page, this page will show you an overall picture of how compliant your infrastructure looks like based on the parameters set up by these many global compliances like GDPR, HIPAA, ISO 27001, Trusted Advisor and many more, right? So this is just the first page, and then another insight in the security audit. This section suggests best practices that needs to be followed to be compliant. For example, enabling MFA in your account, right? You can also filter the compliances and severity, right? So that the checks can be displayed according to your use cases, right? Suppose you only want to track down based on the ISO 27001 compliance or CSA for that matter, you can filter it accordingly. And suppose you only want to track down the critical checks that are there, you can do that as well. Trackmycloud automation offers scheduling, optimization, security, backup, and provisioning, which helps in increasing engineering teams' efficiency by proactively handling their redundant tasks. Now in this section, you can set up your own custom reports. You can email, schedule, or download those reports according to the set filtering criteria according to your own use cases, right? You can set up certain health alerts, that is specifically related to optimization or tagging or security related inquiries, right? The moment anything goes in a critical stage, you can get those kind of alerting from here. You can set up certain budget alerts based on department, account IDs, or any user for that matter. You can set up those kind of alerts, and here in a single click of button, you can enable or disable those kind of thresholds, right? You can set up custom budget alerts for a particular day, particular week, or any custom day for that matter. Now lastly, coming back to settings module, suppose you are using any of these ITSM tools, we can integrate that into Trackmycloud portal, right? So that your customer doesn't face any challenges while creating any tickets, and you can have a proper track of your ITSM tools as well, right? And then we have a user access and then customer access modules, where you can create n number of users across your organization, and you can give the limited accesses or roles to that particular user. So for example, finance team will have only access to cost monitoring module, whereas IT team will be having a security module, and some team might have all the access, right? You can create those kind of policies from here, and similarly you can create customer access for your end customers, and you can create similar kind of policies like user policies from here as well.
Thank you, Akshay, for walking us through how AWS customers and partners could use Trackmycloud to better manage their AWS infrastructure. Trackmycloud is available through your preferred AWS consulting partner. You can also reach out to us directly and book a demo. We also offer a 30-day free trial where we will see to it that you get the value out of Trackmycloud. Just drop an email to trackmycloud@reddingtongulf.com that you'd like to book a demo, and we'll schedule it for you. That's trackmycloud@reddingtongulf.com. I'll repeat, trackmycloud@reddingtongulf.com. Thank you very much for joining us today. Hope you have a great day ahead.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for taking time to join us on this AWS Conclave event. My name is Dan Sidambaram. I'm a director for client success at Citrus Consulting Services. Citrus is an AWS advanced consulting partner headquartered here in Dubai. We cover the entire Middle East and Africa as a market. We have offices, sales and technical personnel across all the major markets across Middle East and Africa as a region. Today, we will cover why forecasting and forecasting it accurately is important, and some of the common challenges customers face with forecasting today, how you can leverage AWS Amazon Forecast to overcome those challenges. We'll also talk about a success story from here in the UAE and some of the best practices, and we'll also talk about how you can get started within your organization. So, what is demand forecasting? In the world of chaos, we need to be able to predict the future outcomes with a reasonable accuracy to run a business successfully. We all know that forecasting is about predicting the future using computer science. It is an essential function for businesses today. And in fact helps them to make better informed decisions based on the past historical data. It helps them to quantify the business strategy and track them in the form of KPIs. And forecast is not something that's confined to any specific domain. It is something that can be applied across all industries. Forecasting as a technique has been around for a while. It can be applied, like I said, it can be applied to any industry, any use cases, wherever we have time series data with sufficient quantity. And in fact, forecasting as a technique has evolved over a period of time. The methods have gone from using simple moving average to using statistical models like ARIMA or ETS. And today we use more sophisticated methods and deep learning techniques to predict with reasonably good accuracy. So why accurate forecasting is important in today's trend? Forecasting is not about planning at the beginning of the year for budgets and resources allocation. The real purpose of forecasting is about deploying capital and resources at the right time with the right quantity to achieve better results, whether it is to do with inventory planning or workforce planning or capacity planning or even financial planning. It's a key competitive edge an enterprise should have to build a predictable business and have a guaranteed success. Accurate forecasting is a kind of a core requirement for all industries and for all departments within an enterprises today. For example, maintaining adequate inventory based on accurately predicted demand can help you avoid overstocking and locking your capital. Imagine a scenario where you're left with huge aging inventory because of poor forecasting, and how powerful and important and accurate forecasting would be in that situation. So what are the challenges in forecasting today? If you look at most of the enterprises, people in enterprises uses everything from Excel spreadsheets to complex financial planning software to help them generate and visualize forecasts. But oftentimes the accuracy remains kind of a rare thing. Moreover, a lot of these products only offer point forecasts, and they don't give, really give you an idea of a confidence interval for your forecast. So what I mean by that is, let's say if I want to ask a question, 80% of the time, do I expect my true demand between certain lower value and a certain higher value? It's not possible with some of these tools today. In fact, by specifying an upper bound and a lower bound and generating a probabilistic forecast, you can tune the forecast results to your business needs to make sure that you don't miss any opportunities or you don't waste any resources by over forecasting. Things like these are largely missing in the traditional forecasting methods today. Whether you're using a sophisticated software for planning or even simple Excel spreadsheet. Now, if you were to build a forecast model on your own, and achieving accuracy is one of the biggest challenge, and then maintaining the accuracy level over a period of time is even more challenging. Some of the other challenges are data set related. For example, you have large data set, but with irregular intervals. Like you have a huge gap between two data points in your time series data, and you're forced to do a manual or an artificial data imputation to generate data for the missing dates. This introduces errors and accuracy challenges into your model. These are challenges that are unique to certain businesses. For example, you're launching a new product. How do I do the forecasting when I have little or no historical data? This is what we call as a cold start problem in the machine learning parlance. So how Amazon Forecast can help you solve some of those challenges with forecasting? One of the best ways to explain the power of Amazon Forecast is by giving you the Amazon.com story. Amazon.com as a marketplace carries a vast selection of products that runs into hundreds of millions today, and they ship millions of products over to more than 100 countries worldwide at a very competitive price. This is all possible because of inventory and supply chain optimization that they've been able to achieve, and partly because of how well they're able to forecast accurately. In fact, when Amazon started doing forecasting in early 2000s, they were using traditional statistical methods like ARIMA and ETS. These methods work well for everyday items like detergents and shampoos, or even seasonal items like sweaters and umbrellas. But as the business grew, the complexity and the business nuances and even the customer behavior kind of evolved. This is where the traditional approaches starts to fail because customers became sensitive to price and the demand were kind of like varying from region to region. So Amazon started adding sales and promotions, regional holidays and seasonal data as a metadata to their existing forecasting models. This significantly improved the accuracy. But in fact, the demand forecasting as we know today came after the introduction of deep learning techniques like Deep AR Plus and CNNQR, the convolutional neural networks. With these algorithms, they're now able to launch new use cases. For example, predicting demand for a product that have not yet been launched, or predicting demand for products that don't have a lot of demand in the market. and they come with a very sparse data. So things like these, helped Amazon.com to improve its forecast accuracy and meet customers' demands more effectively. All of these learnings and developments over a period of 25 years are now available in the form of Amazon Forecast for AWS customers. Amazon Forecast is a managed demand forecasting as a service. So that means you don't have to provision any servers. You don't have to build your own machine learning model from scratch. Best of all, you pay only for what you use. You can securely manage all the data that you bring to Amazon Forecast for the purpose of demand forecasting, and you can even keep them encrypted using customer managed keys with AWS KMS. The way it works is you can import your time series data and other associated data into Amazon Forecast from your Amazon S3 bucket. You can point the Amazon Forecast to a CSV file or even an S3 bucket directly. From there, Amazon Forecast automatically loads the data, inspects it, and identifies the key attributes needed for forecasting. It then trains and optimizes your custom model and hosts them in a highly available environment where it can be used to generate your business forecasts. Now let's talk about a real customer use case from here in UAE. The customer is in the supply chain and distribution business, and they distribute a wide variety of products, anywhere from servers, software, consumer electronics, and lifestyle products. And they have presence across the Middle East, including UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, and Egypt. So for this engagement, we took a unique challenge for the Amazon Forecast implementation. We took a specific brand of a mobile phone category, and there were over 500 plus SKU for this particular brand that came with different colors, different specifications, and whatnot. So one of the unique characteristics of this selection is that the SKUs have a limited shelf life. You know how new models come out each year and the old models from the previous year gets phased out. So for this particular brand, customer wanted a forecasting solution that can take into factors like cold start, aging inventory, historical sales wherever the data is available, and other features like market operating price, marketing activities, and social sentiment data. So how did we go about with this project, and how did we succeed? For a project like these, we need good domain knowledge and machine learning expertise. Luckily, as Citrus, we were able to provide them both for this customer. We have a strong supply chain and distribution domain expertise, and for machine learning, our data science team employed algorithms like Deep AR Plus to solve the cold start problem. Different teams, from Citrus came together to make this a successful engagement. In fact, we had our data engineering team who worked on bringing the data from SAP, Salesforce, and Excel spreadsheets. And they also did a lot of data engineering work to clean up the source data and create a target data set for Amazon Forecast to consume. Our data science team configured the Amazon Forecast to use the cleansed data and trained the model to generate reasonably accurate predictions. Our automation team, using Amazon step functions and Lambda functions, they built an automation pipeline to automate the end-to-end process, including the model training once every 2 weeks and storing the historically predicted data, so it can be reused, during the model training, and also do a transfer learning. Our application team developed a very intuitive web application. This allowed the business users with no knowledge on machine learning whatsoever to intuitively interact with the Amazon Forecast models and generate predictions and even perform what-if analysis. So as an outcome of this engagement, customer now has a great tool that allows them to predict the demand more accurately and plan for the inventory and the pricing in a better way. Overall, they're able to reduce their inventory cost by 15% and increase their overall profitability by 18% for that particular brand, all within a few months of investments in building this end-to-end forecasting solution. With this new forecasting solution, customer can predict the seasonality much better, can predict the performance of various customer segments and the regional locations. They can predict how various features of the product influences the sales, how market sentiment impacts the sales, and which SKU will end up in an aging inventory and which ones will not. Now that they have an end-to-end platform and a fully functional forecasting model, it's just a matter of weeks for them to start onboarding more and more use cases and deliver more and more value to their business and eventually to their end customers. Many customers are thinking, machine learning and forecasting projects are not for us, and it's not our cup of tea. But in many cases, it's not true because this is the competitive edge a business can have to outperform their competition. This notion of not for us generally stems from the complexity and the higher cost in implementing a forecasting solution. And this is where competent AWS partners like us help customers to go through the journey and have a wonderful experience throughout the journey. So if you're thinking, okay, what's next? How do I get started? Our response to that would be it is very much possible in 3 simple steps. Good news is that with Amazon Forecast, it's really simple to get started because you don't have to set up a complex infrastructure or deploy a super expensive software, nor do you have to spend a lot of time to build or train the models from scratch. So the entry barrier, be it cost or effort, is extremely low. Amazon Forecast provides a pre-trained model. So you just need to tune or retune the model with your data until you achieve the desired results. An engagement like this will generally start with consultation, where we understand the challenges and look at the amount of data you have, followed by what we call a rapid assessment workshop, where our data scientists, business analysts, and business users from the customer side all come together and define the goal or goals. Understand the data in detail and other data features, define the success criteria for the next step, which is usually proof of value. And in step 3, it is always a proof of value exercise. Usually goes anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks, where our data scientists and data engineers take the data, put it onto the forecasting model, and get the results, compare it against your historical data, and see if the results are accurate or not. It will be an iterative process until we achieve the desired outcome, but usually, it ends in 1 to 4 weeks. At the end of the POV exercise, you will get to know if it makes sense for your organization or not. If it all makes sense, going to production is fairly easy. With that positive note, I'll conclude here. Again, thank you very much for taking time today and listening so far. Our contact details are here. We look forward to hearing from you and enjoy the rest of the event.
Good day to all of you. I thank you for your presence today for this presentation on AWS Edge Services. And we will start off with a very brief introduction to Integra technologies, followed by a few slides on what services on the edge means and what are the drivers for adoption of edge computing. We will then discuss the edge services offered by AWS in some detail, followed by some real-world case studies. Please feel free to ask any questions in the chat window or by email, which will be on the concluding slide, and we will get back to you as soon as possible. Integra Technologies is a cloud technology company based in Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. We were founded in 2006 with a focus on open source technology solutions for enterprises and quickly grew to dominate the enterprise Linux and open source market in the region. We are an AWS Advanced partner for both commercial enterprises and the public sector, with core focus on DevOps, security, migrations, and services at the edge. Being AWS Service Delivery Program members for AWS WAF and AWS CloudFront is a testament to our capabilities for providing edge services to our customers. Our team is entirely local and is based in the Dubai Silicon Oasis. We are a well-architected program member as well. You can visit www.integratech.ae to get more information, and contact information is provided on the concluding slide as well. So what exactly is edge computing? Edge computing can be defined as moving compute, data, and storage to the edge of the internet, closer to users or devices. So this translates to decentralized execution, moving it away from the public cloud, but in proximity to the source of the data now. Content can also be delivered to the users from the edge. This leads to increased speed of delivery. However, the edge can also be used to upload data from the users. High-speed pipes connect edge locations to cloud regions, making data upload from an end-user perspective entirely local. However, the edge is still controlled centrally. It's just that the processing happens closer to the source of data. This helps in many ways. It means that there is better user experiences around, application performance increases, and any regulatory compliance standards are adhered to as well. The edge also helps in completely disconnected environments. It provides compute and data capabilities for applications like image, speech, or facial recognition, or air and water quality analysis and system logging, where connectivity is not always available back to the internet. Once connectivity is restored, the data can be transferred to the cloud for further processing. Let's see how edge computing looks like with some examples. We will have three scenarios. 1. A vehicle fleet that requires telemetry to be processed. 2. We will consider a financial institution with sensitive data, much of which needs to be within the country due to government regulations. Finally, we will also consider users accessing streaming video as well as video on demand. Without the capabilities the edge provides, any data that has to be uploaded to the cloud or any content that users would like to access would be a rather slow process. AWS provides a number of services that helps process data at the edge. AWS IoT Greengrass is a service you could run in your vehicle in a system on chip, receiving vehicle and GPS data locally, processing it, and then uploading it to the cloud for storage or for further processing at defined intervals. In the second scenario, AWS Outposts is ideal for workloads that require low latency access to on-premise systems, local data processing or residency requirements, and migration of applications with local system interdependencies. It is a fully managed service from AWS that provides compute, databases, and other resources inside your data center. Finally, to deliver media and content to end users with lower latency, Amazon CloudFront uses edge locations to serve data closest to where they are connecting from. Integrated with security and processing capabilities, the edge makes it possible for users to have fast, reliable, and secure access to the content they might require. Let us now consider the major factors driving edge computing. Governments across the world have put in requirements that citizen and other sensitive data must reside within the country's geographic borders. Therefore, data residency loss is a prime driver to have data stored and processed at the edge, and only non-sensitive data is transferred to the cloud. There are a lot of applications which are very latency sensitive, especially financial applications for one. And since not all countries have AWS regions, this is an important factor driving computing at the edge. Again, with low and unreliable connectivity, especially at remote locations and in the hinterlands, it is important that the data sent to the cloud is as optimized as possible. You can use the capabilities provided by the compute at edge to make sure that the data that is transferred back to the cloud is very optimized. Privacy and compliance requirements may mandate that PII, that's personally identifiable information, must be masked before uploading to the cloud. You can achieve this by using the capabilities provided by services like Lambda at the edge. Now, with local processing, better quality of data that is to be uploaded and the smaller data size that is achieved, it saves operational costs for businesses. Content that is delivered to the users can be customized on the fly, optimized for bandwidth, and for devices the content is accessed from. You don't need to keep typically copies for every single device that might access the content one day. You can do it on the fly. Again, regulatory compliance ensures that businesses are not burdened with punitive measures from the authorities. So it contributes to lowering the cost of doing business. Let us now look at AWS services for the edge. The most prominent AWS service for the edge is Amazon CloudFront. This is a service that gives businesses a cost-effective way to distribute content with low latency and at high speed. It can scale to serve virtually unlimited quantity of content to any number of users worldwide. CloudFront ensures that the content is served from locations closest to viewers via a network of edge locations and regional caches. CloudFront can serve both static and dynamic content with origins located on AWS or on-premise or at any other location. CloudFront can cache and serve static content like files, videos, images, JavaScript files, as well as dynamic content, and stream live videos as well. It has the ability to process requests sent by the users at the edge by using Lambda at edge. For example, you could modify the headers sent by the viewer or redirect requests based on header values. It also integrates with Aws Web Application Firewalls to block attacks and malicious traffic. You can serve private content using Amazon CloudFront. This means you can restrict content to paying users or for those users who have the authorization to access certain content. Another set of services that AWS provides is AWS IoT on the edge. It enables you to harness the data generated by your IoT edge devices. AWS IoT Greengrass extends AWS to edge devices, which means they can act locally on the data they generate. All communication between the cloud and devices and vice versa is secured by end-to-end strong encryption. Machine learning models can be developed on the cloud and can be deployed over the air to the edge devices. Amazon SageMaker can be used to develop the models that are designed to run on resource-constrained devices. It can be a system on a chip or a single-board computer. Devices can respond to events near real-time by the use of Lambda functions to use local resources on the single-board computer like serial ports or GPUs. IoT Greengrass enables you to connect and work with other services from AWS on the cloud. AWS Cloud can also be used for management, analytics, and to durably store the data that is generated by the edge devices. Custom devices can be designed with low-cost hardware and open-source licensed software like FreeRTOS or other Linux distributions. Let us now explore the edge services that AWS provides to optimize, manipulate, and transfer your data. Apart from CloudFront, AWS provides other services that enable users to upload large volumes of data to the cloud. Some of these services are physical devices called the Snow family, including Snowball and Snow Cone. S3 Transfer Acceleration is a service offered by AWS to enable users to upload data to S3 buckets. Transfer Acceleration takes advantage of the globally distributed edge locations in Amazon CloudFront. As data arrives at the edge location, it is routed to S3 buckets over an optimized network path, thus increasing speed and lowering jitter. Global Accelerator is an edge networking service from AWS that sends user traffic through AWS network infrastructure from the edge, typically improving performance by up to 60%. It keeps packet loss, jitter, and latency very low. Storage Gateway is another service. It's a hybrid cloud storage service that enables on-prem users and applications to seamlessly connect to cloud storage. Applications connect to the service using a virtual machine or a gateway hardware appliance. It uses standard storage protocols such as NFS, SMB, or ISCSI. All data transfer is securely encrypted. We will be looking at a use case for Storage Gateway at the end of the presentation. AWS provides a number of services on the edge for enhancing security of your deployed infrastructure. There are a number of ways that the edge can be used to protect infrastructure and applications on the cloud. The basic idea is to handle potential threats before it ever reaches the core infrastructure. Some of the common threats are distributed denial of service, DDoS attacks, attacks targeting application vulnerabilities, and the actions of bad bots. AWS services that help with mitigating threats and enhancing security include Amazon CloudFront, Aws Web Application Firewalls, Aws Shield, and Aws Shield Advanced. Now, CloudFront protects infrastructure by encrypting data between the edge and your origin, and it shields the origin from malicious actors. It ensures that only legitimate users access content with applications, and this can be achieved by using signed URLs or cookies. Now, AWS Web Application Firewalls or WAFs helps protect applications on the cloud by providing managed rules that help mitigate common attacks. And it provides the ability to administrators to create custom rule sets as well. It can integrate with AWS Lambda to take custom actions. For example, adding an IP that is being used to attempt malicious activity to a blacklist, so that WAF blocks the attempt the next time the IP tries to connect. WAF integrates with CloudFront, application load balancers, and API gateways. AWS Shield and Shield Advanced are DDoS mitigation services. AWS Shield Standard is free for all users and is enabled by default. Shield Advanced is a paid service, but it comes with easy-to-use wizards that help you with deployment, and it provides customized protection and access to 24/7 DDoS response teams from AWS. It also provides cost protection for scaling activities due to DDoS attacks. Let us now look at the services that AWS provides for compute at the edge. Enterprises have legacy applications that cannot be easily moved to the cloud. These applications may have local dependencies or may have sensitive data that cannot be moved due to data residency laws. Some applications may be latency or access time sensitive, requiring low millisecond connectivity to other systems. AWS offers AWS Outposts, which is infrastructure designed and managed by AWS and which can be deployed to your data center. They are monitored and updated by AWS. In a nutshell, it extends AWS infrastructure to your data center. With a consistent user experience, with the same AWS SDKs, CLIs, deployment tools, and services that you use, Outposts are also managed from the AWS console. It can be deployed at any data center or co-location space with the same standard sizing, power, and cooling requirements. To summarize, Outposts are AWS in your own data center. Now, AWS is rolling out Outposts to customers across the region. However, at this time, not all countries are covered. Please do get in touch with us or with your AWS point of contact to see if Outposts are available in your country. Another service that AWS offers for compute at the edge is Lambda at the edge. This is a serverless compute service which runs Node.js, Python, Java, Go, and other code globally at AWS locations close to where users are located. You could use Lambda at edge to customize the content delivered through Amazon CloudFront, or you could trigger a Lambda function to add HTTP security headers without the need to modify application code. There is no infrastructure to manage, and you could build powerful web applications that scales according to demand, and you could do that without provisioning servers. Now, some of the use cases that you could put Lambda at edge to use are to dynamically route requests to different origins based on viewer characteristics. For example, if a user connects from a certain country, you could redirect them to a certain set of servers. You can also use Lambda at Edge to dynamically transform images to suit the viewer's device type. You have a user that is connecting with a tablet, and you could format the image dynamically to suit the viewer's device characteristics. This can then be cached at the edge with CloudFront to provide a more responsive experience to other users requesting from the same device. It can also be used to authenticate and authorize users, for example, by calling Amazon Cognito to verify credentials, to make sure that the users are authorized to access certain content. Now, these are just a few use cases for Lambda. It integrates with multiple AWS services at the edge, such as WAF and API Gateway, and you could use that to customize and enhance functionality. Let us now get on to some real-world use cases where edge services have been put to good use. We will consider the requirement of a customer in this region who wanted to make sure that his web point of presence, which is the driver for a large part of his business, is securely protected and that his users get a fast, consistent, and responsive experience when they visit the site. Amazon CloudFront was configured to cache and deliver content to end users. Data during transit is encrypted using TLS 1.2, and CloudFront FLE or field level encryption is used to encrypt sensitive data submitted by users. Specific services of the web application are able to decrypt and view fields that are relevant to their operation. Now, the application is a microservices based architecture, and even if a specific service is compromised, FLE helps in protecting the rest of the data. The compromised microservice would not be able to decrypt and view the data that is meant for other services if FLE were to be used. Signed URLs are used to restrict content to logged in users, and OAI, which is Origin Access Identity, is used to restrict access to S3 buckets hosting site files and other user uploaded data. AWS WAF was integrated with Amazon CloudFront. This ensures that each request to CloudFront is passed on to the Web Application Firewall and checked for malicious attempts, which includes SQL injection attacks, cross-site scripting attacks. It checks for blacklisted IPs and for bad bots. Any IP that's found to be the origin of such threats is automatically added to the blacklist by the use of Lambda at Edge. The WAF logs are sent to S3 buckets from where it is read and visualized using Amazon Elasticsearch service with Kibana. Lambda at Edge is also used to route requests to different origins. For example, a request that comes for a particular URL is rerouted by Lambda at Edge to another subdomain. Security headers are added to requests, and to take one example, the HSTS header, which specifies that only HTTPS requests are made to the server, and the policy also specifies the time such requests will be enforced. With additional customizations to CloudFront, WAF, and request and origin headers, the customer web infrastructure is protected right at the edge, shielding the core infrastructure from most attacks. We will quickly go through a couple of other use cases where edge services have been deployed successfully for customers in this region. A success story is that of a tracking application for a customer having a fleet of vehicles, each of which has a single board computer which runs a low footprint Linux distribution with AWS IoT Greengrass installed. The application gets CAN bus data from the onboard interface of the vehicle, along with GPS data from an external receiver. Lambda functions collate and processes this data as it comes in and sends it to the AWS IoT core in the AWS cloud via the MQTT protocol for further processing. Lambda functions update and device state syncs are done over the air, and queuing mechanisms are used when there is no connectivity to the internet. Another widely used edge service in this region is the AWS Storage Gateway, which enables enterprises to have near unlimited storage on the cloud connected seamlessly to their on-premise infrastructure. Files, volumes, snapshots, tape volumes, etc. can be extended onto the AWS cloud. In one case, a customer has used AWS Storage Gateway to extend his storage to the cloud with the SMB protocol with local caching. Files not on the local cache are quickly and securely retrieved and returned to the user from the cloud. There are many more use cases of customers successfully using edge services to lower costs, optimize delivery of applications, data and content, improve security, as well as enhance user experiences. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation and we look forward to hearing from you. We'd love to have a discussion on how we can help you enhance your services and applications by deploying new and optimizing the use of existing edge services in your infrastructure. Please do let us know if you have any questions and do drop us a virtual card so that we can get in touch with you. Once again, thank you and have a great day ahead.
Hello everybody, welcome to AWS Conclave. We at Fox, an AWS Advanced Consulting partner, will take you through cloud security patterns and how you could hold a secure posture while running mission-critical workloads on AWS. The two main topics that we would touch upon today are CSPM, which is Cloud Security Posture Management, and CWPP, which is Cloud Workload Protection Platform. Here is a quick agenda of today's session. Let's start with the introduction to the speakers today. This session will be delivered by Sai Krishnan Srikumar, who is a cloud security architect, and myself, Arjun Chaji, the digital native product manager at AdFox. Why security posture? Digital transformation has been a core component of business strategy for many successful enterprises. This has been for quite a while the pace of adoption has been on the increase. It has significantly increased last year. This has led to ever-growing volumes of data and digital endpoints, which are constantly growing, contributing to the ever-increasing cyber attack surface. Information security teams now hold greater responsibility to mitigate costs and risks from cybersecurity attacks to businesses. Here we are showing some statistics from various reports highlighting the impacts cyber attacks could have on businesses. Various reports say that there's a hacking attack every 36 seconds. Data breach. 60% of companies globally have experienced a data breach. It takes an average of 260 days to detect a breach. Companies that have experienced a breach underperform the market by 15%. Surprisingly, reports show 78% of records got exposed because of misconfigurations and not any malicious activity. There are a lot of operational challenges for security teams too. The security landscape now includes OT, operational technology. We have already surpassed 200 billion connected devices in 2020 and is expected to grow exponentially. 82% are investing in advanced threat hunting programs, and there's a shortage of security skills to implement these programs. From a regulatory and compliance perspective, 100% of large enterprises will ask the security teams to report to their board of directors on cyber security and technology risk at least annually, up from 40%. Those are some interesting statistics and numbers that we just had a look at. Let's try to summarize them into key challenges faced by businesses. Theft of intellectual property, compliance violations and regulatory actions. This is evident from the fines that were imposed on companies that violated GDPR in the EU region. Loss of control over end-user actions. Malware infections that unleash a targeted attack. This has been quite common of late. Lack of visibility into the state of configurations in the cloud. many recent events, and you will learn in today's session as well, that misconfigurations play a significant role in compromising your security posture. Contractual breaches with customers or business partners could affect a company in many perspectives, from a brand perspective, revenue, shareholder perspective, and many more. Data breaches that require disclosure and notification to victims. This is not a position that you would want to be in. Let's look at the key drivers of modern cloud security architecture. Security teams at companies are inclined to leverage existing security architectures to make cloud security architecture design decisions. With the adoption of cloud and other modern business tools and softwares, companies have various deployment models, such as SaaS, PaaS, and IaaS. These and many other changing dynamics demand new concepts, processes, and tools to design your solution or security architecture. The quadrant here essentially shows various processes and roles that need to be considered to accommodate the ever-evolving cloud security landscape. Off the bat, it shows there needs to be wide involvement of business, IT strategy, and executive teams. It is not just involvement, but working together to set a proper top-to-bottom alignment with business teams understanding the impacts of various policies like privacy and other regulatory compliances. Align with these aspects and provide proper funding.
Hi guys, now let's discuss about what is CSPM and CWPP and how important they are in securing the cloud environment. So here in this slide, you can see some of the factors that actually lead to some cyber attacks in most of the organizations. And according to Gartner, cloud security posture management tools are fundamental to cloud security. Here also you can see some of the factors that are actually related with the cloud security posture. Nearly all successful attacks on cloud services are the result of customer misconfiguration, mismanagement, and mistakes. Security and risk management leaders should invest in cloud security posture management processes and tools to proactively identify and remediate these risks. As you can see here also, 62% of the security professionals recognize that misconfigurations are the biggest security threat. CSPM toolsets helps to understand these kind of misconfigurations in the cloud environment and provide the steps to mitigate them as well. So in the previous slide, we have seen that misconfigurations are the major factor that leads to cyber attacks in most of the organizations. Now we need to think about what are the difference between on-premise and the public cloud infrastructure and how they are going to affect, or what are the major steps that we need to do while setting up a public cloud environment. Public cloud provides a set of services like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Majority of the customer have a misconception that once we move to the cloud, it's the responsibility of the cloud vendor to provide security by default. But that's not correct. There is a shared responsibility model between the customer and the cloud vendor. Cloud vendor will provide a secure environment or a data center, and it's the responsibility of the customer to harden the environment with respective configurations. For example, in case of virtual machines, customer should define the inbound and outbound traffic by configuring the access control list. And the traditional process and tools won't help here. So actually, there are difference of tools that have been provided by the cloud vendor itself, which will actually help us to understand and secure the environment. So these kind of tools will provide you some recommendations as well, which will actually help us to remediate the risk and improve our security in the cloud. Now let's talk about CSPM, or Cloud Security Posture Management. Cloud Security Posture Management actually helps us to understand how secure our environment is with respect to some governance policies. Cloud security issues are easier to resolve when continuous monitoring, automation, and proper configurations are applied based on some governance policies. So, however, there are some additional advantages to CSPM solutions as well. CSPM can be used to identify unused assets, map how security teams work, verify the integrity of a recently deployed system, and also identifies what technologies are mostly used in our environment. This makes CSPM a powerhouse for any cloud environment. So now let's talk about CWPP, or Cloud Workload Protection Platform. CWPP is a term developed by Gartner to describe an emerging category of technology solutions primarily used to secure server workloads in public cloud infrastructure service environments. The main capability of CWPP vary across vendor platforms, but commonly include functions such as system hardening, vulnerability management, host-based segmentation, system integrity monitoring, and application whitelisting. CWPP actually enables visibility and security control management across multiple public cloud environments from a single console. So far, we have seen what is CSPM and CWPP in general, and here we are going to discuss some of the AWS native security services or AWS native CSPM and CWPP toolsets. So we can evaluate the configurations of resources with the help of AWS config, and AWS CloudTrail helps us to monitor the user activity and the API usage. Complaints management can be done with the help of AWS Security Hub, and Amazon Guard Duty is a tool which actually helps us to detect threat in advance. Amazon Inspector helps us to observe and analyze application security, and we can provide secure access to services and resources with the help of IAM and AWS Single Sign-On. These are some of the different tool sets that are available in AWS, which actually helps us to secure the AWS cloud environment more efficiently. Here we have a diagram that is called Cyber Defense Metrics. The Cyber Defense Metrics can show how cloud security can be addressed with CWPP and CSPM capabilities. So here we are going to discuss about why CSPM and why CWPP. And we are going to discuss about this with the help of pets and cattle model. The distribution of pets and cattle change across the shared responsibility model and with the cloud native maturity. Another fundamental benefits of cloud native security capability is that it helps us adhere to design patterns that look more like cattle and less like pets. We can leverage AWS native capabilities to secure our pets and address all three elements of the CIA triad. CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Adhering to the DIE triad helps us build cattle. There are many AWS native capabilities that align to the DIE triad. DIE here stands for distributed, immutable, and ephemeral. Organizations desiring high cloud native maturity should exercise stringent pet control. In the previous slide, we have discussed about CSPM and CWPP in general. And now we have to look at what are the AWS native toolsets which actually align with our CSPM and CWPP. With respect to CSPM, AWS Security Hub plays a very important role. AWS Security Hub gives you a comprehensive view of your security alert and security posture across your AWS accounts. There are a range of powerful security tools at your disposal, from firewalls and endpoint protection to vulnerability and compliance scanners. With Security Hub, now you have a single place that aggregates, organizes, and prioritizes your security alerts or findings from multiple AWS services, such as Amazon Guard Duty, Amazon Inspector, Amazon Maze, AWS Identity and Access Management, AWS System Manager, and AWS Firewall Manager, as well as from AWS Partner Network Solutions. AWS Security Hub continuously monitors your environment using automated security check based on AWS best practice and industry standard that your organization follows. You can also take action on the security findings by investigating them in Amazon Detective or by using Amazon CloudWatch event rules. And you can also send these findings to ticketing, chat, security information, or event management solutions. So when we talk about CWPP or Cloud Workload Protection Platform in AWS, the Security Hub plays a major role. The Security Hub, along with the other toolsets, actually helps us to provide the CWPP functionality. So far, we have seen CSPM and CWPP toolsets in AWS. Now we're going to discuss about how it will help the business to mitigate some of the challenges. Business needs to confidently migrate the legacy applications while deploying new cloud-native applications and services. However, many businesses struggle to detect compromised accounts and instances and configuration loopholes that expose sensitive data and application to attackers. Cloud workload security solutions like CWPP and CSPM tools allow business to discover, monitor, and secure cloud accounts, compute and storage instances, and the control plane. This makes it possible to develop and deploy more applications at scale while reducing the risk of introducing security issues and improving overall security and compliance posture. The cyber defense metrics, which is depicted over here, actually will help us to understand what are the different AWS services, which actually helps us to identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover from security incidents. So far, we have seen CSPM, CWPP, and the AWS native security services. Now let's conclude by summarizing the benefits of using CWPP and CSPM toolsets. It helps in automated complaints monitoring, operational monitoring, faster incident response, achieving zero-trust security, and risk identification and prioritization of incidents.
Thank you, Sai. That brings us to the end of the session. Hope we could create awareness around cloud security architecture and the importance of holding a secure posture and how to achieve it on AWS. Please to send your questions. We'll be more than happy to address them.
Thank you everybody for attending the session. In today's session, we looked at how to hold a secure posture when you run workloads on cloud and why AWS with a ton of AWS native services, a marketplace with third-party security and vendors providing their solution on AWS, which can be easily integrated with the rest of your solution architecture, etc. A little bit about why AdFox. AdFox is specialized in DevSecOps, which is basically securing software supply chain for enterprises with a solid software development activity. We have helped some of the biggest enterprises move business critical workloads to AWS, some of them from more regulated industries and public sector, where existing security and compliance guidelines and standards were expected in the cloud. And AdFox has successfully met the demanding requirements. The job was made easy with the enterprise grade ISV, Independent Software Vendor Solutions, on AWS Marketplace. Like Checkpoint, Palo Alto, etc. And the ease of integration. AdFox also has a proprietary logging and monitoring solution on AWS's Marketplace, which you can go check out. We were founded in 2016 and are based out of Dubai. Our operations now cover the broader Middle East region. Our niche skills and delivery capability in cloud, data, and software technologies have led many leading public and private organizations to partner with us in their digital transformation journey. Our motto is Accelerate Digital. We help companies orchestrate modern digital technologies so that they can innovate and gain competitive advantage. We deliver a complete digital transformation experience through 4 key segments. First, cloud transformation. Here we help companies with strategy to move to the cloud and help them optimize their workloads on cloud. Second, cloud native transformation. Here we help software development teams at enterprises to be more agile, deliver features faster and in a secure fashion. Third segment is data and AI, where we provide data engineering and data science services. Data engineering services span across the entire spectrum of data lifecycle, starting from data ingestion to data warehousing, implementing big data platforms, to reporting and dashboarding. The fourth segment is cybersecurity transformation. Here, we help companies secure their software supply chain and provide advisory and services to hold a secure posture when they run workloads on cloud. How has the relationship between companies like yourselves, vendors like AWS, and system integrators like ourselves changed over the past decade? We've seen digital transformation to be an immense industry-wide trend, giving rise to so many opportunities, but so few engineers. This signifies the need for companies to partner and build great products, so that the partnership is a trend towards it better and enables everyone to be more innovative. AWS and AdFolks together can understand digital dynamics specific to you and be valuable partners to accelerate your digital initiatives. Partner with us, and thank you very much.
Welcome you all for this session. So in this session, we're going to talk about how digital transformation is helping our customers and what are the key motives, parameters, architectures, and how AWS is helping our customers in enabling the transformation in their modern applications and infrastructure services. Introducing myself, my name is Prashant Karan. I head the pre-sales and practice at Hugo. I'm based in Dubai. Hugo is a leading solution provider in cloud native technologies. We are partnered to all the major public cloud solutions. We provide services on modern applications and modern infrastructure. We also enable our customers in their DevOps journey and DevSecOps enablement to secure their cloud native technology applications and platform, and also secure their pipelines. Hugo, with vast experience on cloud native technologies and solutions, we have developed our own product called Ozone, which helps customers in delivering the applications across Kubernetes seamlessly and also manage the multi-cloud Kubernetes solutions. So before moving on to the presentations, let's understand what is digital transformation and why we are doing this. As per Gartner, a digital business transformation is the process of exploiting digital technologies and supporting capabilities to create a robust new digital business model. So from an IT perspective, bringing new avenues of technologies such as blockchain, IoT, cloud computing, bringing in digital optimization, which helps them in the invention of a new business model or a new aggregation model, bringing new digital product for the product companies, bringing new service delivery model, and also helping to achieve customers' new expectations, experiences, and behaviors. At its core, a digital transformation is a reset, grounded in new technologies of companies' market strategy, offerings, and the way of working. The concept of a business journey has become something of a cliche. Still, the digital transformations are indeed journey. It can take a few years, maybe like say 2 to 3 years. And it's not a simple trip. So the digital transformation must be ambitious, and it needs to be bold and thoroughly pragmatic at the same time. So what are the modern business challenges today? So the business wants more with less. So they have a goal of bringing services faster, better, meeting the customer's expectations, bringing new experiences, right? So hence, for them, the speed is equal to revenue. Customer centricity, innovation, and speed to market are the key competitive differentiators required by an enterprise to stay relevant in the new era of digital economy. Digital transformation is mainstream, and enterprises are no longer only focusing on team-level agile practice, but scaling agility in each and every unit of their enterprise. This means that the agile era now entails moving from team-level agility to a business unit agility, in some cases even onto an enterprise level agility. So hence, a common characteristics of a digital successful organization is their focus on enterprise agility. Keeping enterprise agility in mind, what we have seen is the various process of development architecture, the way it is deployed and packaged, and the target operating model of infrastructure is changed over a period of time. And today we see a process like Dev and Ops, DevSecOps, current add-ons with the SecOps, microservices architecture, the way the application is reimagined and redeveloped, containers to host this microservices application, and of course cloud with the on-demand capabilities of spinning up infra services or a platform services, which is helping customers to bring up their application much faster. And this is bringing efficiency in both development, operations. It improves like the code quality, the security of the application. So you're bringing the whole practice left shift and faster, and which helps customers in the journey of digital transformation. So the state of the applications are changing. The applications are adaptive. It is intelligence or machine learning. It is bringing agile and DevOps culture into the organization. So hence, whatever the industry, organizations are looking to become more agile so they can innovate and respond faster to the change. Organizations need to build applications faster than ever, with the ability to scale quickly to potentially millions of users, have global availability, manage petabytes or exabytes of data, and respond in milliseconds, fraction of milliseconds. So these applications, these modern applications, and they cover use cases from web, mobile backends, blockchain, IoT applications, AI/ML workloads, batch processing, shared service platforms, microservices backends, and more. Modern applications are built with a combination of modular architecture patterns, serverless operational modules, and agile developer processes. And they allow organization to innovate faster while reducing the risk, time to market, and total cost of ownership. Here are the desired outcomes that are driving many of our customers' modernization efforts. Firstly, enterprises feel pressure to provide compelling digital experience for their customers in order to grow revenues. Second, it's difficult to innovate at pace and scale and protect the application estate from growing number of security threats. Finally, enterprise also want to take full advantage of innovation that are coming from a rapidly growing public cloud landscape such as AWS. So when a Forrester did research with CIOs, 78% of the respondents said improvising the application portfolio is their top priority, but however 48% of them have not made any improvements in the last year. Let's look at some of the key trends and directions in modern technologies like containers and Kubernetes. As per CNCF survey, cloud native technologies in production has grown by 200%. By 2022, 90% of all applications will feature microservices architecture. 71% of Fortune 100 companies use containers, while 54% use container orchestration as well. 65% of new applications will be built as a mesh of multi-channel applications and multi-grain backend services that communicate via APIs. So changing landscape to new age technologies like microservices has shown a clear visible benefit for customers, such as flexible deployments, on-demand releases, increase in automation and agility, and bringing in operational efficiency. So hybrid cloud is the preferred enterprise strategy. 85% of enterprise have multi-cloud strategy. Around 38% organization using serverless technology today. The most popular ones like AWS Lambda. So AWS is the leading platform to run containers, and 80% of all containers in the cloud run on AWS. Customers such as Samsung, Expedia, KPMG, GoDaddy, etc. choose to run the containers on AWS because of reliability, scalability, and most important, security. Let's look at some of the key architectures of cloud native technologies and how AWS helps the customers in onboarding cloud native applications into their platform and run efficiently. Microservices or microservice architecture is a service-oriented architecture, a way of building software applications which are broken down into smaller, independent, and composable service units, which function together to deliver the overall functionality of the application. So AWS is one of the best choice for deploying a microservice-based application due to the variety of IaaS, PaaS, SaaS solutions and SDK packages offered by this cloud platform. AWS also provides a vast array of building blocks to support software of any complexity and scale. By providing the compute power, networking, security, elasticity, new age technologies like CI/CD, automation, DevOps, containers, etc. You can configure this architecture the way you need it and select any required operating system, programming language, framework, databases, or any of the required services. And you can also migrate your existing applications and build new applications from the scratch with these capabilities. Some of the key components worth to mention like EKS, ECS, AWS Fargate. AWS Fargate is a PaaS which provides managed Kubernetes cluster for running Docker containers along with your microservices. AWS Lambda, which is also a PaaS where you simply upload the code and AWS does the rest. The key benefit here is that you operate a serverless platform, meaning you do not have to look at the underlying hardware, infrastructure, services, applications. This ensures the speed of operations, unlimited scalability, and cost efficiency in running your microservices application. In summary, microservices are an excellent choice for building, running, and updating resilient, highly scalable applications in your digital transformation journey. And AWS provides a ton of managed building blocks for handling every aspect of microservices implementation. With this, we see a clear motive in application modernization, which indeed helps every organization in their employee productivity, bringing in rich experience towards customer applications, bringing new products or new services while improving the existing ones. Agility like faster release and faster response to the market. In turn, helps you in revenue growth or bring in new avenues of revenue. Analyst firm IDC has made a projection that in just a few years, 2/3 of enterprises will be prolific software producers deploying code daily, having fully embraced cloud native patterns. As I stated in the beginning of my presentation, Hugo is one of the leading service provider on cloud native technologies, where we help our customers in understanding the existing application landscape by providing an assessment program which understands and discovers the application with dependency on the environment, provide a suitable candidate for modernization with various parameters that we evaluate. We also provide business case for application modernization. We help customers in enabling the target operating model through enterprise architecture, bringing right set of tool strategy, tool integration strategy, bringing the microservices architecture and method to deploy that in an enterprise way. We also support cloud native development wherever there is a refactoring of the applications which are required. Cloud alignment to run applications efficiently, effectively. We work very closely with AWS in enabling our customer services hosted on the right architecture at AWS. We provide Kubernetes related onboarding solutions for customers in onboarding their applications. Adoption is a key factor for digital transformation success today. We help providing the right platform, onboarding of the applications, faster adoption through trainings, enablement. We also provide continuous service improvement services through our IDOC offering, which helps customers in managing their applications in a better way. We bring in the expertise who can manage their application onboarding, upgrades, operations of these new age technologies. So wholly known, like Hugo enables our customers and their application completely into a modern platform and modern applications, right from the inception of understanding their application and providing them a day-to operation support once it is onboarded on the cloud. So to support this overall journey, Hugo also has come out with our application, which is entity Ozone, which is basically a continuous delivery tool, seamless continuous delivery tool, which helps customers in delivering the cloud native applications on Kubernetes seamlessly, and also provides orchestrations of Kubernetes platform, which helps customers in managing this platform in better way. Apart from this, integrating with the AWS native services provides an visibility across your infrastructure, security by providing RBAC services, etc. Well, we are at the end of the presentation. Thank you so much for your active participation. In case you have any queries, you can always reach out to us with the coordinates you can see on the screen. You can also refer to a website for any queries or clarification you may have. I hope the presentation was informative and helps you in your journey towards modernization of your infrastructure and applications. If you have any queries or clarifications, you can always reach out to us. Thank you once again, and have a great day ahead of you, and stay safe.
Hello everybody. Today we will talk about security specialization with AWS. My name is Csvm Sapra. I'm a technical instructor with IT Learning Solutions. The worldwide Fastlane ITLS group specializes in high-end technology and business training and consulting. We are present in more than 45 countries around the world. Now let's talk about the need for cybersecurity. The AI has been paramount in building automated security systems, natural language processing, face detection, automatic threat detection. Although it is also being used to develop smart malware and attacks to bypass the latest security protocols in controlling data. AI-enabled threat detection systems can predict new attacks and notify admins for any data breach instantly. Phishing is one of the oldest forms of cyber attack, and as employees and individuals have become more aware of the dangers of email phishing or clicking on suspicious looking links, cyber criminals have also advanced. Machine learning is now being used by cyber criminals to quickly craft and distribute convincing fake messages that can compromise an organization's networks and systems. Data breaches always remains the prime target. The number of internet-connected smart devices in homes and businesses are starting to increase. The problem is that not all these smart devices have strong security installed, creating openings for attackers to hijack these devices to infiltrate business networks. For example, Reaper, a malware which exploited vulnerabilities in IoT devices to gain access and spread itself. The end result of these type of attacks is that threat actors can enlist millions of compromised IoT devices to drive large-scale attacks, including the distributed denial of service attacks that commonly disrupt and take down a website, gaming servers, and other internet services. More and more important. Knowledge is power. The more your employees know, the more your business can grow. Our instructors, who are AWS authorized instructors, have been working with different organizations, and they are aware of the pitfalls and the requirements of the applications and where the guidance is required. By providing technical skill training for your employees, you are instilling self-confidence that they have the knowledge and the competence to perform their daily tasks to the best of their ability. It's essential for your employees to have everything they need to carry out their role successfully. Equipped with the right skills, they can effortlessly work cross-functionally. This means better informed decisions and delivery on target objectives or goals. With everybody working on the same page, your business can accomplish its goals faster. And skilled employees are happier. We have highlighted how technical training can make your employees more confident and efficient, but there's many more benefits for your employees in business. By providing technical training needed to perform their role, your employees know that they are a valuable asset to your business. This boosts their happiness in their job, which improves employee retention. Technologies are updating and changing every day. Some new feature is added to the cloud every day. If you are not keeping up, you might be missing newer, better performing resources. You can secure your workload and applications into the cloud with AWS. AWS provides many security, identity compliance related services to protect your resources into the cloud. With AWS, you can do data protection, you can perform encryption on your data, manage who will control the key. It provides threat detection services to continuously monitor and protect your resources. You can control who has access to what, how identities are controlled. If you like your own identity provider, you can bring it into AWS. Otherwise, AWS offers you a lot of choices in identity and access management services. So you can control which services have permissions or what, and which users have permissions of what. You can do infrastructure protection with AWS. You can create rules to protect your infrastructure related to requests having some malicious code. Maybe the request is performing some SQL injection attack or cross-site scripting attacks. Okay, you can block requests based on the content of the request, based on the IP addresses where the request is coming from, or matching some regular expressions into the request. AWS provides you threat detection and monitoring tools, so you can check malicious activities like brute forcing or port scanning. Okay, and you can check where the request is coming from. You can check the monitoring of your resources. Are they being utilized at a point where clients are not using your resources? Could indicate unauthorized access into your system. AWS also provides you services regarding compliance and data privacy. So you can make sure that your workload is compliant to various third-party compliance certifications and your data is protected into the cloud. Now, ITLS is the AWS authorized training partner. So we offer all the official instructor-led courses as designed by AWS, including the AWS official instructor-led security courses. The first course for security is AWS Security Essentials course. This course covers fundamental AWS security concepts, including AWS access control, data encryption methods, and how network access to your AWS infrastructure can be secured. Based on the AWS shared security model, you will learn where you are responsible for implementing security in the cloud and what security-oriented services are available to you and why and how the security services can help meet the security needs of your organization. Now, once you have the basics clear, you can go for the Security Engineering on AWS course. This course demonstrates how to effectively use AWS security services to stay secure in the AWS cloud. The course focuses on the security practices that AWS recommends for enhancing the security of your data and systems in the cloud. It highlights the security features of AWS key services, including compute, storage, networking, and database services. You will also learn how to leverage AWS services and tools for automation, continuous monitoring and logging, and responding to security incidents. And when you understand the security concepts in the cloud, you have practiced the security services enough, and you're ready to take the exam, you can go for the Exam Readiness AWS Security Specialty course. The AWS Certified Security Specialty exam validates technical skills and experience in securing and hardening workloads and architectures on the AWS platform. Attendees with 2 or more years of hands-on experience designing and deploying cloud architecture on AWS should be able to join this course to learn how to prepare and succeed in the exam. We will help you prepare for the exam by exploring the exam's topic areas and mapping them to the specific areas of study. We will review sample exam questions in each topic area, teaching how to interpret the concepts being tested so that you can better eliminate incorrect answers. Fastlane ITLS offers different training delivery methods according to customers' needs. The first one is the instructor-led classroom method, in which the participants and the instructor are going to learn in the same classroom with a live session at the training center by Fastlane and ITLS. You can also go for the instructor-led online courses, where you get all the advantages of our classroom training, but without the travel. Instructor-led online courses are again taught by AWS authorized instructors. It features the same content and labs as our classroom sessions, but in a virtual environment delivered online. You can also go with Flex Classroom. We created the Flex Classroom to provide a high quality training option for those that aren't able to attend our ILT sessions in person. This delivery method blends instructor-led classroom training with instructor-led online training. Our Flex sessions deliver a world-class learning experience to students in the actual classrooms and students attending via our ILO solutions. With the Flex Classroom, choose to attend via the internet or attend the class in person. Either way, your experience will be equally good and equally effective. We understand that in today's business environment, budgets and timelines are both being squeezed when implementing new technologies into your business. We also understand how difficult it is to get your staff trained in a timely manner on those new technologies. To get your team get up to quickly train in a cost-effective way, we offer dedicated on-site training delivery, where our trainers will be coming to your organization to train your employees. Based on our competence and experience in the development of high-quality training courses, we have developed a future-oriented digital platform. Our interactive learning platform offers seamless access to a wide range of e-learning products for on-demand learning online. Once you have trained your workforce, they start delivering value faster. There are many examples of customer success. One of them is Alpha Apps. Alpha Apps was launched in UAE in 2011. Since then, it has helped businesses of all sizes, from startups like customer loyalty app Snapcard to enterprises like conglomerate Abdul Latif Jameel, launch and run Arabic content applications. Alpha Apps also develops its own applications, one of which is Al-Mawajjaha, a trivia game available on iOS and Android devices, in which two participants compete to answer a series of questions. The gamer who has most questions correctly answered in the quickest time wins. It's a game that has proved popular with more than 1.5 million downloads a few years ago. By the time the application has reached 20,000 users, there were major problems in speed and response. They were losing new users. Alpha Apps looked for a solution to this urgent scalability issue. Alpha Apps ruled out managing its own infrastructure. It recognized that the flexibility of the cloud will be ideal to support the business. So it turned to Amazon Web Services and the AWS Partner Network standard partner Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is bSpin Global MEA now. Now, with the competitive pay-as-you-go pricing of services like CloudFront and DynamoDB, the architectures were more streamlined and cost-efficient. It helped Alpha Apps to pass the savings to its customers. The switch from their previous NoSQL database to DynamoDB reduced the database costs by 97%, and introducing CloudFront has cut content delivery costs by 80%. In addition, the company finds that the apps it develops, whether for clients or its own applications, are not subject to capacity limits now. With the microservices architecture on AWS, you can scale the resources automatically. Now, the issue of supporting 20,000 users seems to be funny because now they can support millions of customers with no impact on performance. Another example of customer success is Checkpoint Software Technologies Limited, Israel. Checkpoint Software Technologies is a leading provider of cybersecurity solutions to corporate enterprises and governments globally. The company's solutions are designed to protect customers from fifth-generation cyber attacks, which are multi-vector attacks that can infect multiple parts of an IT infrastructure. One of its solutions is the CloudGuard Dome 9 platform, which enables businesses to visualize and automate their security and compliance environments. Checkpoint has run CloudGuard Dome 9 on Amazon Web Services since the platform's launch. To reduce the costs, Checkpoint chose to use AWS Fargate Spot, a capability in AWS Fargate that runs Amazon ECS tasks at a lower cost. Running Amazon ECS tasks on Fargate Spot leverages spare compute capacity that is available in the AWS cloud. With that, the company reduced the container cost by 58% by moving 90% of the workload to AWS Fargate Spot. Checkpoint can be proactive about its customer security and compliance needs by relying on AWS serverless technologies. By using AWS Lambda to drive a serverless model and centralize visibility, the company can update compliance rules that are running in their platform to address compliance requirements, which helps the company stay ahead of customer security needs. Then another example is Bank Al Ittihad in Jordan. Bank Al Ittihad generates about an annual revenue of $247 million US. They also started using AWS, and some of the benefits were 20 times faster procurement cycles, 50% lower capex compared to on-premises environment, and 10 times fast software development with standardized infrastructure. And that was just a few examples. Customer success in Middle East is huge. And not only in Middle East, AWS has tens of thousands of active customers globally, and they're using AWS to innovate, grow their business, reduce costs in a flexible, secure, and reliable way. Okay, that is all from my side today. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, you can put them into the comment box, or you could send me an email on my email address shown here, shivem.sapra@itls.ae. Thank you so much for listening, and have a great day ahead.
Hello. Machine learning can help you using historical data, getting a better business decisions. It has algorithms that discover patterns and models for your customers. Using these discoveries, it can help you to solve your business problem. This is a very popular technology booming now. This is Muhammad Asim from Global Knowledge. We'll be more than happy to be here with you today talking about machine learning and how you can get yourself ready to start this journey. Alright, then, what is machine learning? Actually, machine learning is cutting-edge technology like it is now being widely applied to business. I can tell you that machine learning is an application of artificial intelligence. It's a subset of it. And why I need it, how it will help me. Yes, it can help me to bring more revenue to my business. It can help me to bring higher customer experience and customer satisfaction. How? I don't have to program my software directly with input. No, automatically the machine learning can auto-learn, can auto-improve itself to give me more precise outputs. It is all about the output that I can get from any equation, and machine learning is giving me a very precise predicting outcome. This is how machine learning can help my business. Yes, it is the future, and the future with the machine learning is going to be very bright. Then, do we have applications with machine learning? Yes, it is automated for you even. You don't have to invest too much time on developing and giving functions and algorithms to the machine. It is all ready for you, all done for you. Yes, I can tell you, like, now we have many services running under Amazon to help you gaining a benefit out of this machine learning. Like, we have speech recognition, image recognition, we have language translation, we have also something like email spam and malware filtering, we have online fraud detection. This is like very, I don't want to say basic applications, but anyway, this applications is very usable in your business. Others may be like self-driving cars or traffic prediction, maybe not to the SMP level, but again, who knows, maybe you have an application on your Android or iOS for traffic prediction, or you are using any product recommendation on your website. Like exactly this example I have here. I was Googling something and then I just dropped it. And then I was watching my YouTube and again I found the same product that I was searching for. And then maybe later, maybe next day or whatever, I was again using the Android, and then again and again I see the same product, the same brand maybe. How it happens? This is a machine learning. Another way, like I was browsing a product in Amazon and maybe I decided to buy it or not. However, at the end, when I log in again to Amazon, it can give me a more recommendation about what should I buy here. Maybe like the same product again, maybe a better product, maybe same product with different price, maybe supplementary of the product. Anyway, it is like different recommendations coming to my customer. And I can tell you, like, maybe 35% of Amazon revenue is generated by this product recommendation. So indeed, the product recommendation or the machine learning can help you to improve your business, can help you to gain more customer satisfaction and customer experience. Then, maybe we have a business problem here. Maybe we have a need to get the product recommendation on our website. You are running a business that you sell products on your website and you need the website to automatically give product recommendation to your customer. How machine learning can help you here? Yes, this is a feature that is very well known and the output of it is very rewardable. Like what I can do here, I can feed my machine with my customer purchasing history, my customer like and dislikes, my customer maybe searching on the product list that I have before, and based on this, based on longer equations, I can easily and precisely predict what will be the output here, how he will go to buy or not to buy the product. Simply, we used to do it with normal programming. Programming here was just about give him some inputs like his old orders or purchased history, and some rules. Rules here is like I give him 1 or 2 weights, okay, and rules function, and from this function, from this equation, he can build a recommendation. This is very classical legacy programming. What's the problem here? It is not 100% true. Why? Because simply maybe the factors are he purchased something before and he doesn't like it anymore. He doesn't want to buy it again. Maybe the weights that I designed is not correct. So this is something that you need to change. How to change it with machine learning? Machine learning is not only using his purchasing history. No, it has also site-wide customer and sales data from the whole store that you manage it. Now, why? Because I have seen this product sold with that product, so I can recommend that one with this one. It helps the customer to take his decision. So the machine learning can build a model here. This is the model that I can use along with my customer history, along with his most recent purchase. This model will give me the recommendations. This model will be more accurate than just a function with weights and factors. Okay, who will build the model here? This is something that we need to do. And then the machine learning will automatically update itself, automatically will learn and will adapt and will make sure that, yes, when I recommended this, it was correct. When I recommended this, it was false. So the machine learning can keep learning from itself. Great. Actually, it is not only machine learning. It is not only something that simple. No, we have a bigger portfolio or a bigger technology called AI, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a little bit wider. Inside the artificial intelligence, we have the machine learning, okay, where we build a model and the machine starts to read the data and start to execute the data and then give me the output. Or we have the deep learning, which is more sophisticated, more complex, but the results are amazing results. Deep learning is something very new because the technology before it wasn't allowing us to do the deep learning. Now with the machine, the progress that we have seen and the technology we have seen with the servers and machines and so on, now we have the deep learning. So it is very hardware intensive. Okay, you can see complexity of problem, it can be solved. As it go more complex, the deep learning will be better than AI. But again, you need more hardware. Let me give you an example for this. Machines can learn the chess game. I can give them the chess game, I can give them the rule, and they can learn it. So, if I tell the machine what is the rule, okay, the machine will just play it based on the rule. This is AI, okay, but I need a further step. I need the machine to learn from analyzing the old data. This is called machine learning. Now I feed the machine, I feed it with huge amount of played games, okay, by human, and then the machine will start processing the data one by one, game by game, step by step. Then it can tell what is the best strategy or how to win a game like this. This is the machine learning. So we build a model like this. But deep learning is totally different. Deep learning, here the machine can learn by playing against themselves. Like I tell the machine what is the rule here, you have how many pieces, the other side how each piece can move and so on, and just leave them. Machine will start doing algorithms and doing probabilities and try and error till the machine is fully aware about all the probabilities, all the strategies how to win a game of chess. So this is a very good example about AI, ML, and DL. Great. Then can I use this with my business? Can I use this with my business? Yes, indeed. This is what we do here with AWS Learning Services. Like, we can get ML services, AI services, industry-specific solutions, ML infrastructure, deep learning frameworks. So you are armed, you are being ready with technology, with the tool, and you can just have this in your business. The business indeed will fit, any one of these tools will fit on your business. Okay, it's not that clear. What about, I need to know more about services here. A huge list of services you can find, like advanced text analytics, which we name it as Amazon Comprehend. We have maybe Amazon Text Tract to do the document analysis, enterprise search, Amazon Kendra. We have Lex, the chatbots. It is very common when you go to most of the modern websites now, you find out a chat pop-up coming to you asking how I can serve you today, sir. This is a chatbot. This is not a human. It is a machine that has learned how to respond and how to work with customer. Maybe the customer is angry customer, maybe he's just looking for a product, maybe he needs to raise a complaint, that's it. So again, the machine is trained, learned, and ready just to answer your customer. So other tools here like fraud prevention, image and video analysis, like Amazon Recognition, Amazon Personalize, transcription. Just easily I can add high quality speech to text capability to my application and workflow. This is all like AI ready-made services that you can just use in your business. Perfect. Now let's have a look how we can adapt the machine learning to the business. Actually, no one is deploying or adapting any technology or even any product to his enterprise if there is no need. Then first of all, we need to see the gap. We need to see the business challenge or the pain where we need to use the machine learning to fix this pain or to cover this gap. This is where it comes to the business decision maker. This is the role where he can define the problem, where he can state how the machine learning can help me to develop my business. This is the problem formulation. Later on, it will be passed to the data scientist. It is another role. Here, the data scientist role is to collect the data and do the integration between data, and then how he can process and visualize this data, helping the developer or helping the next phase to be better formulated and better written. As I said, this is a data scientist role. After formulating and processing the data, it will be passed to the developer. Here, this role is to build the engineering of it, to build the code, to build the programming, the model of it. So he does model training, tuning, model evaluation. This is all coming under his head. This is where the developer will take over. Once the model is ready and you're good to go, then you push it to the data platform engineer. Here, the engineer who will deploy it, who will maintain it, who will do the operation for it. I believe this is the whole journey for adapting the feature, the machine learning to your business. This is actually different passes. Each pass will be by different hat, by different job role. So if you wear this hat now, then you are the business decision maker. We have a full path for you, like some foundational course, some little bit advanced course. So you go through the path and then you are ready enough with the knowledge. You are more than armed and strong enough to do these decisions. So this is the first role. Second role here is data scientist. Again, we have maybe a longer path, yes, and we have a certification here. We have classroom here. We have different classrooms, like we start foundational, then intermediate, and then we reach up to the advanced by going through the path. Some of them are online even, it's not a classroom, but anyhow, by end of this path, you are a data scientist. You can grab, you can dig, you can analyze the data, and you can turn the data up and down, so you know exactly how to execute this data. Perfect. We have also the developer, as we said. This is the third role. Again, going through different learning blocks. You will be equipped, you will be ready to be the developer, to write the code, to model it. And you can see here we have different specialities, but again, it is a certification, and then you are accredited that you are a developer in AWS. Last one will be the data platform engineer. Again, different paths for him, starting from foundational again, and moving up all the way to the advanced, and then you are again an engineer, platform engineer in AWS. This is what we do with AWS training and certification. AWS is giving you all the support all over the path to be ready and certified. Then why global knowledge? We are an official training partner in MEA region. We offer virtual and physical classrooms, and it is all monitored, and we have full quality assurance happening by AWS. We have maybe the experienced instructors and trainers, more than 9 authorized trainers here. We have different local and global presence in worldwide criteria. Then why you are late? Why? Let's start your machine learning now. You can start now. You can just follow the links that we shared here. You can see the course, you can see the ramp-up guide. Start machine learning. Machine learning indeed will help you to bring better business and to evolve the business that you have. Then let me have the chance here to talk about how the Middle East, and especially Egypt, is seeing the machine learning and these new technologies. We have an initiative running currently with Egypt government and other vendors like IT vendors, big names vendors, and AWS in top of it, to train engineers, to train the youth and fresh engineers with technologies like data science, like AI, like cybersecurity and machine learning. These technologies are the top niche now, and here we build this initiative to give them the latest updates and the latest knowledge about these technologies. Actually, Global Knowledge are working with AWS building this program, and it is all about giving the hands-on, the skills, the knowledge needed to build this human capital. Like here, you see that in cooperation with AWS, Global Knowledge in Egypt, we are supporting this initiative. We provide a wide range of online training and certification programs. We targeting here again to accelerate the curve of the students on that ML area. Thank you indeed. Please don't forget, if you have any questions or comments, please leave it on the chat box. We will get back to you, we'll answer you. It was my pleasure having this session today, and hope to see you again.
Greetings of the day, one and all. We trust everyone is doing safe and well. This is Parmi Nair, also known as Nami, and I speak on behalf of Spectrum Networks. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this session on AWS Database Specialist. I'm the VP for Sales and Alliances at Spectrum Networks, handling the Europe, Middle East and Africa markets, and it is indeed an honor to have you with us today. We hope you enjoy the session. A quick look at the agenda for the session. We shall begin with some data on the shortage of certified and vetted talent when it comes to cloud technologies, followed by a few slides on AWS trainings and certifications, the different database types available in AWS, moving on to a review of the learning paths and associated certifications in the purview of AWS databases. We shall also briefly discuss the services and databases available under AWS Cloud, and we will wind up with some points on how to prepare for the certification. All right, so let's begin by addressing the IT skill gaps in cloud. As we all know, IT infrastructure transformation or digital transformation is happening as we speak. Enterprises are looking for efficiency and an increasing desire to gain and keep their competitive edge, at the same time cutting costs. And yet, the reality is that there aren't enough IT professionals with the necessary expertise in cloud. Citing research findings of a paper on demystifying cloud transformation, it says that 70% of enterprises are looking to cloud managed services experts to accelerate their cloud migrations and to drive productivity gains. As the breadth of cloud options is growing, more and more businesses are now turning to MSPs to meet the demand. And at the same time, the study also finds that about 90% of IT decision makers have reported a lack of cloud skills in various cloud disciplines. While cloud computing has accelerated digital transformation and forcing companies to invest more in terms of IT teams and systems, it has also created more of a niche and specialist job roles and functions. This has resulted in a more widening gap where certain cloud roles are not being filled, and that's simply because not enough people have the skills for it. What is AWS training and certification? In short, the AWS training and certification programs help the cloud professionals of today and tomorrow to leverage the power of AWS Cloud. Organizations need individuals with cloud skills to help transform their businesses to the next level. And these programs are designed in such a way that they help them to build and validate the skills that they have in-house so that they can get more out of the cloud. The content is created by experts at AWS and are regularly being updated so that professionals can keep their cloud skills updated as well. While AWS training teaches in-demand cloud skills and best practices to help learners and organizations to innovate in the cloud, the certification part helps the learners to build credibility and confidence and helps businesses to identify skilled professionals who can implement their cloud initiatives using the promise of AWS. So in a sense, we can say that AWS certification is a level of AWS cloud expertise that an IT professional obtains after passing one or more exams that AWS has to offer. This in turn helps them to demonstrate and validate their technical cloud knowledge and skills as well. How can AWS training and certification address the cloud skill gap that we were referring to earlier in the session? The AWS training and certification is specifically designed to address challenges that customers face day in and day out. From the time it was launched back in 2012, the program has specifically been built on international standards and is designed to meet learners where they are, which is both geographically and technically, and to also rapidly grow the cloud skills. This is all about empowering the builders or the developers to help them innovate with AWS, using solutions that's being built by experts. Now, it doesn't matter if you are an individual or a global enterprise. The AWS offerings are designed in such a way so as to bridge any apparent skill gaps that's existing. Additionally, these programs also remove barriers to make cloud education available to a much more diverse background. I would say this is one of the most important and interesting slides of this session. Benefits of AWS training and certification. As you can see, there are numerous benefits to both the individual or IT professionals as well as organizations who decide to get their employees trained and certified. One of the first benefits of AWS certifications relates to the increasing popularity of cloud as a technology. For obvious reasons, AWS certified professionals have a clear advantage over peers into the future, since cloud is the future. Certified professionals have newer avenues for developing professional expertise because they get the opportunity to broaden or augment their professional skills through upskilling or cross-skilling themselves into other AWS certification pillars. Another benefit relates to the recognition for certified professionals. AWS certified professionals are vetted through digital badges, and these digital badges represent their certification achievement. These can be used on various social media platforms as well as email signatures and others. These badges also provide instant access to certified individuals to exclusive certification events and others that are sponsored by AWS. Obviously, one of the most important highlights for certified individuals is that they most definitely have the chance to better their paychecks. It's said that a certified professional can get up to a 25 to 30% hike in their salary structure. They have higher chances of expanding their professional networks through like-minded communities, for instance. They have the opportunity to become subject matter experts. Now, one of the most crucial benefits of the certification is the eligibility that the individual gets to become a subject matter expert and be part of the SME program of AWS. In addition to this, they also get access to a 50% discount voucher to apply towards recertification or other exams, and also the opportunity to prepare for forthcoming AWS certifications through practice exam vouchers and other benefits. They also get access to exclusive event invites, the AWS Certified Global Community, and have the opportunity to unlock access to exclusive AWS certified merchandise as well. For organizations, obviously one of the main advantages is that they can address the underlying skill gaps in workforces or their employees by upskilling and reskilling them. Now, certified employees obviously mean that the project deployments are so much more reliable and can in turn and in long term lead to reduced deployment costs. Partner companies, on the other hand, have the added benefits of gaining access to the AWS partner network and its benefits, amongst having higher opportunities to deploy AWS projects. Let's move on to a slide on the AWS training and certification portfolio. There are 4 major pillars within the AWS certification domain. This has been designed bearing in mind the primary cloud and IT-related job roles within an organization like architect, developer, systems and operations. And lastly, there is also a standalone domain called specialty. As you can see, there are 3 levels of certifications, starting with the foundational level courses, progressing to associate, and from there to professional and expert levels of certification. The AWS Certified Database Specialty, as highlighted in blue to the right side of the slide, is part of the specialty domain. By attending this course and clearing the certification, it gives candidates the ability to design, recommend, and maintain the optimal AWS database solution for a use case. It also helps the candidate to earn an industry-recognized credential from AWS that sort of validates your expertise in the breadth of AWS database services and accelerating the use of database technologies to drive your organization's business transformation goals. So to round it up, AWS trainings are designed to meet the learning need of various job roles at various skill levels and catering to multiple audiences like large enterprises, SMEs, APN partners, academic institutions, non-traditional learners, business users, and others. AWS Digital Training offers free on-demand courses that help learners and teams build new cloud skills when and where it's convenient. AWS Classroom Trainings offer live, in-person, and virtual classes with instructors via authorized training partners like Spectrum, who teach in-demand cloud skills and best practices using a mix of presentations, discussions, and hands-on labs. At Spectrum, we offer multiple training modalities that include physical, virtual, or even hybrid instructor-led classes. We also tailor-make or customize boot camps or workshops based on learner and organization needs. If you require further details on this, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. Our email ID is shared at the very end of the session. Let's now take a look at the types of databases within AWS. Today, you no longer have to design around a single relational database. Now, you have a variety of database types to choose from. AWS provides a variety of database services, including NoSQL databases, relational databases, and graph databases. These database services come with built-in high availability, on-demand scaling, and automated backups. In the upcoming slide, we will go into a little detail about the AWS database service offerings. Do bear in mind that most of these services are part of the AWS Certified Database Specialty Certification. AWS Service Coverage. Let me take you through a quick introduction of the AWS service offerings, starting with the Amazon Aurora. The Amazon Aurora is a MySQL and PostgreSQL compatible relational database built for the cloud that combines the performance and availability of traditional enterprise databases with the simplicity and cost effectiveness of open source databases. It is fully managed by Amazon Relational Database Service, otherwise known as RDS, and up to 5 times faster than standard MySQL databases and 3 times faster than standard PostgreSQL databases. It provides the security, availability, and reliability of commercial databases at 1/10 of the cost. The Amazon Document DB. This is a fast, scalable, highly available, and fully managed document database service that supports MongoDB workloads. The Amazon DynamoDB. Amazon DynamoDB is a key value and document database that delivers single-digit millisecond performance at any scale. It's a fully managed, multi-region, multi-active, durable database with built-in security, backup and restore, and in-memory caching for internet-scale applications. DynamoDB can handle more than 10 trillion requests per day and can support peaks of more than 20 million requests per second. The Amazon Elasticache. Amazon Elasticache offers fully managed Redis, voted the most loved database by developers in the Stack Overflow 2020 Developer Survey, and memcached for your most demanding applications that require sub-millisecond response times. Next up, the Amazon Neptune. This is a fast, reliable, fully managed graph database service that makes it easy to build and run applications that work with highly connected datasets. The Amazon RDS. Amazon Relational Database Service, or Amazon RDS, makes it easy to set up, operate, and scale a relational database in the cloud. Amazon RDS provides you with 6 familiar database engines to choose from, including Amazon Aurora, PostgreSQL, MySQL, MariaDB, Oracle Database, and SQL Server. And at last is the AWS Database Migration. The AWS Database Migration Service helps to easily migrate or replicate your existing databases to Amazon RDS. Now, for anyone who is interested in attempting the AWS Certified Database Examination, here's a review of the associated learning path. We recommend you begin with the AWS Database Offerings course. This is a self-paced course that provides a basic overview of different database technologies and architectures and introduces you to the various AWS database services. This course also covers the concept of the purpose-built database, which changes the one-size-fits-all methodology that previously existed. The course is delivered through a mix of e-learning or web-based training and videos. The total duration of this course is 4 hours. From there, we recommend you move on to the planning and designing databases on AWS, which is a classroom delivered course. This can be taken either as a physical or a virtual instructor-led classroom training. This is a 3-day course where you will learn about the process of planning and designing both relational and non-relational databases. You will learn the design considerations for hosting databases on Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud or Amazon EC2. You will learn about the relational database services, including Amazon Relational Database Service or Amazon RDS, Amazon Aurora, and Amazon Redshift. You will also learn about the non-relational database services, including Amazon Document DB, Amazon DynamoDB, Amazon Elasticache, Amazon Neptune, and Amazon QLDB. By the end of the course, you will be familiar with the planning and design requirements of all 8 of the AWS database services, the pros and cons, and how to know which AWS database service is right for your workload. From there, you can move on to the exam readiness, AWS Certified Database Specialty. The AWS Certified Database Specialty exam validates technical skills and experience in designing, deploying, and managing AWS database services. This course helps you prepare for the exam by exploring the exam's topic areas and familiarizing you with the question style and exam approach. The course reviews sample exam questions in each topic area and teaches you how to interpret the concepts being tested so you can more easily eliminate incorrect responses. The delivery method is digital training, and the total duration is 3.5 hours. Listed here are a few points on the mechanics of the exam. Questions are multiple choice with both single selection and multiple selection options. There is no penalty for guessing, which means to say that there is no negative point for a wrong answer. You have 180 minutes to complete the exam. You can mark a question for future consideration and come back to a marked question easily at any point in time. And before submitting the exam, you will have the opportunity to review all your answers. A quick look at the marking matrix for the AWS Certified Database Specialty exam. This gives you an idea in terms of the percentage split for each of the domain or the modules within the exam. To close the session, here are the pointers to a few reference links that we feel might be of use to you, starting with a link to create a free AWS account where you could possibly go to get a flavor of the AWS cloud, followed by a few links on exam readiness and an exam guide. And in the end, we have given you a link to the e-learning library where you will find a lot of information and digital content to enable yourselves. And finally, on behalf of Spectrum Networks, may I take this opportunity to thank you for your time today. We truly hope you enjoyed the session. Do feel free to flip through our profile that you will find post the slide to know more about us. Thank you once again. Stay safe and well.
Welcome to the Path for Cloud Adoption breakout session, brought to you by New Horizons Computer Learning Centers, an authorized training partner for AWS in Saudi Arabia. As our title here indicates, we'll focus on the relation between cloud adoption and training and how that could affect organizations and businesses through their cloud adoption journey. So before we dive in, I'd like to introduce myself, your presenter for this session. My name is Walid Hussein, the General Manager for New Horizons Products Development at Al Khalij Training and Education Company. Al Khalij Training and Education is the master franchisee for New Horizons Computer Learning Centers in the Middle East. Our session will run for 20 minutes. Please feel free to share your inquiries or questions through the chat box. As you can see from today's agenda, after the introduction, we'll start by going through the different stages of cloud adoption. Then we'll talk about training and its importance for cloud adoption. We'll then see how comprehensive training affects this adoption process and share best practices for developing a comprehensive training program that can enable and support your cloud adoption strategy. Finally, we'll explore how Amazon Web Services training and certification offerings can help your businesses acquire the qualifications and skills you need throughout your cloud adoption process. So without further ado, let's move to the next slide and start. Most organizations and businesses have realized or are realizing that cloud technologies help their businesses. I think this is why most of this session audience are here today. So as cloud becomes the new norm, accelerating the cloud adoption process is something businesses are seeking to remain competitive. It's also important to highlight for everyone here that cloud adoption by itself isn't the goal, really. But faster adoption allows organizations accelerate the achievement of their business goals from the cloud. As we're learning here how the acceleration of cloud adoption journey helps businesses realize their objectives from this adoption faster, I think it's really important to identify the stage or the level your organization is at in terms of this adoption. The International Data Corporation, IDC, has identified 7 stages for the cloud adoption. As you can see on the illustration in front of you, the first level would be, for companies or organizations that have no interest in cloud computing, and then depending on the level of the organization's maturity or adoption of cloud, we have these 7 stages, where the 7th stage or the highest stage according to IDC is the cloud first, or the organizations who are using cloud services for all or almost all their workloads. You don't have to fall in a specific stage of these 7 stages, but what's really important in my opinion is that you identify the level you are at so you can envision what comes next and how to get there faster. In a research that was conducted by IDC, they have asked organizations to identify which of the 7 stages of cloud adoption they were in, and where these organizations expected themselves to be in 2 years. So their research shows that about 65% of organizations are using cloud for 1 or more workloads today. That means, these companies were in stages between 5, 6, or 7. The research also shows that only about 5% of organizations have no interest in cloud computing. And no matter where organizations are in their journeys, most expect to leverage the cloud services to support even more workloads in the future. In fact, 70% of organizations participating in this research expect to expand their use of cloud in 2 years. This research was published by IDC on a white paper under the title of Train to Accelerate Your Cloud Strategy, if you're interested to look it up. So we've gone through the different stages for cloud adoption. Let's now talk about the relationship between cloud adoption and training. Let's look at it this way. Cloud adoption is a change process, right? So educating your team members about the benefits of cloud, the effect of that on the organization's bottom line can only help you as an organization to create an understanding or a common understanding across all your team members. So if you have established that, training helps you through the process of your cloud adoption journey, a pivotal question that businesses undergoing cloud adoption process or thinking to start a cloud adoption process is that when should training on cloud start? What most organizations that are adopting cloud or starting to adopting cloud are finding is that focusing on the development of skills on earlier phases of cloud adoption enables them to understand their options, the different services they ought to include or not include within their implementation, and makes this process easier, faster, and more effective. One of the key findings of the same IDC research we referred to earlier is that organizations that invest in comprehensive training benefit the most. But what do we mean by comprehensive training? Comprehensive training includes both cloud fundamentals training for a wide range of stakeholders and deep cloud training for key technical teams. So organizations that invest in comprehensive training see significant benefits over those that invest only in minimal training. This is true regardless of the organization's cloud provider. So an example, training on fundamental skills can be offered for a wider range of team members like business leaders, other executive holders, and so on, while training on more vertical or advanced skills can target specific cloud services, skills or for professionals and specialized teams like solution architects or developers. One of the key findings of an IDC survey about the impact of training on cloud benefits is that investment in training impacts how quickly organizations are able to adopt the cloud. Over the next 24 months, organizations that are only minimally trained on cloud will lag behind comprehensively trained organizations in how much they expand their use of cloud. In other words, comprehensive training enables organizations to move more quickly through the stages of cloud adoption. The survey also found out that comprehensively trained organizations are 81% more likely to move up a cloud adoption stage in the next 24 months. As per the illustration we see here, we can see the impact comprehensive training has over minimal training in adoption speed. In conclusion here, I think it's fair to say that comprehensively trained organizations are able to overcome their concerns from the adoption process, move faster on the stages of their cloud adoption journey. The same survey, we can see here, some other results related to that same survey from IDC. Comprehensively trained organizations are 3.8 times more likely to meet their ROI requirements which make the cloud a feasible option for them. They are also 3.7 times more likely to overcome IT governance concerns and 4.4 times more likely to overcome operational or performance concerns. Since we've gone through the comprehensive training and how it affects the cloud adoption process, I'm sharing here some considerations that might help you develop a comprehensive training program for your cloud adoption. Make sure it's based on your cloud strategy that matches your business objectives. Try to engage with a training provider as soon as possible. Let me rephrase that. Try to engage with the training provider as early as possible in the process. Match your training program with the cloud adoption timeline and objectives. Consider this training program to be part of the overall cloud strategy, and provide training to all target learning population that are involved and going to be a part of this cloud adoption process. So as organizations across the globe are seeking individuals skilled in the transformative technologies of cloud, AWS training and certification equips diverse builders of today and tomorrow, experts and novices, practitioners and partners with the knowledge they need to leverage the power of the AWS cloud. Through AWS training and certification, you'll get the resources you need to develop your team, innovate in the cloud, and transform your organization. It would help you also to accelerate your cloud transformation or cloud adoption. You can build the cloud fluency across executives, lines of business, and technical staff. Remember, according to IDC, comprehensively trained organizations are 80% faster to adopt cloud, about 4 times likely to overcome operational concerns, and are also more likely to meet cloud ROI compared with minimal trained organizations. AWS training and certification help your business grow with AWS training that goes beyond test preparation. It teaches you in-demand cloud skills. Your team will learn best practices they can use right away with training developed from the source based on real cloud scenarios from AWS clients. AWS training and certification gives your team the benefit of hands-on experience, and trainings are offered virtual classroom trainings or in-class training that are delivered by accredited AWS instructors with deep technical knowledge. Amazon Web Services suggests a phased approach to AWS training and certification to train the teams of organizations that are starting their cloud adoption process. So on the illustration we see here, the suggested approach, goes, for the is actually phased out through the first 12 months of a cloud adoption project. This is, divided into 5 phases, as we can see, where the first phase starts, right at the beginning of the project, where we provide cloud awareness and essential training for a very broad range of employees. As we mentioned before, this actually brings or creates a baseline of understanding for all people involved in this adoption process, and creates a common language, so everybody is speaking the same language and understands the effect of this adoption on the bottom line of the organization. As the implementation goes on, a second phase, typically, from the 3rd to the 6th months, this phase, or during this phase, you would provide role-based foundational training for technical employees and key lines of business. So still we are here. I mean, we have jumped from the awareness to the foundational level in training, but we are covering a more specific audience with foundational skills level to match the adoption rate that is being carried out through the project of the cloud adoption. As the project, plan is implemented or is being implemented within the 6th to the 9th month, phase 3, typically AWS suggests to provide associate certification for select technical staff, of course, with relevant experience. So on this stage, maybe you're providing architecting associate level for the architects, or you're targeting the developers job roles with the associated certification on the associate level. And then from the 9th month to the 12th month, which is phase 4 as per this approach, more advanced and specialty training to be provided for specific technical staff as required. This is again, getting more focused on certain job roles and technical verticals as per your organization's cloud adoption needs. And then after the 12th month, of course, more professional certification to be delivered again to very specific job roles, because here you would be able to identify which roles needs higher level of skills and capabilities. And as the time goes and your implementation or your adoption of this of cloud and the workloads, and the more workloads you add, you move to the cloud, the more you will understand about what type of skills you need and what level of skills you need for each job role. All right, so we have reached to the end of our session. I will just leave you with this. For many organizations that are adapting cloud, that process is a path to competitive advantage and greater success. And to successfully adapt the cloud, organizations need individuals with cloud skills on their teams. Businesses that are moving workloads to the cloud can leverage training to accelerate their adoption, overcome concerns, and extend the benefits of cloud. To be able to achieve the benefits we have shared through this session of moving to the cloud and many others, organizations should establish a training program that is comprehensive, as we have discussed, and which would include both cloud fundamentals training, which would be directed to a wide range of stakeholders, and also deep cloud training, which is targeting technical teams. So consider training the IT organization, the product and operation teams, business and IT leaders, and other groups that are involved in the process, and leverage the various ways to train on both the potential use and the general application of cloud, in addition to the technical specifics of the cloud and processes that are specific to your organization. Thank you. And I hope that we've been able to share good insight about the importance of comprehensive training while you're adopting cloud, This is Walid Hussein from New Horizons, Saudi Arabia, and wish you all the best. So, as an authorized training partner for AWS in Saudi Arabia, New Horizons Al Khalij Training Education offers in-person and virtual classroom courses taught by our Amazon Web Services authorized instructors in local language. We teach you as per AWS authorized training partners in-demand cloud skills and best practices using a mix of presentations, discussions, and hands-on. You can find more information about our AWS courses and certifications on newhorizons.com.sa. Here I'm sharing with you sample offerings categorized by the level. As we mentioned earlier, we encourage you, if you are adopting cloud or thinking to adopt cloud while embarking in this journey, to prepare and design a comprehensive training plan that matches your objectives, and accordingly you should target all the different learners population that's going to be involved in this process. So as we shared in the previous slides and in the slide where we were talking about the suggested phased approach for the training from AWS, you can start at the beginning with the awareness level where you target most of your teams and a wider group of your staff by an awareness level courses like business essentials and technical essentials to establish a baseline for of understanding among all team members and create a common language. As you move on through your cloud adoption journey, you can then target foundational courses like AWS Cloud Practitioner Essentials. And then while you're moving ahead, you can target more specific job roles like architects or developers or system operations administrators on a more or on a higher level, on a more higher skill level, like the associate level. So architects can take architecting on AWS, developers can take developing on AWS, or at least start with this, and then SysOps admins can take also or start with the systems operations on AWS. As there are, of course, more advanced courses under each discipline. For architects, there are other courses and developers and system ops admins as well. And there are, of course, other domains, but these courses we're sharing here is just a suggestion for you as a start. And then there are professional level courses in different disciplines like DevOps or solution architects, where they can take advanced architecting on AWS if they were architects, or advanced developing on AWS, and DevOps engineers on AWS if they are in the DevOps engineering domain. There are other domains and levels of skills and courses and certifications that are provided by AWS training and certification, whether that is related to database or machine learning or gaming. And there are, of course, plenty of courses that are more vertical And you can find this and more on AWS training site. And you can also visit newhorizons.com.sa to see the different trainings and certification offerings we have for AWS.
Hi everyone, my name is Ghassan Matni. I'm a cloud expert at Clouder. I am a solutions architect certified, and I have many years of experience managing and migrating workloads for customers from different sectors to AWS. I'm going to talk today about Database Migration Service, AWS DMS, which I personally have an experience with, and the schema conversion tool that is an amazing service that can ease your migration process. If you have any question during the presentation, please feel free to add it in the chat section. In today's agenda, I'm going to brief you about Clouder Managed Services, what we do, what are our services, and how you, as end customers, can benefit from working with a partner to migrate your databases to AWS. Then I'm going to talk about AWS databases, starting with a quick overview, list few security principles, and then I will explain how easily you can migrate your databases to AWS using the DMS service and the schema conversion tool. Clouder is a multi-cloud managed cloud services provider. We are currently an AWS Select partner, targeting to be an advanced partner very soon. We assist our customers in their digital transformation and cloud journey. Starting from a complete understanding and assessment of customer infrastructure, we design our customer platform on AWS, then implement or migrate it to AWS. Clouder 24/7 team will then monitor, backup, and fully manage and optimize the platform. Our commitment to our customers is to maximize the performance on the cloud and minimize the cost. We have worldwide customer footprint and presence in the USA, France, UAE, Qatar, and Lebanon. It is no secret that for decades, enterprise customers have had troubled relationships with their old guard database vendors. The pattern is always the same with all customers I've met. Those databases are expensive, proprietary, designed for lock-in, and come with punitive licensing terms. That's why so many customers have accelerated their migration to AWS cloud databases. They're actually targeting to reduce their capital cost while using the AWS pay-as-you-go model that charges only for the services used, and reducing the operational costs by using AWS managed database services. Most senior IT leaders I speak with follows two strategies when it comes to database migration. Some of them prefer the lift and shift model, that is about migrating your existing apps and databases with its associated data to the cloud with minimal or no changes. And the other strategy, which is more innovative, is to benefit from AWS tools and services to quickly build new apps and databases in the cloud. AWS, in fact, has provided us with the right tools to make this smooth transition. In fact, the lift and shift approach will let customers quickly reduce their infrastructure and operational costs. They are just migrating their on-premise databases to the cloud as is, without the need to refactor their source code. Because of this, customers are trying to move as fast as they can to open source databases like MySQL, Postgres, and MariaDB. Be aware that moving from commercial grade to open source databases is challenging because it requires a lot of tuning to reach the same level of performance and reliability. In this section, the AWS Database Services, I'm going to list few supported flavors and types before explaining the database migration process using AWS DMS and the schema conversion tool. Briefing you about AWS database services, there are different types of supported databases that can answer all your needs. We have the relational databases that comes with two flavors, Aurora and AWS Relational Database Service. There's also the non-relational databases such as DynamoDB, Elastic Cache, and DocumentDB. Each one of these serves different purposes, so depending on your application, you can choose between the above database types. Customers that are running commercial databases such as Oracle and SQL Server on premises often choose to first migrate to Amazon RDS, a fully managed relational database service that can use to run your choice of database engines, including open source engines as well as Oracle and SQL Server. Oracle RDS improves database scale and performance and automates time-consuming administration tasks such as hardware provisioning, database setup, patching, and backups. I also want to talk about Amazon Aurora, which is a relational database built for the cloud. It is compatible with Postgres and MySQL. Amazon Aurora is up to 5 times faster than MySQL and 3 times faster than Postgres. It scales automatically to keep up with your application with enhanced throughput. It also automatically backs up your data and store it in S3 bucket. Moving to data warehouse, AWS Redshift is a cloud data warehouse solution that can be easily implemented. Amazon Redshift is at least 50% less expensive than all other cloud data warehouses. It is also integrated with the data lake, where you can query exabytes of data. So now that we have listed the different databases types and flavors available on AWS, we will talk about AWS Database Migration Servers and the Schema Conversion Tool. If you have any clarification, please don't hesitate to drop us your question in the chat section. Customers are looking to migrate their databases to the cloud, and it is a common scenario these days. To answer this need, AWS provided us with the right tool to achieve that. You have definitely heard from your database administrators that the migration is a long and complex process, and it takes 1 month at least. Now with AWS DMS, you can do it with few hours. You also have heard that it requires a lot of manual interventions. With AWS DMS, the migration is automated and requires minimal interventions from your database administrators. The process, in fact, is very quick and secure, so you don't need to worry about the complexity and security of the process. With AWS DMS and Schema Conversion Tool, you can easily migrate homogeneous databases such as Oracle to Oracle, Microsoft SQL to Microsoft SQL, MySQL to MySQL, etc. And the interesting part here is that it also supports heterogeneous migrations between different database platforms, such as Oracle or Microsoft SQL to Amazon Aurora, for example, and many more. Another scenario is the migration of the same database flavor while upgrading to a different version. Database administrators also plan ahead of time the upgrade of a version. So with AWS DMS, it is a very easy process. All you need to do is to connect to your database sources and let the service do the conversion or the upgrade. The AWS Schema Conversion Tool makes the heterogeneous database migrations predictable by automatically converting the source database schema and a majority of the database code objects, including views, stored procedures, and functions, to a format that is compatible with the target database. Any objects that cannot be automatically converted are clearly marked in the assessment so they can be manually converted to complete the migration. It gives you an assessment report. It will tell you how easy or difficult it is to attempt to do this heterogeneous migration. On the other hand, for homogeneous migrations, it is going to assess the effort for the migration. It will tell you exactly what are the features that you are currently using in your on-premise database and how easy it will migrate all functionalities to AWS. And once the assessment and planning phases are done, the tool will help you automate this conversion. As you can see in this slide, AWS DMS Server supports different sources and targets. We have the big players in the sources like Oracle, Microsoft SQL, the open source databases like MySQL, MariaDB, and Postgres. You can also migrate from Azure SQL database. All of these sources can be migrated or converted to Amazon RDS instances databases or Redshift, for example, for data warehouse purpose, or to DynamoDB. Having this flexibility and this variety of schema conversions, the migration process became very easy and practical. So now customers are not bound anymore to their legacy databases and can easily change and innovate their applications. The database migration is a two-step process. One is you go and prepare the source database. Here we have two scenarios. If your migration is heterogeneous, it copy and convert your schema from the source database or data warehouse and load it into the destination database on AWS. The process will definitely pass by automatic optimizations to support the new engine features. However, on the other hand, if the migration is homogeneous, it copy your schema using native tools to the destination database or warehouse. This was the first step of the migration process. Moving forward to the second step, AWS DMS or Database Migration Service, which is a fully managed service, will migrate your data to the destination database. So, when would you use Database Migration Service? It's all about migration from point A to point B. Do you want to migrate business-critical application and you are delaying it because of the database functionalities in the cloud? Are you afraid of having a downtime? Are you afraid to review if all procedures and functions that are built in your on-premise database and make sure they are migrated to the cloud properly and they are properly functioning? You are not finding the time because of your database administrators that have a lot of daily tasks? Then you can use AWS DMS Service to offload all this headache. As I previously showed you, this service supports many types of migrations and supports different engines. The other thing that Database Migration Service does, it's not just about migrating databases to the cloud. It can also do things like schema version upgrade. For example, if you have in your legacy application, you have Microsoft SQL 2008, and as you know, it reached end of life. And then you are planning to upgrade it to a supported version. Then, thanks to the DMS service that will do it on your behalf, and your users will never know that this migration or upgrade occurred. And definitely, if you want to refactor, for example, if you have Oracle database and you want to move to Postgres, you can use Database Migration Service to copy all your data that is saved in the Microsoft SQL Server and upload it to Postgres database. On top of the ability of migrating between the same data stores, you can also move from a relational data store to a non-relational data store. For example, if you have a legacy application that requires non-relational database, like key value oriented, and you want to move to DynamoDB or MongoDB, then you can use DMS to handle the extraction of the data from this relational data store and load it into the non-relational data store. It saves you a lot of time and cost and will enhance the performance of your application. Another use for AWS DMS, how many of you have thought of having a database replication across different locations? With all the incidents that are happening lately, you need to think about a business continuity plan to keep your data saved in different locations. Then DMS service will take care of it. At the end of the day, AWS is giving us the flexibility to choose the right engine for us and provided us with the right tool to convert your schema into other engines. So you are not bound anymore to our old guard vendor. Thank you guys for attending this session. Finally, I would like to announce that Clouder is providing you with a free cloud migration service for a limited time. It's a special promotion done for the purpose of this event. So if you want to benefit from this offer, please download the presentation where you can review the full slides. In addition to that, you can find our services and contact details.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us. My name is Sharbil Mitri. I'm a Senior Cloud Solutions Architect at Aws. Today, I'm going to talk to you about the available options of hosting your database on AWS. Here is our agenda. I will start with an introduction about Aws, our company. Then, a quick glance about AWS services. Following that, we will be exploring the different database options on AWS, varying from self-managed, managed, to serverless. Also, I will be sharing with you one of our success stories with Exotica. And finally, I will be revealing an exciting offer exclusive to the attendees of Conclaves. During this session, if you have any questions, submit them in the Q&A chat box. Please don't forget to download this presentation that will be available at the end of this event. So who are we? Aws is an advanced AWS consulting partner that enables SMBs and large businesses with professional IT and communication solutions. We have a long proven track record in serving the corporate market. By leveraging our expertise in networking, telecommunications, systems, cloud, and data center operations, we are providing holistic solutions for businesses to benefit from the power of AWS. Aws is based in Beirut and is part of the Beni Sayali Group. With more than 2,000 passionate employees, the group counts over 20 companies that are active in various sectors and industries, covering a geographical presence that spans over the MENA region. Within Aws itself, we have more than 60 employees, 15 of them holding AWS certifications, with 5 professional or specialty level, 5 associates, and 5 practitioners, and more certifications coming underway. We provide our customers with a wide range of services and solutions. Our services vary from architecture, migration, security, operation to optimization. Under architecture, our cloud architects design and build solutions that cater to your business needs, as well as carefully develop any application to a cloud-ready state. Within our migration services, certified experts can help deploy and migrate infrastructure and legacy systems to the cloud, while reducing risks, downtime, and required resources. At Aws, we never compromise security. Keeping your application and data secure is a vital aspect of moving to cloud. We make sure your environment is protected with the highest grades of security. Under our operations services, our customers benefit from the expertise of our team to monitor and efficiently manage the infrastructure that runs their applications. Optimizing resources on the clouds involves regular analysis and infrastructure usage. Within the optimization service, we make sure you get the best performance at the optimum cost. In 2020, we have successfully launched more than 20 projects on AWS. The major ones were about migrating different workloads like ERP, CRMs, Active Directory, and much more to the cloud. We also developed and hosted several e-commerce platforms for customers, as well as designed and deployed sophisticated DR and backup solutions. All the projects were achieved by utilizing AWS services and by taking advantage of AWS major benefits like ease of use, flexibility, cost-effectiveness, reliability, scalability, and security, which are constantly available to all AWS users and partners. Currently, AWS is offering over 200 fully featured services. and today we will be focusing on all the aspects revolving around database. In the following slides, we are going to talk about the different ways of hosting your database on AWS. One of the possible solutions is to use Amazon EC2, or what is called a self-managed database. With this option, you can run your database on your preferred operating system, for example Linux or Windows. Also, you are not limited to specific EC2 types and families. In other words, you can choose the instance size that you prefer. So maybe you need more CPU or more RAM. You will always have the luxury to use the preferred database engine that was running in your own data center, with the option of bringing your own commercial database license. Furthermore, you will be able to use the same instance to host other services. For example, the database engine and web server can both run on the same EC2. Moreover, you are in full control over your database configuration, backups, security, and so on. Going the self-managed path seems to be the fastest way to migrate from on-premise to AWS cloud, as your IT personnel will keep on working the same way they are used to. However, la vie en rose is not the right expression with this option. Why? In fact, the benefit of moving your database from on-premise to self-managed EC2 is negligible. Your IT personnel are still responsible for the health and performance of your database. They are required to manually patch and upgrade not only the database service, but also the underlying operating system that hosts it. They will be responsible for monitoring the database and the infrastructure in order to pinpoint issues and take corrective measures when needed. Not to forget that taking backups, reliably storing them, and making sure an efficient restore plan is in place when needed is a tedious task. Finally, maintaining a highly available database cluster needs experienced people and sometimes comes at a high price. So why consume the talents in your team by managing the whole system when they can only focus on the database itself? In the end, that's the real value of your application. This being said, AWS offers Amazon Relational Database Service, or RDS, which is a fully managed service provided by AWS that handles many of the tedious tasks of database management. With Amazon RDS, you don't need to install any operating system and spend time installing, configuring, and fine-tuning your database engine. Provisioning a new database becomes very easy. In fact, you only need a few clicks in the AWS console and you're ready to roll. During these steps, you specify the database type, version, instance type, in addition to other options related to high availability, security, backups, and so on. Let's take a look at the database engines available with Amazon RDS. As you can see, with Amazon RDS, we have the freedom to choose between open source and commercial database engines. Also, we can use Amazon Aurora, which is a cloud-native database. More about it in the coming slides. Now that we know what is Amazon RDS, we will describe some of its key advantages. First, there is no need to manually upgrade or patch your database or operating system. So, without any interaction from your side, and without providing internet access to your database, AWS will take care of patching and upgrading your service during a predefined maintenance window. As for the storage, Amazon RDS storage can scale up to 64 TB. Storage scaling is on the fly with zero downtime. Moreover, you don't need to manually back up your database, as AWS takes care of this step also. In fact, the backup occurs during the daily backup window. Automated backups are kept for a configurable number of days called retention period. Your automatic backup retention period can be configured up to 35 days. Another benefit of using Amazon RDS is read replicas. Read replicas are near real-time copies of your database. By using them, you can overcome the limitation of read-heavy database operations. You can create one or more read replicas to serve high-volume application read traffic. Not having direct access to the underlying operating system doesn't mean you are locked out from tuning and optimizing your database engine. DB parameters groups provides granular control and fine-tuning of your database. When it comes to monitoring, you are fully covered with Performance Insights, a great tool that helps you assess the load on your database. Once enabled, Performance Insights allows non-experts to detect performance problems with an easy-to-understand dashboard. Last but not least, high availability using the multi-AZ option. Amazon RDS automatically creates a primary database instance and synchronously replicates the data to a standby instance in a different availability zone. Each availability zone runs on its own physically distinct, independent infrastructure and is engineered to be highly reliable. Moreover, Amazon RDS will generate a unique endpoint for your database, and it will redirect all traffic to the active instance. So, in case of an infrastructure failure, Amazon RDS performs an automatic failover to the standby node so that you can resume database operations in a matter of seconds. Since the endpoint for your database instance remains the same after a failover, your application can resume database operations without the need of manual administrative intervention. Now that we talked about Amazon RDS, we will focus on an engine built for the cloud, Amazon Aurora. Amazon Aurora is a MySQL and PostgreSQL compatible relational database engine that combines the speed and availability of high-end commercial databases with the simplicity and cost-effectiveness of open-source databases. As for the performance, Amazon Aurora is up to 5 times faster than standard MySQL and 3 times faster than standard PostgreSQL database. When it comes to storage, Amazon Aurora uses a cloud-native database architecture and focuses on compute and storage separation. Amazon Aurora automatically maintains 6 copies of your data across 3 availability zones and will automatically attempt to recover your database in a healthy availability zones with no data loss. Furthermore, Amazon Aurora volumes automatically grow as the amount of data in your database increases. In fact, an Amazon Aurora volume can grow to a maximum size of 128 TB. Amazon Aurora is the only relational database that could automatically scale horizontally without hassle. That is, it gives you the possibility to add reader nodes called read replicas to cope with the increased loads on the database. When the load decreases, Aurora autoscaling removes unnecessary replicas so that you don't pay for unused provisioned nodes. Another revolutionary feature of Amazon Aurora is Aurora Multi-Master. With Amazon Aurora, you can have a multi-master database, which means you are no longer limited to one writer node. In fact, you can have up to 4 nodes with read-write capability within multi-AZ. This enables uptime-sensitive applications to achieve continuous write availability through instance failure. Looking for more availability? Aurora Global Database is the answer. Aurora Global Database replicates writes in the primary region with typical latency of less than 1 second to secondary regions, allowing low latency global reads. For example, you may choose to run one database in different parts of the world to serve users in those regions. In disaster recovery situations, you can promote any secondary region to take full read-write responsibilities in less than a minute. The last option of running your database workload on AWS is Amazon Aurora Serverless. This gives you more flexibility in terms of scalability. Amazon Aurora Serverless V2 provides the ability to scale database workloads to hundreds of thousands of transactions instantly. Instead of doubling the capacity every time a workload needs to scale, it adjusts capacity in fine-grained increments to provide just the right amount of database resources for the application needs. There is no database capacity for you to manage. Also, you pay only for the capacity your application consumes. This could lead to a 90% savings on your database cost compared to cost of provisioning capacity for peak load. Amazon Aurora Serverless still provides you with the full breadth of Amazon Aurora capabilities. And now, I will walk you through the cloud journey of one of our customers. Exotica, a leading provider of first-class floristry and landscape contracting in the Middle East and North Africa, has been running its online flower delivery service since 1999. As a retail floral company, they used to experience a great spikes in orders right before special occasions such as Valentine's Day and Mother's Day, resulting in an overloaded server. In 2019, Exotica decided to move to an enhanced and scalable infrastructure on the cloud that would help them adapt with the growing traffic during special events and avoid customer complaints or miss any sales opportunity. For that, Wise and AWS were their definite choice. First, our AWS certified experts designed and implemented a highly available and scalable solution by decoupling the application from the database and enabling auto-scaling on the application level. At this stage, we moved from self-managed MySQL to Amazon RDS for MySQL, which helped us bypass the hassle of database administration and focus on the application itself. But this wasn't the end of the story. Now that the application layer was scaling automatically, the database layer became the bottleneck, since, by design, relational databases are not meant to scale horizontally. Therefore, before each special occasion, our team used to scale the RDS instance by increasing its resources and scale it down after the event. In alignment with our strategy of constantly optimizing the client's infrastructure and to minimize the manual intervention of our operations team, we migrated from Amazon RDS for MySQL to Amazon Aurora MySQL compatible. This change allowed the automatic scaling of the database layer each time the application rushes for read operations. It also boosted the overall platform performance. Finally, by leveraging services from AWS, we were able to deliver in no time an efficient and reliable solution that fits our clients' needs. We went through all the available options of hosting your database on AWS. And to help you choose the most suitable one for your projects, Wise would be happy to offer you a free cloud assessment to benefit from a high-level design and cost estimate tailored for your business needs. To claim this offer, contact our team on aws@wise-business.com before the end of this month. This presentation will be available for you at the end of this session. Don't forget to download it. Thank you all for your time today. If you would like more details about what was discussed today or to explore our services further, please visit our website.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to our session. Break free from commercial proprietary databases with Database Migration Service DMS from AWS. My name is Bashar Abdulhadi. I'm the founder and CTO of KuwaitNet, and I'll be taking you through the session today. Our agenda, we will go through a little bit of the surge of data requirement and why to break free from proprietary databases, why specifically AWS, and we'll go through AWS Cloud Native Databases, and we'll go through some of the tools and services for migration offered by AWS, and why to work with a partner. Additionally, we will talk about our experience sharing with a success story that we had with DMS. Over the past 5 years, there has been an exponential growth of data. It has been estimated that the data grows 10 times every 5 years, driven by connected network devices such as smart devices and IoT. Additionally, microservices and analytics requirements has been increased by IT experts and audit firms. So a lot of devices such as IoT has been driving data for real-time monitoring and analytics, and this increases, of course, the data storage requirement. Additionally, the change driven by DevOps, the transformation and the transition for IT from DevOps has the rate of increased data requirement for logging and auditing, for example. The cloud journey has multiple paths. We will today speak about one of them, which is the replatforming. Basically, replatforming is how to lift and reshape your underlying infrastructure, such as databases, using the migration tools available from AWS. Commercial databases has been the default choice for many application development for many years. And there has been various reasons why developers are stuck, for example, with these commercial databases. One of them, the developers knows the technology. Purchasing departments has an existing contract which they would like to renew, and they could, for example, handle the job. The commercial database basically handles the job in front of them. They don't need to look and seek for more information and new technologies. A question we could ask ourselves: why would we break free from these commercial databases? It's basically the faster development speed, more resilience application. A lot of new application uses new type of databases. Breaking free from restrictive annual contracts. In case if you would like to change in the middle of a contract, you are having the freedom, saving, of course, money on licensing and operating expenses. And developers could learn new technologies such as NoSQL databases. Some of the challenges that developers or today we face on-premise databases, basically it's the hardware and the software installations, database configuration, patching, and backups. You require a database administrator to be on site or to be on the team to handle this for you. Whenever you want to set up a cluster and data replication for high availability, it's a bit of a challenge. Capacity planning and scaling for clusters, whenever there is a data surge or a spike of the traffic on a specific period of the year, you have to plan this ahead in advance. The cons of commercial proprietary databases, basically it's costly, it's proprietary, you have a vendor lock-in, complex licensing, and potential audit risk and penalty. A lot of licensing models of commercial databases are not clear how to handle the licensing when it comes from on-premise and moving to cloud. Why would somebody think of breaking free with AWS, for example? Performance at scale. It has been estimated, whenever you migrate to, for example, on Aurora database, it has been estimated from 3 to 5 times the performance compared to an existing database. It's a fully managed. You don't require to have a DBA on the team to manage things for you. You don't have to plan how to scale up or scale down whenever there is a spike. Everything is done automatically. Of course, it's cost effective. It has been estimated it's 1/10 of the cost of commercial databases. And reliability is one of the core things of cloud databases on AWS. It's safeguarded, it can scale anytime, and of course it's secure. You don't need to care about availability and scalability or even backups. There are factors to consider when breaking free from proprietary databases. Important factors to consider are the type of cloud native database that you want to use and the process you will use to migrate your data. Choosing the right cloud native database type and choosing a migration process. With AWS native databases, we provide multiple, broad set of selection of built-in databases that to allow you to save, grow, and innovate faster. The first, let's say, path is the relational databases. Basically, for traditional applications, ERPs, CRMs, or even e-commerce, the AWS service provided is the AWS Aurora, which is a MySQL and PostgreSQL compatible. AWS RDS, which is a Postgre, MySQL, MariaDB, even Oracle and SQL Server replacement. And of course, there are the Amazon Redshift, which is a data warehouse type. On the other side, we have the NoSQL databases, or a key value. It's for high traffic web apps, e-commerce systems, gaming for scores, storage and gaming applications. The offered service from AWS is AWS DynamoDB, which is a NoSQL database type. When it comes to AWS services and tools to help you to migrate to AWS Cloud Native Database, there is the AWS Database Migration Service, which is an easy and a secure way to migrate and replicate your database from on-premise to the cloud. It can migrate between different database engines. The source database remains fully operational during the migration. It's a very low cost and global availability. It costs as low as $3 per terabyte to migrate, to use the tool. On the other side, we have the AWS SCT, the schema conversion tool, which basically automates the schema conversion, including database structure. Minimal effort is required to performing the schema rewrite and allowing the conversion from commercial to open source databases. There are multiple types of how to migrate from a database to a database. The first type is the homogeneous. Basically, you have a specific database type on your premise, and you utilizing AWS DMS to migrate it on similar equivalent on the cloud. And we have heterogeneous. Basically, you have a MySQL database on premise using AWS schema conversion tool, then AWS database migration tool. You convert that to a different type of a database, for example, AWS Aurora. And there is to migrate to an AWS alternative. For example, you have a MongoDB on-premise using AWS Data Migration Service. You migrate that to AWS DocumentDB with a MongoDB compatibility, for example. Of course, using SCT, basically you have your source database and using the conversion tool to migrate the data from on-premise. For example, it's an Oracle to AWS Aurora or PostgreSQL or even MySQL. For example, you have a Cassandra implementation on-premise and you want to migrate that to AWS DynamoDB. The migration journey, basically, you have one of the examples. You're running an Oracle database, on-premise, then utilizing AWS SCT and DMS to migrate to AWS Aurora MySQL, for example. You've lowered your costs. It's very cost effective. You've moved from proprietary to an open source alternative, whereas there is no licensing restrictions. And it's fully managed by AWS. You don't require the database administrators, with a very minimal downtime during the migration. As you can see on this slide, AWS DMS has been used for more than 350,000 successful database migration. Many customers have accelerated their migration using AWS cloud databases because they want the benefits of reduced CapEx and OpEx, increased the IT staff productivity, the scalability, modern and open architecture, pay-as-you-go model, unequal pace of innovation at AWS. For example, on Samsung, They have migrated more than 1.1 billion users from an Oracle to AWS Aurora, which reduced their monthly database cost by more than 45%. Okay, Bashar, everything is beautiful. I like the service. I want to use AWS DMS, but I like the resources to utilize AWS DMS or their tools available. And this is where we jump in. AWS empowers their partners such as KuwaitNet, where they are focusing on the tools and the processes and empowering their infrastructure and allowing partners like KuwaitNet to jump in and help customers with their migration journey. Basically, some of the benefits that a customer can benefit when working with a partner is the expertise. You have a subject matter expert on the team. We're sitting next door. Whenever you want, you just we're a phone call away. The simplicity of handing over the experienced team to migrate the database, and the continuous improvement. To be a certified AWS partner with a specific PowerPoint and technologies, we need to stay up to date with all the technologies and the certification required to empower our team. For that, I would like to come to sharing a success story that we had during this pandemic. There have been a lot of jumps for government services that has migrated from on-premise to the cloud because of the need of online distance learning or offering additional services online for the public. And the pandemic was a great example of proving that the cloud and these tools and technologies are the future. One of our customers are running Moodle, which is a learning management system on-premise, running on a Windows operating system with an MS SQL database. When this pandemic started, they had several pain points. One of them is the performance issue while fetching the data from the database, unable to handle the sudden traffic spike. This traffic spike has jumped because everyone was in the middle of their school and they said you need to take your exams online, you're having your classes online. The website used to load very slow because of the number of students, and the infrastructure was end of life. And to jump and increase the hardware in the government, you go through a procurement cycle, tendering process, and the costly licensing if you want to change during the contract, so it's very heavy. They had 75,000 students running on this implementation, which we were unable to handle. So what we did, we created an AWS environment with an application load balancer over EC2 instances and an RDS of MySQL. We installed Moodle with the same version of the production environment. Then we converted MySQL RDS to Aurora and created a new server on EC2, Windows Server, and we installed MS SQL with the same version on-premise production environment. Then using DMS, we connected MS SQL to EC2 and Aurora RDS. So using the truncate before load, while DMS migration, to empty the vanilla implementation of Moodle. During that, of course, we had Moodle on-premise to be on the maintenance mode to take a final dump before the migration. What was the results? We had a significant improvement on the overall performance, and there is no more hassle of licensing bill. They could scale up, scale down, depending on the load. During off-peak, they could lower the environment. During exams or when the students are online during the mornings, the entire infrastructure increases. We handled more than 25,000 concurrent users, where they weren't able to handle 250 users concurrently previously. Please feel free to ask your questions, and we'll try to handle them during the session. If not, myself and my colleagues will be ready to answer your questions, and we'll get back to you with answers. Please feel free to go through the remaining slides of the presentation, which has more products and services of KuwaitNet. And please don't hesitate to contact us using our website or aws@kuwaitnet.com email address. Thank you very much and looking forward to working with you. Best regards.
بسم الله وأهلا بكم في Scalable Workload on AWS. أنا مؤمن هاني Senior Solution Architect و Multi Cloud Consultant. دي بعض السيرتيفيكيشنز اللي أنا حاصل عليها في AWS ومايكروسوفت وغيرها. الأجندة بتاعتنا إن شاء الله هنتكلم على ليه AWS والسكالابيليتي on AWS، وهنعرف إيه هي الأوتو سكيلينج AWS أوتو سكيلينج، والأوتو سكيلينج دي إحنا بنحتاجها لإيه وليه أصلا هنشغلها. هنشوف الفيتشرز الخاصة بالأوتو سكيلينج، وهنشوف تكنولوجيز مهمة جدا بتنتجريت مع الماشين ليرنينج اللي هي ال AWS Predictive Scaling. وآخر حاجة هنتكلم على البارتنرشيب بين ال AWS والنافذة. ليه AWS؟ AWS عندها سيرفيسز كتيرة جدا وفي فانكشناليتي عالية جدا وفي انتجريشن كبير ما بين السيرفيسز اللي بتقدمها. AWS عندها بارتنرز كتيرة جدا وكاستمرز كتيرة جدا worldwide. AWS is a most secure infrastructure أو data center، أو لو قلنا شركة فهي most secure company يعني worldwide. AWS هي من أكثر الشركات تطورا إن هي بتقدم سيرفيس، والسيرفيس دي دايما up to date. AWS عندها expertise في كل حتة في العالم في كذا تخصص، وفي specializations في تخصصات كتيرة جدا. for example لو قلنا في ناس بتشتغل for SAP HANA on AWS، في ناس بتشتغل في السكيورتي فقط، في ناس بتشتغل في الويندوز workloads فقط and so on. الكلاود كومبيوتنج ليدرشيب عندنا AWS تعتبر هي التوب في الكلاود كومبيوتنج على مستوى العالم، وده based on طبعا جارتنر ريبورتس. يجي بعديها مايكروسوفت وجوجل من الثلاثة الليدرز، ولكن AWS بتسبقهم طبعا بمراحل. دي خريطة العالم. AWS موجودة في كل حتة زي ما حضراتكم شايفين. دي داتا سنترز موجودة حاليا وفي ريجونز، ودي اللون اللي هو الأورنج ده دي الداتا سنترز اللي جاية الأيام القادمة إن شاء الله. فدي تعتبر خريطة العالم. لما أنا بقول أنا عاوز أحط الداتا بتاعتي فين، ببدأ أبص على الخريطة كده وبشوف أنا مكاني فين وعاوز أحط الداتا بتاعتي فين. AWS مش مجرد داتا سنتر موجودة بنحط فيها الداتا بتاعتنا وخلاص. AWS داتا سنتر هي السكيور عموما. في داتا لايرنج معمولة، في انفراستراكشر لايرنج، في عندي اكسس لايرنج على السيرفيس بتاعتي. عندي طبعا في شركات بتعمل عليا اوديت على AWS عشان تقول اذا كنت انا security compliance or not، عشان وده بتبقى ريبورتس بابليك ريبورتس بتعرض للجميع. بعتمد الطاقه البديله او الطاقه النظيفه في ان انا بمد الداتا سنترز بتاعتي، وبختار الداتا سنتر دايما بعنايه، مش بحطها في اماكن فيها زلازل او هكذا. وحتى لو ده بيحصل دايما انا بكونسيدر الكوارث الطبيعيه وانا ببني الداتا سنتر بتاعي. ده طبيعي. طبعا لما حضرتك بتطلع ل AWS بتفكر وانا هدفع ازاي. في AWS انت بتدفع بموديل اسمه Pay as you go، او تعمل reserved instance، ويمكن في بعض السيرفيس كمان فري. البي از يو جو ان حضرتك بتدفع فقط اللي انت محتاجه. يعني انا دلوقتي لو انا اون بريم في الشركه عندي محتاج اعمل اكستشينج او شير بوينت سيرفر، انا هشتري سيرفر. ممكن كمان سنه اقول انا مش محتاج السيرفيس دي وعندي بديل ليها، ولكن السيرفر انا دفعت ثمنه اب فرونت، فبالتالي هيقعد معايا 3 أو 5 سنين قدام، انا دافع ثمنه خلاص. فاصبح كمان بقى في تقيد اكتر بان انا لازم ابقى معتمد على السيرفيس دي. البي از يو جو انا بدفع فقط اللي انا محتاجه، واقدر اعمل ريسايزنج للريسورس اللي انا باخده. لو 8 جيجا رام فور اكزامبل مثلا ب$100، فانا ممكن اخليهم 4 جيجا بكره وادفع 50 فقط. ممكن اقول لو هي ب$100 ال 8 جيجا، فانا هعمل كوميتمنت اجريمنت مع AWS، اقول لهم انا هاخد السيرفيس دي لمده سنه، فبالتالي ممكن ينزل لي فيها 30% من التكلفه الكليه بتاعتها، وبدفع برضه مانثلي. او ان انا اقول له 3 سنين لو السيرفيس دي سيرفيس كبيره وهتقعد معايا وقت كبير بنفس السايز ده، وممكن ينزل لي اب تو 75% مثلا. وفي عندي سيرفيسز فور فري، في عندي سيرفيسز ممكن احط فيها ستور فيها بالتيرا بايتس وادفع ارقام زهيده جدا. ال AWS Auto Scaling من الحاجات المهمه جدا، ولازم نكون واخدين بالنا منها واحنا بنديبلوي اي سوليوشن على AWS. لو انا عندي السيرفيس دي بتشتغل كل اسبوع لمده فور اكزامبل 4 ايام او 5 ايام، وبيجي فيه 2 days ويك اند، فبالتالي انا عندي في during الويك اند ده انا ما بستخدمش السيرفيس بشكل كامل. فانا هنا لو انا عندي فور اكزامبل عندي EC2، الاي سي 2 دي ما فيش عليها او جه عليها ضغط شغل زياده شويه، في ديماند انكريز زياده، فبالتالي بيحصل تريجر بيطلع يقول والله احنا محتاجين انستنس ثانيه تسبورت الاكزيستنج انستنس، لان مثلا ممكن نقول الانستنس الواحده كانت بتسبورت 10,000 يوزر كونكارنت، دلوقتي انا عندي 20,000 يوزر، فاذا المعادله بسيطه جدا بتقول ان انا محتاج كمان EC2. طب لو انا كمان العدد ده زاد وصل مثلا 7,000 كمان، ده ممكن ابقى انا محتاج ماشين كمان، فبالتالي انا ممكن اعمل انكريز للنمبر اوف EC2s اللي عندي. طيب لو انا بقى اصلا انا عندي الترافيك خلاص انا في البيك دلوقتي، ولكن بدات الترافيك دي تقل عندي بيزد اون الميتريكس، لو قلت والله هي قلت لمده نص ساعه الترافيك بدا يقل، فخلاص ابدا على طول اعمل لي ديموت لماشين من اللي موجودين عندي. طيب لو هو قل اكتر من كده، ابدا برضه شيل واحده من الانستنس اللي موجوده عندي، دي اسمها سكيل داون. لو انا عندي هاي افيلابيلتي سوليوشنز زي اللود بالانسر مثلا موجود عندي، الالاستيك لود بالانسر او الابلكيشن لود بالانسر، وطبعا الماشين دي هتدخل وتبقى سيرفيس تحت اللود بالانسر، فاوتوماتيك اللود بالانسر بيديتكت اذا كانت الماشين دي اكتف ونقدر نعمل لود بالانسنج عليها او لا. ولما بيحصل ديموت اوتوماتيك اللود بالانسر بيشيلها من الجروب بتاعته اللي هو بيعمل عليها بالانس. البنفيتس اللي احنا ممكن نحصل عليها لو احنا شغلنا الاوتو سكيلينج بشكل عام، ان احنا بندفع فقط اللي احنا محتاجينه. يمكن احنا قلنا من شويه ان البي از يو جو موديل بيدفعني اللي انا محتاجه از سيرفيس، ولكن ممكن السيرفيس اللي انا واخدها دي هي مش توتالي كونسيومد، فانا هنا بتدخل في التفاصيل ان انا اقلل التكلفه حتى بتاعت السيرفيس اللي انا خلاص كوميتد عليها وان انا هاخدها، لا انا ممكن ابدا اقلل التكلفه معاها. تمام، فان انا اشوف ابقى ماتشد وابقى الاستيك مع الديماند بتاعي ومع الريسورسز الحاليه اللي موجوده عندي. الاوتو سكيلينج سهله جدا ان انا اعمل لها سكيل اب وسكيل داون بيزد اون اليوتيلايزيشنز اللي بيحصل على السيرفيس والديماند. ان انا مش محتاج اتدخل بشكل بشري عشان اقول السيرفيس محتاجه تعمل سكيل اب او سكيل داون. تمام، انا مش محتاج برضه احدد البرفورمانس هيبقى شكله ايه، انا ممكن احدد الميتريكس فقط، وممكن احدد الماكسيمم سكيل عشان ما يزيدش عنه لو في اتاك بتحصل او حاجه وبيعمل كونسيوم يعني للسيرفيس بتاعتي، ما يعملش انكريز عليا بلا داعي. ممكن انتجريت حاجه زي الماشين ليرنينج هنا في ان هنا اتنبأ بالديماند الزائد عندي، وبالتالي يحصل سكيلينج اب وسكيلينج داون. وده اللي احنا بنعكسه بقى في موضوع الايه الفرق بين الاكتوال ديماند والفيكسد كاباسيتي. ان انا مش محتاج EC2 فور اكزامبل تكون شغاله معايا فور اكزامبل 8 جي بي رام، وانا مش محتاجها ال 8 دي غير مثلا يوم واحد في الشهر، فانا ليه ادفع ال 8 طول الوقت؟ فور اكزامبل، او ليه انا محتاج 2 EC2 رغم ان انا محتاج واحده فقط ومحتاج الاثنين دول في يوم واحد في الشهر او يومين فقط. فده اللي احنا بنتكلم فيه، هي دي الالاستيك مع الاوتو سكيلينج. ان انا زي ما حضراتكم شايفين هنا انا مش عاوز انتربت السيرفيس وفي نفس الوقت مش عاوز ادفع تكلفه عاليه. فالميزه في الاوتو سكيلينج ان انا ببقى الاستيك على قد الديماند، على قد ما بحط سيرفيسز عندي وبعمل لها سكيل اب، على قد الديماند لو قل حصل له ديكريز فانا ببدا انزل بالايه بالسيرفيسز بتاعتي اللي انا مقدمها. ازاي انا اقول يلا انا عاوز اعمل اوتو سكيلينج دلوقتي؟ الموضوع ليه اكسرسايز بسيط انا بعمله، ان انا اول بشوف الابلكيشنز الموجوده عندي والبرفورمانس بتاعتها والكاباسيتي والنمبر اوف كونكرنت يوزرز، وببدا اعمل تكنيكال ديسكفر على الكومبوننت الموجوده عندي، وببدا كده بشوف هو انا محتاج السكيل اب بتاعي ده امتى، او محتاجه بانهي صوره، وايه الماكسيموم، لانه ممكن يحصل سكيل اب ممكن يبقى بيحصل عليها ديدوس اتاك مثلا فور اكزامبل، والديدوس اتاك ده بيخلي الديماند عندي عالي، فبالتالي السيرفيس بيبدا يحصل فيها ان هي كل شويه بتكبر، بيحصل سكيل اب اكتر، فبالتالي كل ده بيزود عليها في الكوست ويز ناثينج، السيرفيس في الاخر مش شغاله صح، يعني السيرفيس كده مش شغاله صح، فانا اقدر احط ماكسيموم عشان افويد اي هاسل ممكن يحصل في السيستم انسايد السيستم نفسه يأفكت عليها از كوست. تمام. وفي نفس الوقت ببدا اشوف التكلفه دي انا عاوز يبقى المعيار بتاعي ان انا احسن في البرفورمانس اكتر، ولا المعيار بتاعي ان انا عاوز احسن في الكوست، ولا الاثنين مع بعض. وبعد كده بقدر اعمل مونيتورنج واشوف الاداء بتاع الاوتو سكيلينج او السكالابيلتي اوبشنز اللي انا اشتغلت بيها دي شكله ايه، ووفر لي ايه از كوست، وحسن لي البرفورمانس بانهي شكل في الايام اللي فيها بيك او ضغط او فيها ديماند زائد على السيرفيسز بتاعتي. في الوضع الحالي AWS بتعمل اوتو سكيلينج على كذا سيرفيس، مش سيرفيس واحده، مش EC2 فقط. احنا ممكن نشغلها على EC2 سبوت او EC2 نعمل جروب اوتو سكيلينج جروبس، ممكن نشغلها مع الكونتينرز، انا ممكن اسبورت الداينامو دي بي، انا ممكن اسبورت الاورا داتابيز، فكل دي سيرفيسز. وطبعا ممكن يبقى كلامي حاليا ده قديم شويه، لو حد بيشوف الفيديوز او بيسمعني في المستقبل يعني اكيد في سيرفيس ثانيه هتضاف للسكالابيلتي اون AWS عموما. من الحاجات اللطيفه جدا ال AWS Predictive Scaling ان انا اقدر اعمل سكيل اب وسكيل داون بيزد اون هيستوريكال داتا، بيزد اون اللي حصل في الايام اللي فاتت. فور اكزامبل لو انا عندي الاسبوع بتاعي او الشهر بتاعي اول 5 ايام، او ممكن نقول مثلا انا كل يوم انا شوب ببيع كوفي مثلا، وكل يوم الصبح الناس وهي رايحه الشغل بيبقى في ريكويستس عندي زياده لان الناس كلها رايحه تشرب كوفي الصبح، فبالتالي انا عندي الديماند زاد قوي. فبيزد اون ده يحصل فوركاستنج للي بيحصل ديلي، طبعا ما عدا يوم الجمعه والسبت طول اليوم في لود عندي زياده، او ممكن نقول من بعد الساعه 5 في لود عندي زياده. فبالتالي اوتوماتيك هنا انا بانتجريت مع الماشين ليرنينج ان انا بقدر اتخيل ايه اللي هيحصل عندي بيزد اون الهيستوريكال داتا، وبعد كده باخد اكشن قبل اصلا بسكادول الاكشن بتاعي ان انا اعمل سكيل اب او سكيل داون قبل التايم او الديماند تايم ما يجي معايا. ازاي البريدكتيف سكيلينج بتشتغل؟ هي بتشوف طبعا بتعمل فوركاستنج زي ما قلنا، وبعد كده بتشوف احنا هنعمل السكيلينج سكيل اب او سكيل داون امتى بيزد اون تايمنج محدد كان بيحصل فيه على طول مثلا ديماند زياده او ديماند اقل، وبناء عليه بيبدا ياخد اكشن، وبنحدد فيه الماكسيمم كاباسيتي زي ما قلنا عشان افويد اي ريسك ممكن يحصل في الحته دي، او ممكن يكون كان عندي اتاك قبل كده فزود عندي النمبر اوف سيرفيسز، فهنا لا انا هعمل احجام ليه، انا عارف ان انا الماكسيمم بتاعي فور اكزامبل 3 انستنس، فانا مش هزود عن ال 3 انستنس. النافذه انفورميشن تكنولوجي بارتنرشيب مع AWS. النافذه تعتبر استراتيجيك بارتنر ل AWS النافذة عندنا 3 سايتس في المملكة العربية السعودية، في الرياض وفي الدمام وفي جدة، وفي كمان عندنا في القاهرة. ممكن تطلعوا على انفورميشنز اكتر عن البارتنرشيب بتاعة النافذة مع AWS من اللينك الموجود. النافذة انفورميشن تكنولوجي من أقدم الشركات اللي موجودة في المملكة العربية السعودية. النافذة بتقدر تقدم IT consultation services و architect services، وبتقدم IT solutions و professional services، وكمان في SLA IT support 24/7 based on different workloads. وكمان النافذة بتقدر تقدم الفوليوم لايسنس ل different vendors أو IT vendors. أتمنى تكونوا استمتعتم معنا، ولو عند حضراتكم أي أسئلة من فضلكم حطوها في الشات بوكس وإن شاء الله هنرد عليها. النافذة Solution Story أحب أعرضها على حضراتكم. بالنسبة للنافذة، النافذة زي ما قلنا هي من الشركات القدامى في المملكة العربية السعودية في التخصص بتاعنا أو في المجال بتاعنا، تحديدا في جزء الانفراستراكشر وجزء السكيورتي والفوليوم لايسنس. بعد كده النافذة اتطورت جدا ودخلت في الجزء الخاص بالاي تي سيرفيس مانجمنت والانتربرايز سبورت. دي من الحاجات اللي بتميز النافذة حاليا، والبيزنس بلاتفورم. وحاليا احنا متوجهين جدا وبقوة ناحية الفيجواليزيشنز والبيج داتا. انفورميشن تكنولوجي هي بارتنر لتوب اي تي فيندورز الموجودين في العالم حاليا. زي ما حضراتكم شايفين كاستمر ريفرنس بتاعت النافذة اشتغلت مع اكتر من 2000 كاستمر داخل المملكة العربية السعودية، ودي عينة من الكاستمرز الموجودين. طبعا كلها اماكن مهمة جدا، government، طبعا ترانسبورتيشن. وطبعا نأمل اللوجو بتاع حضراتكم من ضمن الكاستمر ريفرنس. دي الكونتاكتس بتاعتنا. نتمنى تزوروا الويب سايت بتاعنا وتتواصلوا معنا. دي الأفرع الخاصة بينا سواء داخل المملكة العربية السعودية أو في القاهرة. شكرا جزيلا.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining me today. I'd also like to thank AWS for putting together this great event. My name is Khalid Lafreh. I'm leading digital transformation at EEMC. In today's session, we will be going over our experience migrating to cloud as both an implementer, an AWS partner, and as an end user. Our agenda is going to be a little bit about EEMC, the situation that expedited our migration to cloud, and our overall process and post-migration steps. So a little bit about EEMC. EEMC was established as an IT company in 1983. We are an integrated solution provider based in Kuwait. We are an AWS advanced partner, and we have roughly 250 employees across various products and services. So being active in this space for a while, EEMC has gone through several shifts from mainframes to client-server architecture, virtualization solutions, and recently we are now a cloud-focused company. So for today's session, I want to give our experience as not only a solution provider, but also an end user to cloud deployment and migration. Initially, we had planned to move to cloud over several stages. However, due to the pandemic, many of these plans had to be accelerated due to external factors. So the first factor was a full lockdown in Kuwait, which meant there was very limited movement. And this was an unprecedented move that required some quick actions to adapt to the situation. The second factor was the lack of access to both our offices and our data center, effectively disconnecting us from our internal network. To compound the first two issues, there was also a power failure, which was very challenging to troubleshoot remotely. In addition to the limited access and availability, we also had several of our team members unable to return to Kuwait, so this meant that we had to quickly come up with the ability to provide work-from-home solutions. Based on these external factors, we had four main requirements. The first one was the ability to shift our site to a virtual location, so we'd be able to access it without being affected by external factors. The second was the ability to scale our servers as required by the dynamic demand, as business could peak or drop depending on the partial or full lockdown. The third was the ability to quickly deploy new servers or new technologies without having to wait on the traditional procurement method or previous technical debt. And finally, the fourth requirement was to ensure that the solution is cost effective. We needed an OPEX model to manage spending in a very critical time. In the next section, we'll be going over the various concerns and solutions we found with our chosen solution. So the first concern we had was the project timeline. We needed a solution that we could quickly deploy. We didn't have time to procure hardware. We didn't have time to wait for items to be shipped out, if that was an option at the time, or even find an alternative location for our DR site. And with limited mobility, we needed something that can be deployed virtually without any physical access. So we discovered with both AWS and Cloud Endure, we were able to quickly provision the required environment, migrate our servers, and deploy everything remotely without requiring any physical access. This could all be achieved with a turnaround time of less than 1 day to begin the process. Another concern we had was the requirement to have a cost-effective solution. With the pandemic coming towards the end of our financial year, there was very limited budget in place for this migration or to invest in new hardware. So one of the biggest benefits of cloud is its cost-effective nature. As an OPEX solution, we were able to leverage it over monthly payments, so there weren't any big investments upfront. In addition, we only provisioned what was needed at the time, which meant that we weren't spending money on unused infrastructure. The third concern we had is with application compatibility. As an ISV, we had many applications deployed that have very intricate customizations or custom deployments. So we needed a solution that would be able to have the minimal amount of migration to work. As Cloud Endure offers block-level replication, it was able to replicate our backend applications and databases like for like. So we were able to seamlessly move several applications and databases without requiring any new deployments or configurations. The fourth requirement was to find a solution that could handle multiple operating systems, as our data center runs both our systems as well as test environments for many of our solution offerings. Some of these test environments are running on different versions and flavors of operating systems so that we can validate compatibility before deployment for our customers. One of the additional benefits of Cloud Endure was its wide support for several operating systems, which meant that we did not have to invest in various migration tools. It was able to handle all the different workloads that we wanted to migrate. So we've covered that the system can be quickly deployed. It can handle different applications as well as various operating systems. Now came the challenging part, which is making sure everything actually worked before we do the cutover. So a key factor was the ability to run parallel testing and ensure everything was stable, responsive, and that the data was all there before the move. So one of the benefits of Cloud Endure is it has the ability to do real-time replication, allowing us to stage servers and test deployments before the actual cutover time. So at any time during the planning stage, we could do a target deployment, check if everything is okay, and Cloud Endure will continue to do block-level replication of the servers. So the data transferred was always in sync with the on-premise server. And in addition to that, we could always monitor the status of the replication to ensure everything is up to date. So after we've migrated all of our systems, we've run all of our tests, environments, it came the actual cutoff time. We need the ability to have a quick migration time so there's minimal downtime for our users. in addition to scheduling the migration across different phases. As we experienced during the staging and testing stage, the deployment time was very quick. We were able to schedule the cutover time and have several servers deployed in parallel or even scheduled with zero data loss. So how does Cloud Endure work from a technical approach, and what are some of the post-migration steps we encountered? So a little bit about how Cloud Endure work. There are 5 stages. The first step is implementation, where we install the Cloud Endure agent on the source machine or through a hypervisor. The second step is the staging, where we begin to replicate from the source machine to the cloud. And one of the benefits of the staging environment is you only pay for the lightweight environment, so you aren't paying for the fully provisioned server. The third stage is replication and monitoring, where we ensure all the data is being copied to the staging environment. The fourth step is where you define your target, and this is where you can configure how the server will be deployed, as well as the network or VPC behind that target server. And finally, once everything is ready to go, you can launch the servers according to your schedule. It's Cloud Endure best practice to do a test deployment 1 week before the actual cutoff date. So after we completed our migration, there are a few post-migration steps from our experience. The first one was to evaluate and monitor the live environment to ensure everything works as expected. The second stage is to do a security review. In addition to that, we also followed the AWS least privilege concept, where you give users the least amount of access necessary to complete their duty, and then we can add access step by step. The third stage is to do a cost and performance optimization, where we found several of our servers were either over-provisioned, so we were able to reduce the amount of processors or RAM required. There's also a benefit of moving to cloud, is that because a lot of the hardware is up to date, you'll find that you need less processors and less RAM. And finally, the last stage is where we will see the biggest benefit of moving to cloud, is where we begin evaluating which systems can be refactored to take advantage of cloud native technologies. And this can be things such as refactoring a web application to serverless Lambda or creating a highly available cross-regional deployment for critical systems. I'd like to thank you all for joining me today. I hope we were able to shed some light on our migration process as both a partner as an end user. If you are interested in migrating your solutions, one of the biggest benefits of AWS as well as the cloud is the ability to run POC and test environments. So the best way to evaluate if this is the right solution for you is to go and do your own deployment. We did a lot of testing in the beginning stages, and I think that was one of the things that helped us find the right solution for our requirements.
For today's session, I'm gonna walk you through the why hybrid cloud on AWS, what common AWS hybrid cloud workloads, and how we can deploy using different AWS services. It's very common nowadays to see organizations that want to do more with less, find ways to innovate and bring new ideas to their organizations while dealing with security and maintaining mission-critical legacy systems. Evolving cloud capabilities are transforming the IT landscape for many organizations, A hybrid cloud approach can help ease and accelerate a path to modernization and cloud adoption. Some customers have applications that require the lowest network latency possible, or they already achieve consistent and predictable performance in an on-premises environment, but want to use new cloud tools to enhance their application, whether it's an ERP system, real-time sensor data processing, or industrial automation, or any transaction processing. Some other customers may encounter some challenges like federal regulations associated with data residency or limitations on their use of the cloud. A hybrid cloud, which means the use of both on-premises and cloud resources, allows IT organizations to optimize the performance and cost of every application, project, and system in either the cloud, on-premises data centers, or a combination of both. So AWS hybrid cloud solutions maximize the value delivered across all IT environments by offering a common tool set to manage both environments, seamless communication between environments, and innovative cloud services that upgrade and modernize legacy on-premises systems. That's why an AWS hybrid cloud approach is ideal for organizations that want the latest cloud analytics and artificial intelligence tools and need the scalability of the cloud, or organizations that demand greater operational flexibility and scalability. Data that needs to stay on premises for compliance reasons can remain in your data center, while application development and testing, or HPC, and capacity can take place in the cloud. To answer the question, why hybrid cloud on AWS, we will focus on three main benefits: innovation, business continuity, and scalability and speed of response. Cloud environments remove barriers to innovation, as large capex are no longer required to IT modernization or new service adoption. The build-out of these physical IT infrastructure deployments requires long lead times and high labor cost for installation and maintenance. This places pressure on your IT teams in the form of capacity management, forecasting against uncertain variables. This is why much of IT budget are absorbed by the maintenance of legacy systems, whether they serve the mission or not. In a cloud environment, prototyping new concepts and testing them is done without upfront capex or long procurement cycles. A complete cloud stack and cloud managed services can be deployed instantly anytime, since they are available on demand, when and where they are needed. Then, the portions of your deployment that are in the cloud will also benefit from increased automation. Hybrid clouds will allow IT resources to be deployed and commissioned in an automated process. So these benefits help reduce time to value and allow you to spend time on higher value added projects such as application optimization, researching new technologies, for example, business intelligence analytics or artificial intelligence pilots. Coming to the second benefit of hybrid cloud with AWS, business continuity. It is one of the most important elements of successful IT operations. A business continuity solution involves more than simply backing up and or replicating content to the cloud. Business continuity is the ability to continue to run critical operations during a failure or disaster. It also means that when a failure or disaster happens, that data is accessible with little to no downtime. Hybrid cloud architectures are a key component of any business continuity solution where critical data is replicated to the cloud in a different location than the primary system. Data is available in the event of a downtime, accelerating time to operations and reducing the costs of such an event. To realize this benefit, hybrid backup and disaster recovery solutions must provide a common methodology for the backup of your applications and data in the cloud, as well as on-premises. Scaling traditional IT infrastructure can be expensive, inefficient, and requires accurate forecasting in growing organizations. A hybrid cloud environment can provide the opportunity to scale out to a cloud environment for specific workloads. Implementing automation rules in the cloud gives IT the ability to scale resources up and down dynamically. As organizational demands change, this allows a hybrid cloud architecture to take advantage of nearly unlimited IT resources based on demand-driven usage and pay-as-you-go pricing, while optimizing the IT environment for performance and efficiency. A hybrid cloud environment allows for bursting or the temporary allocation of cloud capacity for short periods at a lower cost than using physical and owned IT resources. So this helps prevent over-provisioning and resource abandonment when the instances are no longer needed. This scalability is ideal for dynamic, spiky, or unpredictable workloads. Elastic resources allows IT to move workloads to the cloud at their own pace. You can move some workloads on a small scale and see what works for your organization. If the move is successful, then continue expanding from your data center at your comfort level. Cloud resources are ideal for data-intense workloads such as data warehousing, big data analytics, or data lakes. So most organizations cannot keep the pace with the influx of data from newer sources. So on-premises data storage and data processing solutions are less viable year over year. With a cloud deployment, you can reduce the time it takes to create a service for your internal stakeholders. Move data-intense workloads to the cloud, and you can create tools and templates that enable a self-service environment with guardrails to avoid future headaches. So far, we have been explaining why hybrid cloud with AWS. Now let's see what common workloads we can start with in our AWS hybrid cloud model. Most customers choose to move to the cloud in phases at their own pace. Many of their first cloud migrations lean towards workloads that are less mission critical and serve as proof of concepts for business critical application migration in the future. Some of the entry-level use cases for a hybrid cloud include disaster recovery and backup, application development and testing, web servers, HR, payroll, Active Directory, and productivity applications. Backup and disaster recovery is the most common use case as it serves two primary benefits. First, it allows you to use a non-production workload as a proof of concept for your initial entry into a cloud environment. Second, it allows you to create immediate value for your organization by elevating and testing your business continuity strategy. A common hybrid cloud backup architecture is informally called disk-to-disk to cloud backup. So data from servers or appliances is backed up to an on-premises storage solution, and then a copy of this data is stored in the cloud for 2 layers of redundancy. as well as other locations for increased data resiliency and durability. This model is popular with organizations with complex IT delivery model such as remote or branches or locations or co-location deployment. I'm sure you have all heard of the Beirut port explosion that happened last year. One of our customers had their main data center in Beirut and was out of service after the explosion. We were able to fail over to AWS and restore their services in full capacity in less than 1 hour with a near real-time RPO and RTO of 5 minutes. Another popular use case is dev and test. So, in organizations that focus on innovation, many customers move their dev and test environments to the cloud to gain access to elastic and on-demand IT resources, while leaving their production and application and database on-premises. So this helps with the integrity of your production environments, while also maintaining required latency between your database and application. In this model, you can provision full stack environments in seconds with a cloud-hosted environment, and this will allow you to manage IT development and delivery across multiple programming languages and integrate with your preferred development tools. By using cloud-based tools, you benefit from improved task tracking, agile project management, lifecycle management, and additional team collaboration tools. By moving their test and dev data center to AWS, one of our customers, a regional retailer, has achieved 60% cost saving by utilizing on-demand and scheduling of resources. Our third example is with web servers. Customers move web servers to the cloud to take advantage of elastic compute resources. This allows a customer to leverage auto-scaling to right-size compute resources as demand spikes or declines. Organizations can also use the cloud for content delivery, placing their content closer to their end users to reduce latency. This also adds another layer of business continuity, as these customer-facing applications can be dispersed and stored across multiple locations to prevent a single point of failure. Whether customers migrate for elastic resources or for business continuity reasons, AWS supports the widest variety of enterprise, open, and cloud-native applications. Lastly, many customers are moving first workload applications to the cloud as their entry point. These entry point applications include Microsoft Active Directory, SharePoint, Exchange, and collaboration tools. Customers may also choose to move front office workloads such as CRM or operational applications such as HR and payroll. So moving these to the cloud will provide scalable resources for applications and ever-growing data consumption, improved accessibility, access data anywhere and from any device, improved business productivity, as well as easier to address compliance. The journey to the cloud is rarely accomplished in a single step. Many customers take years to migrate large portions of their data center to the cloud. Once a customer has moved traditional IT deployments, dev and test, productivity applications, they are ready to start looking at advanced or mission-critical workloads. This next phase of hybrid cloud adoption includes databases and data warehouses, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise applications such as ERPs, or HPC, high-performance computing workloads. Once you have moved your test and dev environment to the cloud, the next step is to move your production environment with associated databases. By moving your database to AWS, you will take advantage of an on-demand IT resources, automation, and ready-made templates for easier configuration. This greatly reduces the amount of administrative work required to bring a database online. So now, your IT team can focus on higher value projects such as application fine-tuning, analytics, or enabling newer technologies such as big data or AI and machine learning deployments. So moving your data to the cloud via a cloud data warehouse will offer you several benefits. Easy to set up, deploy and manage, scale quickly to meet your needs, and faster performance and lower cost. A second common use case for hybrid clouds is the implementation of cloud-based on-demand business intelligence and analytics services. So similar to data warehousing in the cloud, you can create a hybrid cloud model that leaves core data on premises and creates copies or data subsets for analysis and visualization in the cloud. Cloud analytics and BI solutions support real-time data analysis and IT benefits from a pay-as-you-go model, which reduces costs and time for deployment. The third most common trend is the migration of enterprise workloads to the cloud, or alongside and interacting with cloud-native tools in a hybrid cloud configuration. Many customers are moving their ERP deployments to the cloud, even moving mission-critical applications to take advantage of the latest cloud tools. The availability of on-demand, reliable access to external IT infrastructure makes the cloud the new normal for IT organizations, big and small. So there are many advantages to migrate an enterprise workload to the cloud. You are able to decommission aging infrastructure in favor of adopting a more flexible on-demand operation model. So we have covered the why AWS hybrid cloud. We then discussed the what workloads we can migrate. At the end, it's all about how. So how can we benefit from AWS hybrid cloud services? AWS offers more than 200 services, from compute to storage to networking to analytics to machine learning, flexible pricing models, security at every layer, and on-demand IT resources. This is the end of our session. Thank you for attending. Please scan this QR code if you are interested in a free cloud migration assessment. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Welcome to this session, AWS Marketplace and the Modern Transaction Dynamics. I'm Yannick Janssen, CEO of KeplerWorks, the AWS Rising Star Partner of the Year in the Middle East. Today, I would like to introduce you to AWS Marketplace, a transformative way for CIOs, procurement, and FinOps teams to buy their software. Moving to the cloud brings some challenges. AWS has learned from thousands of customers. As a customer, what do you do with your software when you enroll in a cloud journey? Well, we know that you will discard most of your existing software solution. Why? Because you are facing license restriction challenges. You cannot do what you want with your license. You know we are going fast, very fast when we look at software development. DevOps has been a tremendous force in changing development habits. There is no way you will keep an old product, a legacy monolithic, when you can get a new solution providing faster cycles of innovation. Some software vendors that are usually not listed into Marketplace have not yet perceived the cloud procurement dynamic change. They have not yet updated their solution for the cloud, and the cloud is still driving innovation within all customers' virtual data centers. Because of new cloud requirements, FinOps teams are being created, and they want to improve the governance and automate the asset management of their digital licenses. They want to avoid underusage of the license rights that they have paid for. Do you know that 10% to 30% of the license you pay is not being utilized? This is a massive area of savings. You, as a customer, you want to facilitate the deployment of your application in the cloud. You want to modernize with serverless and cloud-native services. You want to find a replacement product from SaaS vendors. You want to move from getting a simple license to deploying a solution onto containers, making it easier for you to manage and scale your software applications. Asset management teams face time constraints when trying to move to the cloud because the license contracts are fixed and bound to long renewal cycles. There is no on-demand flexibility. From a customer perspective, overall, there is a huge opportunity to rationalize, modernize, and reduce waste. It is happening. Customers look to consulting partners like KeplerWorks as their trusted advisor to define and support their FinOps strategy and modernize their asset management processes. AWS Marketplace is a fantastic engine in response to these challenges, not only for customers but also for independent software vendors. AWS Marketplace is a curated digital software catalog that helps you find, test, buy, and provision software and data products. As a customer, you have a simplified and familiar way to procure software, the same way you already order your Amazon Web Services or shop on Amazon.com. In AWS Marketplace, you have a consolidated view of what's being purchased, consumed, and billed. You can manage and entitle your licenses to different business departments and software users. You get flexible pricing model since you can get subscription-based license with fine-tuned metering to only pay for what you consume. With AWS Marketplace, you can also get private offers, allowing sellers and customers to negotiate custom price and custom terms very quickly. The software listed in the AWS Marketplace are all verified and controlled regularly by AWS Marketplace team for security and performance. For software vendor, AWS Marketplace is a great solution to innovate with their licenses. It makes it possible for ISVs to utilize their current model on AWS Marketplace today and shift from this perpetuity licensing to a subscription base with elastic pricing. Not all ISVs have yet adopted elastic pricing and metering, but they can do it faster by using the APIs built by AWS for them in the marketplace. These APIs are connected directly with the highly automated AWS billing platform. Most ISVs cannot afford to build leading-edge elastic metering and billing solution, so AWS Marketplace did it for them and reduced their effort to let them focus on giving you more flexibility. To summarize, customers can buy their current on-premise license with a subscription-based model in AWS Marketplace, and they can get also better pricing. As KeplerWorks, we have saved thousands of dollars for a customer just on one deal by moving their on-premise license from their traditional provision model to AWS Marketplace. Over time, you will buy only what you need and when you need it. And soon, you will be leveraging metering pricing developed by ISVs through the AWS Marketplace APIs. Let's see now how the AWS Marketplace works. We have seen it, the AWS Marketplace is a curated catalog of 8,000 solutions provided by 1,600 sellers at the moment, and the catalog keeps growing. We have three main actors evolving around the AWS Marketplace. We have the customer, which is referenced as a buyer. On the left side, we can see that the software vendor or data provider that is referenced as a seller. And in the middle, you have the CPPO partner, referenced as a reseller. The software vendor can publish the software via API on the AWS Marketplace. He will get all information about consumption done by customers, disbursements, tax information, and he can use AWS Billing API to query the AWS Marketplace for additional information. The seller can create specific pricing and terms for the buyer. Usually, CPPO partners have an agreement with sellers to get custom pricing and terms. CPPO partner can provide additional discount and additional support to the customer. They can also create specific solutions on top of seller solutions. The customer can deploy globally the solution that they purchased on the AWS Marketplace. They can discover with search capabilities and filtering capabilities the different solutions on the marketplace, and sometimes can test software. They will get all the necessary information about the usage of the application. All the information will be listed on their AWS billing system. They can use tag, and they can also entitle the license to their teams. We have seen it, the AWS Marketplace is more evolved than a simple marketplace. The customer, which is the administrator, can also use the AWS Marketplace to create private marketplace, which will allow to publish only specific application and solution to his team. You will get also capability in AWS Marketplace to have domain-based marketplace. It means that for each services listed on AWS, you might find solution added specifically to this service and that they can be consumed on AWS Marketplace. The customer can then manage the marketplace, manage the private marketplace, manage the domain-based marketplace, and can grant and entitle different teams and different departments different rights. There is a tight integration with the AWS License Manager that can help to manage the license lifecycle. All the different teams can access with their accounts a specific and curated marketplace, being a private marketplace or listing of additional solutions. The team can really use the fast API for deployment of their software, and they can accept or reject the different grants provided by their administrator. The team gets a curated access, and they can discover when they are using a specific service if a solution is adapted to their needs. AWS Marketplace is a public managed catalog, managed by AWS and by sellers. Sellers are offered a self-service, low-touch functionality to ensure they can manage their listing. AWS provides a 24/7 catalog operations team, the iTouch, ensuring that the AWS Marketplace is working fine. This team helps sellers and assists them on listing their solution. They scan and monitor 24/7 the health of AWS Marketplace. They scan for vulnerabilities all the solutions. They notify the sellers and remove any solution that could be judged as dangerous for a customer. They also provide to sellers different suggestions on how to list better their solution. For the seller, they can submit at any time new listing. They can provide any version update that they want. They can also remove any older version of their solution, and they can decide where to deploy their solution. They can also ensure that they provide the right grants and entitlement for CPPO. So now let's explain CPPO. CPPO is a feature that is offered by AWS Marketplace that creates a way for customers to procure solutions through consulting partners. CPPO provides to consulting partners different types of resale authorization for listed solutions on the AWS Marketplace. Consulting partners can use this authorization to customize offer, pricing, duration, and user license terms, and any additional services that they want to include. Once a partner creates and extends an offer, customers can subscribe to the offer through the AWS Marketplace Management Portal. This provides several benefits for the reseller. Reseller can create and extend customer relationships and becoming the seller of record on the AWS Marketplace. Reseller can leverage the AWS Marketplace features to reduce the procurement, operational, and billing overhead. AWS manage and automate the payment for the consulting partner and the ISV. Now, AWS customers can also find and buy professional services from trusted AWS consulting partners and ISVs. There are hundreds of professional services that are listed in 5 categories: assessment, implementation, managed services, premium support, and training. Assessment will let you evaluate your operating environment to find the right software for your needs. Implementation helps you to configure, set up, and deploy solutions in your AWS cloud. Managed services gives you end-to-end environment management from software vendor or consulting partners. Premium support provides access to guidance and assistance from independent software vendor and consulting partner. Training gives you tailored workshops, programs, and educational tools to help your employees learn best practices. Let's see now an example of CPPO. When you look for a solution on the AWS Marketplace and you search for a solution, you will find solutions that are listed by AWS Marketplace public pricing, and you will find private offers listed also. As you can see on this example, there is a green banner showing the private offer specific to this solution. The customer just has to accept the terms and the process of procurement is done. You can see how simple and integrated CPPO is in the AWS Marketplace. In this slide, we wanted to share with you the top 8 categories in which software solutions are most often deployed from the AWS Marketplace: operating system, security, storage, networking, database, monitoring, DevOps, BI. AWS Marketplace includes software solutions from key ISVs such as Trackmycloud, NetApp, New Relic. Altogether, there are 35 categories in AWS Marketplace with multiple deployment types and commerce models. At KeplerWorks, we have CPPO partnerships for each of the main categories. Customer feedback about AWS Marketplace is amazing. The customers value the flexible consumption and contract models. They value the easy and secure deployment almost instantly of the solution. And they really enjoy the single and consolidated billing console. AWS Marketplace is defining the modern transaction dynamics. I hope you enjoy the learning of this session and feel free to contact us at KeplerWorks for all your CPPO needs. Thank you.
مرحبا بكل اللي انضموا للتسجيل اللي هنعرضه اليوم. بتمنى المعلومات تكون مفيدة للجميع. Hello and welcome to the AWS Conclaves 2021. My name is Mutay Sharlil. I'm the CEO of Middle East and Africa Operations in Bespin Global. Bespin Global vision and mission is to help every enterprise adopt cloud technologies. While cloud migrations might seem simple and straightforward, from our experience and from the studies in the market, it's not that. It is usually a complicated, long-term process or a journey that customers go through to migrate their current workloads and their current requirements, systems, solutions, applications into the cloud. Cloud migrations is not only about technology. It's not only about moving certain VMs or certain applications. It's a change that occurs in all of the enterprise. And we at Bespin Global believe we have the right technology, expertise, tools, methodologies to help customers move to the cloud as smooth as possible, and also ensure that after migrating, they have the right controls, they have the right security, the right compliance, the right guidance, and the right expertise and knowledge to manage their workloads in the cloud and leverage that movement. Cloud is not only something we do once and it stops. No, it is a continuous process, and the more we use the cloud, the more options, services, and technologies enterprises can utilize to increase their market share, to become more agile, to reach new channels which were not available before. I remember 6 years ago, people used to question, should I go to the cloud? What benefits will it bring? Is it secure? Can I control my costs? All of those questions. But today, with the pandemic hitting in, people working remotely, enterprises forced to go digital, provide services, whether that's for their internal customers, which is their employees, to collaborate, to work together, provide more and more digital solutions, or to their external customers, whether that's e-commerce, omni-channel, digital services. It's obvious that cloud is the best way to move forward. And today, people might question, again, what cloud should I use and so on. You're using clouds. When you use online conferencing tools, you're using cloud. If you're using certain ERPs, you're using cloud. All of that is already on the cloud. Now the next move is, how do I move my core business into the cloud? And is it the best place to do? Definitely it is, especially that migrating to the cloud is just step number one. There still remains a long journey for customers once they move to the cloud, because the moment those workloads are in the cloud, customers become more agile. They can provision and test and experiment things very quickly. They're nimble. It doesn't take a lot of time to do stuff. Also, they can use the unlimited storage, almost infinite storage in the cloud to save their data, process their data, and also apply machine learning and AI modules to that data to make the best benefit out of it. One of the direct benefits of going to the cloud is definitely reducing cost. People might argue that no, comparing apples to apples, my servers to the servers in the cloud, it is sometimes a little bit more expensive. But if you look at the holistic view, the shipping, the racking, the electricity, the cooling, the maintenance, the operations, all of that is being now outsourced to the cloud provider, to Amazon. And that is a cost by itself. Previously, when a company, let's say, wanted to host their new ERP system, they need to go into qualifying the physical hardware, speccing that hardware, coming up with the estimation of what is their needs for the next 3 years. So they might even go with a higher spec, even though they're not using that. All of that changes in the cloud. It just takes you minutes. If you don't like what you're using, you can scale up, scale in. All of that is available for you. And this was obvious again with Corona. Some of the e-commerce websites were, a side business or nice to have website. And then during Corona, during the lockdown, it became the core of the business. And if customers were not using cloud, securing those websites, scaling those websites, including the performance of that website would have become a nightmare. While we saw customers that leveraged the cloud, were already on the cloud, they were able to scale, they were able to serve their customers, ensure their business is still able to perform, to operate, while total lockdown was there. And even today, the behavior changed. So people are now more used to e-commerce. They want more and more digital services from the enterprises, and also ensure the channels to communicate with them are also available online. So what are the challenges enterprises see when it comes to applications and data migration to the cloud? First of all, it is the environment. most of the enterprises don't really know the value they have and where does the data reside and how can I make the best benefit out of that data. That requires an assessment and a full understanding of what data do I need to migrate to the cloud and how valuable it is for my operation. Also, the complexity. So especially we see this in highly regulated sectors like government entities, semi-government, enterprises, banking, where they've got a lot of security and compliance that they need to take into consideration. And here is where, for example, certain data that is already public, already available online, or is not related to their financial, let's say, data, can be moved to the cloud, while others are being solved out. Also, we see this a lot in the Middle East, which is the restrictions we have with bandwidths, the restrictions we have with the ability to reach that data, categorize that data, bring it all into one place. So let's say a customer wants to copy 40 terabytes or 1 petabyte of data to the cloud. Does the cloud provide such storage? Definitely, but it is the movement of that data from his current data center into the cloud where that becomes a challenge. Also, what is the right tools? So migrations are usually not a quick process. It will require maybe initial seeding of the data set and then continuous synchronization, maybe mirroring of that data stream till the customer is able to move all of his production workloads into the cloud. And this requires a lot of planning, a lot of understanding of the application, the way the data is being generated. Businesses also need to consider a lot of risks that happen when migrating to the cloud. The first and the biggest risk is the internal enterprise or business alignment. Does my finance team understand what the cloud module, pay as you go, or that elasticity, how does that work? Do my procurement accept such a type of purchase? They're used to hardware, it's something physical, it comes to our warehouse, they can evaluate all of that. In the cloud, it's all elastic, it's a subscription type of model. The other risks is, for example, long-term investments. Some of the enterprises have 3 years or even more agreements with vendors that they cannot break, and it will cause them to lose a lot of money. Again, here is where we and Amazon partner to help those customers solve such issues. Also, do I really understand what needs to go? It's not only about what we call lift and shift. It's not only about taking whatever I have today and moving it as is to the cloud. Usually that fires back and the customer doesn't get the best benefit out of the cloud. So here is where we come in and we reevaluate. Shall I move them as is? Shall I re-platform? Shall I purchase a new application? All of those discussions need to be taken into consideration before migrating. Also, some of the risk is incompatibility. So let's say a customer has a certain application that is compiled for CPUs that are not available today in the cloud, or it uses legacy operating systems or applications or libraries which is today not supported in the cloud. How do I do that? We see this specifically, for example, with customers that are still running older versions of Windows, which is today end of life. We can support them in that and provide them with solutions to solve those issues and ensure their workloads can be migrated to the cloud, while giving them a runway to re-platform or maybe purchase new applications and so on. And this brings us to choosing the right migration strategy. If you don't have a strategy, if you don't really understand and have full visibility of what assets do I have, what is the dependencies between those assets, and how will my migration strategy look like? So here where it becomes a process where we start from strategizing, understanding what workloads need to go there. So for example, most of the environments require an Active Directory domain. domain controller to exist. Why? Because it's usually the first main dependency that most of the machines require. Also, do I have a hybrid network? Do I need that connectivity? All of that stuff comes into the strategy to ensure when the customer is migrating to the cloud, his downtime, his risks, his costs are always kept to the minimum. Once that is there, now we do usually what we call a pre-migration. Do I have all of my team aligned? Do my team understand what needs to move first? If there is initial seeding that needs to happen, first copies of my VMs, all of that stuff we call pre-migration. So this is like a warm-up before the migration is there, setting up the stage, ensuring everything is set up, all of the teams are aligned before moving into the migration itself. Then during the migration, that is also not an easy phase, because whether that's downtime, ensuring data is synchronized, ensuring endpoints are changed, usually a lot of integrations break, because it's not only about moving the system, it's also all of the third party and other applications that is relying on that workload. And then post migration, the workloads has been migrated. Okay, how do I ensure my costs are in control? Security is there, backups, DR, all of that needs to be done and managed. Digital transformation today is the top priority, not only for a CIO, not only for a CTO, but it's also on a CEO level, on a strategy level. Digital transformation today is a must. Enterprises and companies that don't go into that digital transformation, usually they wouldn't be able to survive and adapt to the market. So with that speed, with that requirement, with all of the changes that is happening so quickly in the cloud, customers have two choices. Shall I build this? Shall I build the capability to migrate me to the cloud? Shall I build the team, the processes, the tool, understand that complex technology, which usually takes maybe 2 to 3 years? Or shall I partner with a certified managed service provider that can do that for me, where I focus on my core business while the partner ensures that my migration to the cloud is as smooth as possible. They've done it with a lot of businesses, they've done it with a lot of other sectors, so they have all of that knowledge, all of the processes, tools, engineers to do it for them. So Bestpoint Global provides that solution for customers, where we ensure we provide you end-to-end solutions for your requirements, ensuring it's not only about the basic tasks, it is the whole holistic view, managing, securing, optimizing, controlling, all of those aspects that an enterprise needs to have for their critical applications can be covered by Bestpoint Global. As an example of that, I would like to share with you a case study we had with one of the top luxurious car brands in the world. The OEM has an office in the Middle East, and the office required insights to be collected from all of the car dealers all over the Middle East. So the car manufacturer has a single 360 view of their customer data, understanding what patterns, what is their requirements, how do they buy, when do they require certain stuff. Doing that, the OEM had two ways: either build it by themselves or partner with Bestpoint Global. So they chose us, and we handled everything end to end, whether that's cloud reselling, coordinating with all of the car dealers, ensuring the network connectivity is there, extracting the data from each and every dealer ERP system, or what is called a dealer management system, and taking all of that data into the cloud, loading it into a data warehouse, building all of the data marts, the data views, and then building the top layer on top of that, which is the visualization. This is, I think, one of the best case studies when we talk about cloud, because here's where we're talking about massive amounts of data being owned by several entities, and then all of that needs to go into a single repository where the OEM or the car manufacturer can have productive insights on how customers all over the Middle East are reacting to the brand and what is their requirements. Now, with the power of the cloud, with the elasticity of the cloud, with the almost infinite amount of resources we can have in the cloud, it helps enterprises become more and more agile. I remember back in the days when we used to take backups on tapes, physical tapes, magnetic tapes. We were restricted to the amount of data we can store on each tape, how many backups we could take, and the costs, whether that's from a logistic perspective or from a technical perspective, was massive. Today in the cloud, storing petabytes, terabytes of data is the normal, and all of that is done without the heavy lifting of physical and logistics operations. So what this provides is it provides enterprises with more and more agility and more ways to innovate without being restricted to the physical world. And this is a very major and important factor. Another example I would give is how we used to deploy development, staging, UAT, production environments. Those were physical environments sitting 24/7, consuming electricity and power, while not being used, maybe not being utilized more than 10% within a single month. Today with the cloud, all of that can be deployed using infrastructure as code. You use that environment and you immediately delete it, so you pay only for whatever you're using. This ensures several tests can run in parallel, so I'm not restricted to a certain physical environment. And also, I'm only paying for that test and then I stop. And I don't even need to maintain those servers. I don't need to patch them, upgrade them, ensure the hardware is there. All of this ensures enterprises can provide more while paying less, and also all of the additional ecosystem that cloud providers today offer along the basics which we need to use. Today you can deploy a web application firewall on Amazon in less than 5 minutes. This in the data center world, it was usually a 6 to 9 month project. Thanks all for joining the session. Hope you enjoyed the content. Please feel free to reach out to us for your cloud requirements, whether that's migration, DevOps, security, data, AI, machine learning, new solutions on the cloud. Our team is eager to help you and support you in that. Our website is bestmanglobal.ae. If you're in the UAE, you can reach out to us on 800 Bestman or contact us via email at info@bestmanglobal.ae. Please also connect with us on LinkedIn. Our page is Bestman Global MIA. And please connect with me. I love discussing cloud and connecting with bright talents. Stay safe and take care. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone and welcome to today's session, Accelerate Cloud Adoption and Reduce Operational Risk by Moving Sub-Workloads to AWS. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Abdulrahman Al-Poushi, FortiCloud founder and CEO. I'm so excited to be here today and discussing with you what are the benefits of moving sub-workloads to AWS and what is the benefits of hosting your SAP solutions on AWS and using FortiCloud service and solution as well to migrate your workloads to AWS. Let me start by giving you some background information about the topics for this session. And in the first part, I will discuss and show you why AWS is the best cloud service provider and hyperscaler should be used and considered to migrate your SAP workloads there. In the second part, I will give you an introduction to FortiCloud and share with you a little info and the numbers about us. In the third part, I will discuss in detail why using FortiCloud methodologies, approaches, service, and solution to migrate your SAP workloads to AWS. In the fourth part, I will talk about one of our largest case studies in MENA region, which is Juhayna Food Industries. They was migrated from on-premise to AWS last 2 years. And finally, please, if you have any question, please put it in the chat box, and we will get back to you and respond to you quickly. Well, as you can see on your screen, this is the benefits of the AWS global infrastructure, starting with the security, availability, performance, scalability, and flexibility as well. Running critical SAP workloads on AWS enables your company to be more agile, cost-effective, and secure than in an on-premises solution and environment. And provide cloud-native service that streamline the ability to adopt emerging technologies, enabling greater innovation and faster time to value. So AWS offers you the experience and innovation to run your SAP workloads and move and migrate your solutions to the cloud. And the SAP solutions on AWS can be implemented faster, at lower cost, and with greater flexibility and scalability. And as you are aware, SAP was initially a customer of AWS over time. So this relationship grew into a strong partnership and gives SAP customers who consider to digitize their business and move their SAP workloads to AWS several benefits, starting with using the long track record of the experience and ending with applying the best practices in your digital transformation journey. So by operating SAP in the AWS cloud, you can focus your energies on optimally implementing and using SAP without the distraction of managing the infrastructure itself. This frees resources, time, and energy to be applied to more valuable SAP opportunities or experiment SAP and new SAP solutions or applying a new SAP product into your corporate or company. And while cost is often how people get started, additional adoptions drivers and the key values emerge quickly. Like as you can see on your screen, cost saving, staff productivity, operational resiliency, business agility, and there is many values created beyond your SAP migrations to AWS like flexibility, elasticity, global reach, and security. We saw the key drivers is often cost saving. So you can build and create a lower TCO by moving it from CapEx to OpEx and give the business the opportunity to capitalize on the capital and reuse it in the core business functionality. And it quickly moves to other business values like staff productivity. So the IT staff becomes significantly more productive and have more times to focus and develop and innovate in the business. And the other value here is improved uptime and operational resiliency and improving high availability and disaster recovery as well. And this will impact our business continuity SLA. So each company and corporate has their SLA, their business continuity SLA. So by moving your SAP workloads to AWS, you will achieve this. You will achieve and meet your SAP business, your business continuity SLA and disaster recovery and high availability RTO and the RPO SLA. And the last but not least, moving your SAP workloads to AWS create an increased business agility value by releasing new features and offerings faster or creating and experiment a new SAP product or solution to be used in your corporate and company. And this is actually the benefits of AWS, of migrating your SAP workloads to AWS, but in numbers. And as you can see, the average infrastructure cost saving about 31% with 7x fewer downtime hours, and 3x more features delivered per year by implementing a new SAP product or experimenting new SAP solutions and integrated with a new AWS service like machine learning or AI, as I told you. And 62% IT staff productivity posts. Actually, these numbers, the source of these numbers, is IDC and AWS analysis. So you can check it on IDC and AWS websites. Actually, this is an important slide in our presentation today because talk about how our SAP customer using AWS and what is the use cases for using AWS to host your SAP solutions and migrate your SAP systems to AWS. As you can see, you can use AWS to migrate your complete SAP environment or just experiment a new product by taking a trial for any SAP product or solution listed in AWS Marketplace. Or you can use AWS just to host your dev and test environment, or you can use AWS to just make a POC for a certain system or certain product from SAP side. And you can build your disaster recovery for your on-premise data center. You can build a disaster recovery on AWS. And you can build also a hybrid SAP hosting by integrating some systems into AWS, from AWS to your on-premise systems. And also you can use SAP. You can document and archive your data into AWS for any long-term archiving policy in your corporate. And finally, you can use AWS just to implement and to make a business transformation by integrating SAP systems and product with AWS service. Like I told you before, you can integrate your SAP system with AWS IoT service, machine learning, and analytics service, and so on. Okay, so in this slide you can see the ISG report talked about the positioning and recognition of AWS, as AWS is recognized again in 2019 and 2020 as a leader in providing SAP HANA solution, SAP S4 HANA solution. And the key point, as you can see on your screen, Amazon Web Services has an extensive partner ecosystem like FortiCloud, well-architected framework, tools, and extensive service portfolio to cover your SAP solution, to cover all your scenarios, to migrate your SAP solutions to AWS. And as you can see on your screen now, there are more than 5,000 active AWS customer running SAP on AWS, and over half of this have deployed SAP HANA-based solution. So 5,000 have moved into and are getting more from their SAP investment than ever before. And AWS has the most experience, most customer broadest portfolio for SAP certified offerings like SAP certified instances for application and certified instance for HANA database. The most complete portfolio for HANA offerings and the most experienced proven partner ecosystem like FortiCloud. Big customer, actually, big challenges, big landscape. Many of these are large global multinational customer. As you can see, there is many big logos in this slide running production SAP on AWS. So actually, this is why you have to consider AWS as your cloud service provider and host your SAP solution, your SAP product there. And let's move to the second part of our session today, which is why choose FortiCloud for your SAP migration. We are incredibly honored to share that we guarantee the AWS SAP competency to be the only European AWS partner in the MENA region awarded this competency. So actually, currently, we are the only AWS SAP partner attain this competency. This achievement differentiates us and demonstrates our technical proficiency and experience in implementing and migrating SAP workloads to AWS, and the proven success of our innovation in this domain as well. And also, I would like to share with you that we awarded the EBN SAP Partner of the Year in MENA region in 2020 last year. And I'm happy to share with you these benefits of using FortiCloud service and methodologies to migrate your SAP solution and SAP systems to AWS. And actually, you have to consider our service because FortiCloud is proven and vetted SAP competence consulting partner in the region. We have a long track record of SAP customer success. I will share with you this number in details. We reduce the risk of project failure by adopting our success migration methodologies. I will discuss this point also in details. And unlock the highest value by leverage our experience and next generation cloud managed and support service. And finally, build lower TCO by accessing our approved AWS funded programs. And actually in this point, we have our own funded programs approved from AWS. We can share it with you just to build a lower and competitive TCO to help you to migrate your SAP solutions to AWS. This is actually FortiCloud SAP Momentum in numbers and SAP Momentum on AWS. We have implemented about 34 plus SAP customer on AWS. I mean SAP customer live on AWS with their SAP solution like SAP S4 HANA, Business Suite on HANA, BW on HANA, CAR, LTS, and many other SAP systems. And we have implemented 7 SAP products implemented on AWS with 60 AWS service and technology. We have experience in 60 plus AWS service and technology, and we are covering 7 different industries with managing about 400 plus server managed by FortiCloud on AWS, and actually migrated 7 mega project and enterprise project to AWS and covering 3 territories. And we have created about 12 plus strategic SAP partners with many third-party partners and vendors just to deliver to our customer end-to-end solution. And this is our consulting service that we are offering to our customers, to our SAP customers, to migrate their workloads to AWS. We're offering SAP operating system and database migration, and SAP proof of concept like POC, and SAP evaluation, and the SAP sizing. This is for, think about this as assessment service. And also we're offering our managed and support service for infrastructure and SAP basis as well. And we can onboard and implement almost any SAP product and systems on AWS. And actually, we can cover you from a management and support service because we are offering OS administration and patching, database administration, backup and recovery, and SAP bases and disaster recovery and business continuity as well from a SAP, SAP and infrastructure layer. All right. Actually, this is one of our most important slide in our presentation today, because it's show you what is our methodology to migrate your workloads to AWS. And actually, we have three main phases. The first phase is the assess phase, the second is the mobilize phase, and the third is the migrate and operate phase. And actually, we have a lot of activity inside each phase, and I will try to summarize and discuss it quickly. During the assess phase, we actually supporting the business decision and supporting the financial decision by creating and set up a lot of activities related to the business and financial, like building a custom TCO, a custom TCO through the TSO logic, by implementing and set up AWS application discovery to collect a high-level information about your on-premise infrastructure to understand your infrastructure situation. And actually, we set up a one-day workshop for migration readiness assessment to understand your situation and ask you about 70 questions to identify and readiness and gaps for a large-scale migration, followed by an action plan proposals to close the gaps like accelerators and MRP project plan. So actually, this is a good starting phase and a good starting activity for any large or medium project. And actually, it takes about 2 weeks as maximum to close this phase and jump to the mobilize phase. During the mobilize phase, tools are used to analyze the data provided during the assessment phase to identify dependencies and risks, like understanding if you have any system dependencies, application dependencies, and building a high-level architecture for your solution on AWS and detailed application-level strategy. And we have a lot of activity actually in this phase, like running AWS application discovery again, but it is a detailed and deep application discovery. And usually we set up a POC for our customer to migrate required systems from the customer side, like migrating 1 or 2 servers to AWS just to experiment the idea and to take the experience of the migration and show our customer how we can migrate the servers in the migration phase and how things are going on and how things go in the migration phase. And what are the prerequisites from the customer sides and what is our activity and our plan. Actually, this is a required step we saw on each project. So the mobilize phase is the middle phase for the project to prepare and plan for the migrate phase. And this phase takes about 1 month or 1.5 months just to finish all the activity and to close all gaps in this phase and to prepare the final plan to migrate our workloads. And during the migration phase, which is the final phase, tools play a significant role in the execution of the migration, because it's including building a secure landing zone, building and migrating resources and data, delivering reporting, and providing a transparency about the project status, project execution, and project timeline. And actually, we are adopting many tools here just to automate the migration and to reduce the risk of the migration. Tools from the infrastructure side like AWS Cloud Endure, AWS Migration Hub, AWS DMS, and from SAP side tools like backup and recovery technique, HSR technique, and so on. And this phase takes time, depends on the project size, the project scale, and the number of servers should be migrated. and so on. And in this slide, you can see on your screen, this is our SAP migration project flow, starting with the discovery planning, as I told you, and then architecture, end-to-end solution, with proposing our proposal, including the architecture, including the solution, and the project preparation after our kickoff. After that, we deploy the service and manage and operate after the migration, and finally monitor and optimize your workloads. And this is a migration execution timeline plan. This is actually a template plan. And this is built on the Agile and Scrum methodology to accelerate our migration and to fire multiple sprints in the same time to reduce the project timeline. And this is the SAP migration options and the SAP migration supported options and on AWS. We have actually 4 options here, 2 for homogeneous and 2 for heterogeneous. For homogeneous, we can migrate from any DB actually using backup and restore or SAP classical migration, or using AWS Cloud Endure to migrate the server as is. And also we have another option for the homogeneous migration, or migrating from HANA to HANA using backup and restore or HANA system replication. In the heterogeneous migration, actually we have 2 options here. The first option is migrating from any DB to any DB, and we are using SAP classical migration or any third-party tools like AWS DMS or any third-party tools to migrate your database from any DB to any DB. And we have another option under the heterogeneous migration methodology. If you are looking to migrate from any DB to HANA DB, we are using SAP classical migration and SAP SUM DMO, and DMO with system move to migrate your database from, for example, IBM DB2 or Oracle to HANA. And finally, I would like to share with you our customers, sample of our customers list and our customer success story for our session today. Our customer success story today with Juhayna Food Industries, which is the largest dairy manufacturer in Egypt. Juhayna actually was migrated from on-premise IBM infrastructure to AWS within 3 months, just 3 months. And actually, they migrated from IBM DB2 to HANA in 2 phases. The first phase was migrate from on-premise IBM DB2 to AWS DB2. And the second phase migrate from DB2 on AWS to HANA on AWS. Really, it was a mega migration project from on-premise to AWS last 2 years. And seriously, we extremely proud of the added values and benefits to Juhayna beyond the migration to AWS. And the examples of the benefits and values they acquired from the migration, like many companies during the COVID-19, they was able to access the systems and SAP solutions from anywhere, anytime, and from any device. And they was able to respond quickly to the business requests and business demand for working remotely. And also they able to save about $200K every year beyond the migration to AWS by shifting from the CapEx to OpEx model. And one of the core benefits beyond the migration, I remember the first time we meet the customer, he told us that he has to wait about 48 hours to generate a certain report from the SAP system. And after the migration to HANA and to AWS, they able to generate this report again, but within a couple of minutes. So I would like to invite you to kindly read the whole case study on AWS and FortiCloud website just to read all the benefits and the customer journey to AWS with FortiCloud. And actually, if you are looking for more assistance or you have any question, please don't forget to put your question in the chat box. And please, you can scan this QR code just to visit our site and to download this presentation and to ask for any question if you are looking to connect with us. Thank you for your time and happy to connect with you today.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Pratik Raut, and I'm AWS Cloud Consultant in Almoit Computers or ACME. I'm excited to talk to you today about Microsoft workloads on AWS and how migrating and using Microsoft workloads on AWS will be beneficial to your business. In next 20 minutes, we'll be going along with this agenda for today. I will start with a quick introduction about my company, then we'll move on to Microsoft workloads on AWS, where we will see what can be the various types of Microsoft workloads which can be migrated to AWS. Thereafter, I will highlight the various factors which will help our customer decide on why to move these Microsoft workloads on AWS. Then in continuation to the quick introduction about my company from earlier in the presentation, I will go a bit more on what our company is, what we do, what's our expertise, and finally coming to how Acme can help our customers work with migration of Microsoft workloads on AWS. So let's begin. Almost Computers Middle East is a Bahrain-based company which specializes in IT system integration and services. We are in our 42nd year of operation, and over these 4 decades, we have evolved from a company selling PCs to become a trusted advisor for digital transformation to our customers. With a team comprising of highly qualified and certified 100+ technical resources, we work with our customers as their consultant towards making the most of their ICT investments and help them align IT with their business objectives. And following this approach, we have hundreds of successful projects under our belt over these years, and we continue to grow as our customers do with us. We are an advanced consulting partner with AWS, and in our 4 years of journey with AWS, we have earned multiple competencies and partner programs, as you can see them listed in our badge here. With the latest one being Microsoft Workloads on AWS competency becoming one of the very few such partners in MENA region. And you can always find us in the Partner Solution Finder tool on AWS. I will also talk about some more details about our capabilities in later part of this presentation. Coming to our topic of discussion for today, which is Microsoft workloads on AWS. Now, we know that organizations have been running Windows workloads on AWS for over a decade, but something that most people don't know is that AWS runs nearly 2 times more Windows workloads or servers than the next largest cloud provider. AWS supports everything you need to build and run Microsoft workloads, including Active Directory, .NET applications, System Center, Microsoft SQL servers, SharePoint, Exchange, and few others. AWS has also been the first and only fully managed native Windows file system developed in the cloud with Amazon FSx for Windows File Server, and is the only cloud provider to provide production support for Kubernetes on Windows. And many of you must be aware of Kubernetes, that is one of the most popular container management platform. As Acme, we have SMEs and expertise to assist you in every form, starting from licensing, consultation, assessment, optimization, migration, support, and managed services. AWS has the tools and processes, but Acme has the expertise to assist and deliver the best approach for faster delivery of your solution on AWS. As the customers start to think about migration of Microsoft specific workloads on cloud, a lot of questions come in their minds, and I'm sure you may have your own set of questions as well, which might not be listed in here. The objective of this session is to help you understand why AWS should be your first choice to host Microsoft workloads and showcasing the values that AWS brings to the customers. And from the questions, we come to the answers. Here are some key reasons why AWS is the best cloud platform for you to run Microsoft workloads. The first is breadth and depth of the services that AWS offers. AWS supports full Windows stack including AD, .NET, SQL Server, and others. Also, AWS offers unique capability for FSx for Windows File Server and managed Active Directory, which not just allows to have Active Directory on the cloud, but also allows to link to your existing AD at on-premises data center. The second is reliability and security. AWS has 2 times as many regions with multiple availability zones within each one of them, and that is one of the reasons why AWS had 7 times less downtime as compared to the closest cloud provider in the last year. Then the security is the key concern for most of the customers. In terms of security, AWS has over 200 certifications and attestations and continuously investing on security as it is #1 priority. Next is in terms of fast performance. AWS has extensive compute selection and have over 400 compute options to select from. Moreover, storage and networking features allow customers to get nearly 2 times better performance and up to 40% better price performance for running Microsoft SQL servers on AWS as compared to the next largest cloud provider. In terms of cost, AWS has lower total cost of ownership. Customers can accelerate growth, drive efficiencies, and realize long-term cost reduction by running Windows on AWS. AWS also offers customers more ways to save through unique pricing models, such as saving plans, which provides you with savings up to 72% on Amazon EC2 instances and Amazon EC2 Spot, which reduces cost by up to 90% on compute instances for fault-tolerant workloads. Customers can also bring their existing licenses on AWS and can save more. Optimization and licensing assessment is called OLA program. It has right size recommendations based on customers' on-premises utilization and Microsoft license consumptions. The optimization aspect is very important here to save the cost. The last but not least, migration experience and innovations that AWS has. As thousands of customers easily migrated and modernized their Microsoft workloads on AWS, which makes AWS is a mature cloud platform to run Microsoft workloads. Then the Migration Acceleration Program for Windows. It is built on three-phase journey to systematically help you accomplish the migration journey. Assess phase that includes migration readiness assessment along with optimization and licensing assessment to support creation of total cost of ownership model to help you build business support for your migration project, and we help you get full picture of TCO leveraging these services. The second phase, which is the mobilize phase, which includes the migration readiness and planning project designs to build your capabilities and experience how easy it is to migrate to AWS. Mobilize includes certain work streams that are mentioned here, and level of activity required in this workstream is determined by readiness levels determined during the assessment phase. The mobilize activities include actual migration of recommended applications, which allows to build teams migration capabilities. During phase 3, the migration and modernization, you will continue to migration and operate and optimize cloud environment and the applications. So that was the quick overview of Migration Acceleration Program. In terms of programs, AWS have three different programs. First is the end of support migration program. So AWS offers program to drive migration of legacy Windows Server applications to the latest supported version of Windows Server without any code changes. And that's the EMP or end of support migration program focuses on. We talked a little bit about the optimization and licensing assessment in the past, but again, this is the area we do, and as the name implies, an assessment of the licensing needs. And they are working with procurement of the other teams to look that in more depth. And the last one is Migration Acceleration Program that we already talked about in previous slide. Let's have walkthrough in migration process now. Migration process is comprised of several phases. So the first phase is discover, analyze, and plan phase. And in this phase, we gather data center inventory. We do some analysis on the inventory we collected, and we optimize your data center infrastructure to AWS mappings with some tools and programs. Then the second phase is application design. Here we determine your application migration strategies like rehost, replatform, refactor, relocate, repurchase, retire, and retain. Then we have migration, integration, and validation phase. Design and migration phases are iterative processes for migrating applications. We may go through this design, migrate, integrate, and validate phase for many times in an iterative manner. In previous phase, we determined the migration approach. Now in this phase, we perform migration, integration, and validation for your applications. And finally, the operate and optimize phase. You maximize the benefits derived from hosting applications on AWS in this phase. The optimize activity can address cost and performance. While we work with customers, these are the common areas come up in discussions. One is moving Active Directory into AWS, and others are moving file servers, SQL servers, web and application servers into AWS. Web and application servers may have SharePoint-based workloads, Exchange workloads, .NET-based applications, or VDI solutions. So let's dive into it. So let's go ahead and see how we can provision AD on AWS Cloud. Let's assume there is a customer who wants to move on-premises AD on AWS Cloud. Now we have two options to do so. Either we can simply host AD on AWS Elastic Compute Cloud, which is EC2 virtual machine, or we can use AWS Managed Microsoft AD. And if you want to manage your Active Directory domain controllers, you can go with the first option, which is AD on AWS EC2 virtual machine. So the first step is to establish network connectivity between your on-premises data center and AWS cloud. And this is typically done using either site-to-site VPN between your on-premises data center and AWS over the internet, or over the direct connect, which is physical dedicated network connection between your data center and AWS cloud. The next step is to set up and running Windows servers on AWS virtual machine by leveraging images for Windows, which will help you build servers within a minute and then promote these machines to be domain controllers. And the second option is AWS Manage Microsoft AD. And this is the AD service where AWS manages domain controllers for you. And it also manages host monitoring, recovery, data replication, snapshots, and software updates for you. You can also configure trust relationship between AWS managed Microsoft AD in the AWS cloud and your existing on-premises Microsoft AD, providing users and groups with accesses to the resources. Let's jump into the next area that comes up with how do we move your existing on-premises file servers to AWS. So when you have file servers in AWS, the simple thing is to set up Windows servers on AWS EC2 machine first and make them the file servers. And another option we have is AWS Managed File Service, which is called AWS FSx for Windows File Server, where AWS manages the servers, do patching, and the backup of your servers. With Amazon FSx, you get performance, and FSx provides multiple levels of security and compliance to help ensure your data is protected. The next topic is moving SQL servers to AWS. Most of the customers have on-premises SQL servers, and you can host SQL servers in AWS in two ways. One is we can again set up Windows servers running on AWS EC2 virtual machines and then install SQL servers on it. Or we also have another option, which is AWS Managed SQL Server offering known as AWS RDS for SQL Server, wherein AWS manages your SQL servers. With RDS, you can deploy multiple editions of SQL servers including Express, Web, Standard, and Enterprise Edition in a minute with cost-efficient and resizable compute capacity. And AWS manages database administration tasks like provisioning, backup, software patching, monitoring, and hardware scaling, which makes your team free to focus on application development by reducing management overhead. The next topic that covers moving web and application servers to AWS Cloud. So a lot of customers have IIS web servers, navigation servers running .NET in their on-premises data center, and you can move those servers and run on AWS virtual machines, which is AWS EC2, instead of running web and application servers at on-premises data center. AWS also has managed service offerings. The first is to support application, for example, Elastic Beanstalk. It is an orchestration service offered by AWS for deploying applications. Now, if you are also considering refactoring these applications, we have AWS Lambda service, which is serverless offering from AWS, which supports multiple programming languages. A lot of customers are also looking for refactoring their on-premises .NET applications, and they are running it on .NET Core and potentially running it on containers. So AWS provides Elastic Container Service to manage your containers, and if you are already using Kubernetes for containers management, AWS has Elastic Kubernetes Service as well. Now let's walk through in example case study. The challenge is customer has .NET based applications and Microsoft SQL databases at on-premises and facing performance issues as their underlying hardware cannot meet on-demand system requirements. Customer has invested huge money in hardware, and also there is huge infrastructure management overhead. Therefore, customer is looking for a solution which will deliver better performance, reduce the cost and time that application team spent on managing the solution, and also looking for a partner for management of infrastructure. This was the problem statement, and now let's see the solution for this. .NET based applications or web and application servers can be hosted on AWS EC2 virtual machines. Secondly, by leveraging AWS Managed Database Service, database can be hosted on AWS RDS for SQL Server. Along with this, we also consider other AWS services which will be used for monitoring, alerting, and security purpose. And all of these activities are taken care by partner of AWS APN network. So in terms of results, customer have got better performance as right-sized EC2 machines are chosen for provisioning servers with help of auto-scaling feature. which can scale up and down the servers as per traffic requirement, which in turn saves cost and provides better performance. Then there is no upfront commitment like you have to do in hardware, as AWS billing model is pay as per your use, just like your electricity bill. And now application team can focus on business functionality rather than managing infrastructure. It's a one thing to lift and shift your workload into cloud, but it's another story to deeply examine whether that workload is optimized for the cloud. Traditional methodology does have its own flaws: manual management of services, recurring cost of HS, limitations on technology. Because now you have decided to move to cloud, you need benefits with your decision. And that's where Almost Computers as a well-architected partner come into picture to assist you with operational excellence, security, reliability, performance, and cost optimizations of your workloads. Almost Computers Middle East is well-reputed and recognized system integrator for more than 4 decades, delivering end-to-end IT solutions, services, and technical consultations to our customers in Bahrain and across Middle East. Our local presence and years of experience in the industry, well both good and bad, has helped us build and adopt to methodologies providing the best service and solutions to our customers. Our cross-platform expertise and in-house subject matter expertise in AWS and Microsoft has also helped us deliver enterprise-grade solutions across the kingdom to various customers. Also, Acme has been among the first partners to achieve the feat of well-architected program partner and Microsoft Workloads Competency Partner accreditations from AWS. And this particular accreditation enables us to establish good architectural practices, assisting customers in building and responding faster to changes that affect their designs, applications, and workloads. Also, we give you more time and resources to build your business by presenting proactive 24/7 monitoring, support, and single point of contact for all your technology needs. With decades of experience, we have delivered our Microsoft practices among various different verticals like BFSI, retail, government, etc. And to keep you all updated, Acme is currently owing Microsoft Enterprise Agreement as a partner and managing almost 60 entities within the EA framework. We are assisting customers with change management process and adoption of the cloud services, particularly in AWS and Microsoft. And with our experienced in-house resources and different certifications based on the Microsoft practices, we have achieved gold status partnership showcasing expertise in multiple areas of solution delivery. And I would like to proudly tell you that Acme has achieved Microsoft competency and is one of the first partners in MENA region to achieve this feat. This competency has been earned by Acme after rigorous business and technical validation. This designation recognizes that Acme provides proven deep expertise to help our customers design, migrate, deploy, and management of Microsoft-based applications on AWS Cloud. And this AWS Microsoft Workloads competency serves AWS customers who seek to select the most qualified AWS partner for deploying Microsoft workloads on AWS Cloud, and we are one of them. With that, thank you so much for your time, and we are happy to take your questions. Please enter your questions in chat window, and please don't forget to download the slides.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us today. My name is Ali Adil and I'm an AWS consultant in Almoid Computers or ACME. I am excited to talk to you today about Oracle workloads on AWS and how migrating and using Oracle workloads on AWS will be beneficial to your business. Please post your questions in the chat and download the presentation. Thank you. In the next 20 minutes, we will be going along with this agenda for today. I will start with a quick introduction about my company, then we'll move on to Oracle workloads in AWS, where we will see what can be the various types of Oracle workloads which can be migrated to AWS. Thereafter, I will highlight the various factors which will help our customers decide on why to move their Oracle workloads to AWS. Then in continuation to the quick introduction about my company from earlier in the presentation, I will go a bit more on what our company is, what we do, what's our expertise, and finally coming to how ACME can help our customers work with their migration for Oracle workloads on AWS. So let's begin. Al Computers Middle East is a Bahrain-based company which specializes in IT system integration services. We are in our 42nd year of operation, and over these 4 decades we have evolved from a company selling PCs to become a trusted advisor for digital transformation to our customers. With a team comprising of highly qualified and certified 100+ technical resources, we work with our customers as their consultant towards making the most of their ICT investments and help them align IT with their business objectives. Following this approach, we have hundreds of successful projects under our belt over these years, and we continue to grow as our customers do with us. We are an advanced consulting partner with AWS, and in our 4 years of journey with AWS, we have earned multiple competencies and partner programs, as you can see them listed in our badge here. With the latest one being Microsoft Workloads on AWS competency, one of the very few partners in the MENA region, and you can always find us in the Partner Solutions Finder tool on AWS. And I will talk about some more details about our capabilities in the later part of this presentation. Coming to our topic of discussion for today, which is Oracle Workloads on AWS. AWS supports everything you need to build and run Oracle workloads, including Oracle Linux, Oracle Forms and Reports, Oracle Database, Oracle Enterprise Manager, and many more. AWS also has a fully managed cloud-based Oracle database. As ACME, we have SMEs and expertise to assist you in every form, starting from licensing, consultation, assessment, optimization, migration, support, and managed services. AWS already has the tools and process, but ACME has the expertise to assist and deliver the best approach for faster delivery of solutions on AWS. As the customers start to think about migration of Oracle-specific workloads on cloud, a lot of questions come to their minds, and I'm sure you may have your own set of questions as well, which might not be listed here. The objective of this session is to help you understand why AWS should be your choice for hosting Oracle workloads and showcasing the values that AWS brings to the customers. From the questions, we come to the answers. Here are some key reasons why AWS is the best cloud platform for you to run Oracle workloads. First is breadth and depth of the services that AWS offers. AWS supports 4 Oracle stack, including Database, Fusion Middleware, Enterprise Manager, and others. AWS also offers unique capability for fully managed cloud database for Oracle RDS. The second is reliability and security. AWS has 2 times as many regions with multiple ability zones within each one of the regions. That is one of the reasons why AWS is 7 times less downtime compared to the closest cloud provider in the past year. Then security is key concern for most of the customers. In terms of security, AWS has over 200 certificates and associations and continuously investing in security as its first priority. Next is in terms of fast performance, AWS has extensive compute selection and have over 400 compute options to select from. Moreover, storage and networking features allow customers to get nearly 2 times better performance and up to 400% better price per performance for running Oracle database on AWS compared to the next cloud provider competition. In terms of cost, AWS has lower total cost of ownership. Customers can accelerate growth, drive efficiency, and realize long-term cost reduction running Oracle on AWS. Customers can reduce 5-year cost of operations by 56% and gain 37% lower infrastructure cost, delivering up to 442% return on investment over 3 years. AWS also offers customers more ways to save through unique pricing model, such as savings plans, which provide you with savings up to 72% on Amazon EC2 instances, and Amazon EC2 Spot, which reduces cost by up to 90% on compute instances. For fault-tolerant workloads, customers can also bring their existing license on AWS and can save more. Optimization and licensing assessment is called OLA program. It has rights recommendations based on customers on-premise utilizations and Oracle licensing consumption. The optimization aspect is very important here to save from the cost. The last but not least, migration experience and innovation that AWS has. As thousands of customers easily migrated and modernized their Oracle workloads on AWS, which makes AWS a mature cloud platform for hosting Oracle workloads. Then the migration acceleration program for Oracle. It is built on a 3-phase journey to systematically help you accomplish the migration journey. Assess phase that includes migration readiness assessment along with optimization and licensing assessment to support creation of total cost of ownership model to help you build business support for your migration project. And we help you get full picture of total cost of ownership leveraging these services. The second phase, which is the mobilize phase, which includes the migration readiness and planning project designs to build your capabilities and experience how easy it is to migrate to AWS. Mobilize include 8 work streams that are mentioned here, and the level activity required in these work streams is determined by the readiness levels determined during the assessment phase. The mobilize activities include actual migration of recommended applications, which allows to build teams' migration capabilities. During phase 3, the migration and the modernization, you will continue to migrate and operate and optimize cloud environment and applications. So that was a quick overview of migration acceleration program. Here we have a comparison between the traditional on-premise environment with Amazon EC2 and Amazon RDS for Oracle workloads. In the case of the traditional on-premise environment, the customer will have to manage everything about the system, including from the hardware level to the software level. In the example of Amazon EC2, AWS will manage all of the hardware for the system, including the operating system installation, but everything after the operating system installation, including the operating system patching and the database installation and maintenance, will be managed by the customer. In case of the fully managed cloud-based Oracle database RDS, AWS will manage everything for the database. The customer only have to manage the app side for the optimization with the database. Let's have a walk through in migration process. Migration process is comprised of several phases. So the first phase is discover, analyze, plan phase. And in this phase, we gather data center inventory. We do some analysis on the inventory we collected. We optimize your data center infrastructure to AWS mappings with some tools and programs. Then the second phase is application design. Here we determine your application migration strategies like rehost, replatform, refactor, relocate, repurchase, retire, and retain. Then we have migration, integration, and validation phase. Design and migration phases are iterative process for migration application. We may go through this phase, migrate, integrate, and validate for many times in an iterative manner. In previous phase, we determined the migration approach. Now we are to perform the migration, integration, and validation for applications. And finally, the operate and optimize phase. You maximize the benefits derived from hosting applications on AWS. The optimize activity can address cost and performance. While we work with customers, these are the common areas that come up in discussions. The first area is moving Oracle EBS into AWS, and we have some others including moving Oracle WebLogic servers into AWS, moving Oracle database servers into AWS, and moving a full web and application server into AWS. So the first scenario of Oracle workloads migration to AWS is moving Oracle EBS into AWS. So we have the current data center, which is the on-premise servers, and we'll provision 2 cloud EC2 virtual machines. One machine will host the application server for EBS, and the second machine will host the database for the EBS. The connectivity between the on-premise data center and the cloud either will be done through a VPN that goes through the internet, or Amazon AWS Direct Connect, which is a physical connection between the data center and the on-premise data center. In this scenario, we'll talk about moving Oracle WebLogic into AWS. For WebLogic, we will be utilizing an Amazon EC2 to host the WebLogic, and for the connectivity to the on-premise servers and for the end users, we either can utilize one of two options. The first option is the VPN, or the second option, which is AWS Direct Connect, a physical connection to the end user. So with the connection established, the end user can access the WebLogic server that is hosted on Amazon. In this scenario, we'll see how to move Oracle database into AWS. For Oracle database, we have one of two options. The first options, we use an EC2 instance virtual machine to host the database, or we can use Amazon RDS service. That is a fully managed service that will host the Oracle database and will not need to do any maintenance or any upkeep on the database. For the end users to access the database, they will need a connection to AWS. So either we can have VPN over the internet or AWS Direct Connect, which is a physical direct connection to Amazon region. The next topic covers moving web and application servers to AWS Cloud. Lots of customers have WebLogic servers, navigation servers running ADF in their on-premise data centers. And we can move these servers and run it on AWS virtual machines with just using AWS EC2. Instead of running web and application servers on-premise, AWS also manages service offerings. The first is to support applications. For example, we have Elastic Beanstalk. It's an orchestration service offered by AWS for deploying applications. Now, if we are also considering refactoring these applications, we have AWS Lambda service, which is a serviceless offering from AWS, which supports languages like C#, Node.js, Java, Python, and Go. A lot of customers are also looking for refactoring their on-premise services. We have ADF applications. They are running it on-premise, and we can take some of these and run them on containers. So for containers, we have Elastic Container Service, which is a managed container service for containers. Or if you are already using Kubernetes, we can use Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, EKS, to host the Kubernetes containers directly on Amazon. Now let's walk through an example case study. The challenge is customer has an ADF-based applications and also an Oracle database that are hosted on-premise, and they are facing performance issues because the underlying hardware does not meet the system requirements. Customer has invested huge money in the hardware, and also there is a huge infrastructure management overhead, and they're looking for a solution which will deliver better performance, reduce the cost and time that application team spent on managing the solution, and they look for a partner to manage the infrastructure. This was the problem statement, and let's see the solution for this. ADF-based applications or web and application servers can be hosted on AWS EC2 virtual machines. We can leverage the managed service for the Oracle database, which is AWS RDS for Oracle. This will help us consider other AWS services for monitoring, and all of these activities are taken care by the partner of AWS VPN network, which is Aws ACME. So in terms of results, the customer have got better performance, as a right-sized EC2 machine has been chosen for provisioning the server, and with the help of auto scaling, which can scale up or down depending on the demand and traffic, this internally saves cost and provides better performance for the end users. In AWS, there are no upfront commitments, and you can have to, like in the hardware case, AWS billing model is pay as you go. So there is no monthly commitment or a yearly contract. And now the application team, instead of managing this old solution, they can focus on developing it on AWS and serve the end users. It is one thing to lift and shift your workload to the cloud, but it's another story to deeply examine whether their workload is optimized for the cloud. The traditional methodology does have its own flaws. Manual management of services, recurring costs for high availability, limitations to technology. Because now you have decided to move to cloud, you need to benefit with your decision. That's where us come, ACME, as a well-architected partner, come in to assist you with operational excellence. Will help you identify gaps and recommend ways to measure, monitor, and continually improve operations. Security. Ensure your security strategy is built on strong foundation. Reliability. Disruptions in service are costly. We will assist you to dynamically acquire computing resources to meet demand and mitigate disruptions. Performance efficiency. The cloud is not static. It is continually evolving with new capabilities enabling new strategies and implementation. ACME will enable different features to improve performance. Cost optimization. Provide the best cost effective. This feat is achieved with time, commitment, and our expertise on different aspects. With decades of experience, we have delivered our Oracle practices among different verticals like BFSI, government, education, healthcare, hospitality, etc. And not all practices and partnership is same in any industry. You have banking, manufacturing, retail, and everyone differs from another. With our experienced in-house resources and different certifications based on Oracle practices, we have achieved gold status partnership with Oracle, showcasing our expertise in multiple areas of solution delivery. Please post your questions in the chat and don't forget to download the presentation. Thank you.
سنابتك شركة متخصصة في مجال التجارة الإلكترونية وحلول التسويق الإلكتروني. نحن نقدم لعملائنا حلول احترافية للتجارة الإلكترونية وتصميم المواقع وإعلانات مواقع إلكترونية. قمنا بالاستثمار في الأبحاث والتطوير في مهاراتنا لتقديم خدمات تجارة إلكترونية جديدة وسهلة بمعايير عالية الجودة. نحن نحاول طوال الوقت أن نكون فريدين في خدماتنا التي نقدمها، كما نحرص على تقديم التكنولوجيا التي تساعدكم وتساعد أعمالكم. محدثكم في هذا اللقاء ممدوح أحمد وزميلي آرام ميلوس.
Here we're going to discuss an actual case study with one of our clients that showcases the strengths and advantages of AWS. In early 2020, a client in Saudi Arabia approached us to manage an e-commerce solution hosted on a limited capability cloud provider. Limited in the sense that the cloud provider was only offering virtual machines on the cloud and did not have any additional services to help scale the solution. The e-commerce website had technical issues with the underlying code, and system reliability and availability were severely suffering as a consequence. This was fixed time. However, we also realized that this limited cloud provider was not mature enough to handle increasing growth and demand. In order to solve these issues, we designed a cost-effective and scalable architecture on AWS. We decoupled all of the components of the e-commerce system and made sure that each subsystem can scale independently of the others. We also introduced a lot of caching mechanisms so that we are able to serve more requests with less resources, thereby reducing cost and scaling up better. We migrated to AWS just in time for the COVID-19 outbreak. The client's traffic and orders skyrocketed to 9,000% of the normal traffic, and we were easily able to scale up and accommodate for the huge spike in traffic. Since AWS provides components that are independently scalable, we were able to control the cost and only scale the components that needed the additional resources. This could not have been possible on the limited cloud provider because simply they only provided virtual machines on the cloud, versus a mature cloud provider that offers a complete set of managed services. AWS simplifies this process by offering fully managed services that can scale up or down. As an example, we used RDS, which is a managed relational database system. To explain, managed entails a lot of details that are usually handled manually by the DevOps team, like daily backups, point-in-time recovery, encryption at rest, high availability, scalability, performance monitoring, patching, upgrades, and a lot more. This is all taken care of by AWS. thereby freeing you to focus on your core business and money-generating activities, rather than worrying about if the hardware that was bought originally is now obsolete, and you need to plan and order new hardware for the coming 3 years. In conclusion, when you think about a cloud provider, you have to think about the offered services. It's not about hosting a virtual machine in the cloud. It's about having services that can help your business build a solution faster and cheaper to be the first to market.
5 أسباب أساسية لبناء تجارة إلكترونية ناجحة. أولاً، المنتجات. ثانياً، التقنية. ثالثاً، التشغيل والمستودعات. رابعاً، التسويق الإلكتروني. خامساً، فريق عمل متمرس في إدارة المواقع الإلكترونية. نحن كفريق عمل في سنابتك نقدم مجموعة كبيرة ومتنوعة من خدمات تطوير الويب الاحترافية، وسنساعدك أيضاً على نشر منتجاتك من خلال الوصول إليهم عن طريق تطبيق الجوال لإظهار خدماتك ومنتجاتك. ويقوم فريق مختص من شركة سنابتك في تحسين محركات البحث على موقعك الإلكتروني. ونوفر لكم أيضاً خدمات الاستضافة على سحابة أمازون مع عقود صيانة لعملائنا على مدار الساعات طوال أيام الأسبوع. نحن نعلم في فريق سنابتك أننا جيدون بشكل استثنائي مع أكثر من 10 سنوات من الخبرة فيما نقوم به. نحن شغوفين في بناء المواقع والتطبيقات الخاصة بالتجارة الإلكترونية بجودة عالية لجعل حياة عملائنا أسهل. لماذا سنابتك؟ نحن لدينا فريق عمل ذو خبرات وكفاءات عالية، نقدم خطط المشروعات تفصيلية، خدمات ما قبل وما بعد البيع، فريق محترف وذو خبرة عالية، نقدم أقل التكاليف، ننفذ أحدث التكنولوجيا على مستوى العالم، شركاء لسحابة أمازون. غايتنا وهدفنا إرضاء العملاء، نقبل كل توقعات العملاء ونعمل بجد من أجل تلبية هذه التوقعات، لذا نحن نقيس رضا العملاء من خلال ولاء العملاء لنا. نحن نتحمل مسؤولية من الثغرات عند العملاء ونعمل على إيجاد حلول قابلة للتطبيق على مشاكل واقعية، وذلك للوصول إلى التميز المضمون. لا منتج بدون قيمة مضافة ولا عمل بدون ابتكار. نحن نعمل على منتجات لا مثيل لها ونحول الابتكار إلى منتجات. نحن ندرك أن أساس نمونا ونجاحنا هو جعل مشروع كل عميل يحقق النجاح الذي يطمح له. نحن نقدر ونحافظ على الأمانة والنزاهة في كل ما نقوم به من أعمالنا.
Why cloud computing? Studies have shown that companies that adopt cloud computing gain the following benefits. 20% average improvement in time to market, 18% average increase in process efficiency, 16% average reduction in operational costs, 15% average reduction in IT spending, 16% average reduction in IT maintenance cost, and of course, 59% of enterprises expect cloud usage to exceed prior plans due to COVID-19. Let us discuss why you should choose AWS. AWS has mature cloud services, almost 2 decades of building and offering services to its customers. AWS is the leader in cloud computing by a wide margin. AWS is utility computing. You only pay for what you use. AWS offers you the ability to be scalable and offers the highest performance and the latest hardware and processors. AWS offers consistency and reliability by having multiple data centers across regions. AWS is the closest to your customers. Less latency means less frustration when people use your solution. AWS is certified secure. AWS is flexible and it can accommodate to any architecture. AWS has a lot of managed services, and these services can be tweaked and configured as your business needs. AWS is easy to use with a lot of features.